Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Today TV. This is your favorite open forum political discussion show that is geared towards giving you a chance to express what you think and feel about our latest development on our political front. And there is much that has taken place today. The Kalenjin elders apologizing to Raila Amolo Odinga over the crisis that he ran into when he went to attend the send-off burial of one Jackson Kibor. Well, there is more happening. The deal that Kenya Kwanza has signed and deposited, I guess, has its own issues. Well, it says UDA gets 60, and then ANC and Ford Kenya gets 40% of the government. What do you think about the same? And of course, there is a new crisis rising up within AZIMIO. Some political parties are beginning to make fresh demands. What is happening with AZIMIO La Umoja, and how far will this go? And is it too late to make new demands since the deadline is right here? Well, it is something that we need to dive into and get to the bottom of the same. And of course, RUTO has continued to make boardroom deals. KUPANGA candidates, some withdrawing, others throwing their weight behind others. And as the nomination date begins to beckon, a lot taking place. Let us get down to business. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. You click on it, allows StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this particular space for us to discuss what is happening. Thank you so much, all of you, for making it into today's show. Fast and Furious, we salute you all who are always waiting for us faithfully. Salome Mbone, thank you so much. Tatu Juma, we salute you. Fred Mobeki, asante sana. GFHGG, hi to you. Nani Anderson Nate, asante sana, hi to you. Jackson Ogutu, we salute you. A890, Rakez, asante sana. Nora Sonia, asante sana. Innocent Oleguta, DP 2024, asante sana. 2044. Thank you. Kuna nani huyu? Alum, asante sana. Silas Ndalut, asante. Patel Seboka Manyi, asante sana. Gigi Man, karibu sana. Jared Joram Wangila, the link is in the comment section. Maslin Musundi, karibu kwa show. Caroline Carlos H. Ominde, we salute you. Kuna Stella Jones, asante sana. Fatuma Nasimiyu, good evening to you from Nairobi, Kenya. Thank you for joining us from Saudi Arabia. I salute you all. Kuna nani huyu? Abdul Malik Abdulaziz, hey, jira kweli. Kuna Eric Akoth Suarez, thank you so much. Nani huyu mwingine? David Kibara ndio hiyo. Abel Imbuli, kuna nani huyu? Linet wa Bomba, and then Simba Omar Zaid, asante sana. Mato Mark Ndet, thank you so much. Kuna Caleb Nyamburi, we appreciate you. Following from New York, thank you so much. Daniel Shisia, we salute you, thank you. Akinya Molo, Gabriel Tedros, nani huyu mwingine? Frederick Doso, love David Malika, thank you. I appreciate all of you. Asante sana kwa kujumika nasi. Naamini kwamba ni wakati ule tena ambapo tu lazima toe maoni yetu kulingana na latest development on our political front. Ni muhimu kuwajuza Wakenya kwa sababu mambo mengi yanaendelea kisiasa. Wanasiasa wanazoea kudanganya Wakenya. Ni muhimu kila mmoja alete ukweli wake ili tuweke kila kitu kwa mizani na tufanye uamuzi ambao unafaa. Thank you all of you. We appreciate all of you for your faithful support on Tembei TV. Let's keep doing the right thing because it helps all Kenyans make better decisions even as we head to the ballot. I salute all of you, Penny Nyagaka, Asante, Timothy, Asante, Leah Shimba, we salute you, David Mandaga, Asante Sana, Johnson Alenge Abinda. Hey, kuna nani huyu mwingine? Michael Ngige, asante sana. Caleb Adera, alafu James Mwani, alafu kuna nani huyu? Ni Junior ama Juiwas? Kilo, thank you so much. David Kitheru, asante sana. Bwana Wangira, hali namna gani leo?
Hali sio mbaya, labda wewe?
Mimi mzima nashukuru.
Habari ya wenzangu hapo studio leo?
Wanakaa fiti, karibu.
Naona kitumbua karibu kiingie mchanga kwenye Azimio.
Haya, wewe ndio utupatie sasa nini kinaendelea?
You know, yesterday Kalonzo Musyoka made a claim on the position of the running mate of the Azimio, One Kenya, and even claimed that it was obvious that he was going to become the running mate for Raila Odinga. And I think that is the cause of what came up today in form of a press conference. And to me, this caucus calling itself Mwanzo Mupya caucus within Azimio la Umoja, to me, they seem to have a point. And the reason why I say they seem to have a point is that, they are now claiming for what they are calling four-legged stool. Kalonzo Musyoka has been claiming what he calls the three-legged stool. They say they want the four-legged stool or a table that has four legs. And I think they have a point because, one, they were part of the negotiating team. They were part of the negotiating parties that formed the initial Azimio coalition at the KICC. I remember there were around 26 political parties. So, last week, personally, I was shocked when I only saw 3 political parties come to announce another deal. And these 3 political parties did so through their respective Secretary General. I saw Sifuna. I remember seeing the lady for Wiper. I remember seeing Jeremiah Kioni for Jubilee. Then to me, I wondered actually where were the rest? Because if we are in a deal, we are in a deal. Because if you start doing some things without involving us, then we end up feeling that we are being shortchanged. So to me, I think that the demands that this how they call themselves Mwanzo Mupya caucus, the demands that they are putting in place to me are valid because they are saying that there's a need to renegotiate the coalition agreement that was presented by Jubilee, ODM, and Wiper, because they say they were party to Azimio la Umoja, and no things should not be done without involving them. And I see that to be a valid point. Another issue that they are also bringing up is they are saying that they want also to be a party to nominating the running mate for Raila Odinga. It should not be what we are seeing in Kalonzo Musyoka coming into a press conference and telling Kenya that, I am the running mate, and that's obvious. It shouldn't be obvious when we have 26 political parties forming Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya Alliance. So, I think Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya Alliance needs to go back to the drawing board so that it can make every party inclusive in its processes. because there should not be bigger brothers and smaller brothers in this coalition. I know that in terms of numbers, they are bigger brothers and smaller brothers. But for purposes of coherence, there should be no bigger brothers and smaller brothers. There is a need that we work together as Azimio la Umoja. Azimio la Umoja. So to me, I see that they have a valid point, and perhaps Raila Odinga needs to re-examine needs to re-examine what they are talking about, and perhaps come up to a better conclusion on how to manage the Azimio la Umoja coalition. We have seen that already. William Ruto, when he was fronting, especially the UDA, he told that it was not about positions. It was about ajira kwa vijana, ajira kwa mama mboga, ajira kwa bodaboda. So I'm shocked that now they're already sharing positions between themselves. Three parties sharing 60%, 100% of the position, in the range of 60%, perhaps 20 for Fort Kenya, 20 for ANC. You know, that makes me wonder where the rest of the people will be. Eh? For example, if UDA has to take 60% and ANC takes 40% and Fort Kenya takes 40%, then where does it leave the rest of Kenyans? Because you know, ANC and Fort Kenya is domiciled in Western Province, and you know UDA is largely a Rift Valley party with some membership in Central Kenya. So where does it leave the rest of Kenyans? Where does it leave Coast Province? Where does it leave Nyanza? Are we going back to the issue of exclusion? Are they planning to exclude the rest of Kenyans as they form government, in case they will be forming government? Issue of sibling rivalry. I've talked of this issue of sibling rivalry, and I think sibling rivalry is going to be a very, very big issue within the Azimio family if we don't get a mechanism to handle it. Oh, like the case in Kakamega now, where we seem to have DAP and ODM, you know, fighting over over where to have their candidate run, and you see they are not even ready to go the zoning way. And you know, without the zoning way, there's a big threat. There's a big threat to the Azimio family that we could elect Raila Odinga as president, and we could end up not having the numbers in the National Assembly, in the Senate, and in the county assemblies. Oh, just as I conclude, perhaps because of our usual 3 minutes, we have seen that when Rafael Tuju has been appointed as the executive director of the Azimio La Umoja Secretariat, and that he'll be in charge of coordinating all member parties. And I hope in coordinating all member parties, he'll come to he'll come to the solution in what the other eight parties are complaining about. I hope he'll be in a position to coordinate them so that we can speak one language. And I understand he'll also be in charge of strategic and program planning for the Azimio la Umoja. So Bernard, wacha mimi niwachie hapo, nitakuja baadaye. Asante.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Wangira, nashukuru kwa maoni yako. Naomba tumsikilize huyu Samuel namna gani leo? Unmute, the mic is beside your name. You click on the mic on the screen beside your name so that we can hear what you say. Wanangwenyi. You click on this mic, the mic beside your name, before you yeah.
It is next to the camera.
Okay, Jared, come in as I'm going to find where the mic is. Huh?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for the panelists, Bernard, Wangira, I see Njiru, and the rest of the panelists, William, Mangwenya, and Fik. So, on today's topic, is a good topic for today. I had a few things I was going to talk about. So, first, it is good to see the elders who know what is really happening, coming to mend the mends. We congratulate them, and that's the thing to go. Hopefully that this is something we are not going to see again. On the second topic of the power sharing, all of the government sharing, as per Marara, the 40% going to Western is that they will get 7 ministers in Western. That is 7 out of 21.
Jared, your audio is not very clear. Busonga karibu na mic or something.
Let me see.
We are getting you from far. You are
Let
not
me make sure
very
which one I'm using. Okay, yeah. What about now? Am I clear now?
It's still rough. It's still rough.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Is it clear?
Not very clear. But
Oh, so do you want me to come later? So
I think you should sort it out. You should sort it out because it's important that we get exactly what you're saying.
All right.
Like you drop out and then come in, configure it rightly. Samuel, umepata mic?
I think mine is okay now. Hello.
Hello? Yes, Samuel. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I think mine is okay now.
Iko sawa, endelea maoni yako.
I think first of all, may I say hi to you all?
Hi to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard, for the chance. I have been your good follower for some time now. And I think this is a good platform for us Kenyans to air our feelings on the ongoing political issues around our country. Now, what I would like to say about the current issues in our political in our politics. First of all, I want to congratulate my good friend Mr. Wangira. He has said some very valid points about the coalitions, about what's going on about the coalitions. You see, Mwanzo Mpya, the likes of Alfred Mutua, they're coming up with their own demands, actually, and when you look at those demands, they are very genuine and valid demands. Of course, we can't overrule their demands. That is very good, and the likes of Mr. Kalonzo. But now my worry is one. The likes of Mr. Mutua were very much aware of what they were doing. They signed the alliance, the coalition agreement, knowing very well that they are entering into a coalition. The AZIMIO, actually initially it was known as AZIMIO before the One Kenya Alliance came in. Now I just have an issue with Mr. Mutua. If they mean well for a good mzee, Mr. Raila, why can't they sit down because they decided actually to support Mr. Mr. Raila unconditionally. Where again do they want to come again with some new conditions? And this is one of the issues that is going to dismantle the AZIMIO. Actually, when you look at those people, they're very, very aggressive. Look at the Mtua. The Mtua we know is going to give these people pure headache. How are they going to handle this person, Mr. Mtua, and his caucus? That is the problem now. Mr. Odinga has been in this fight for some time now, not knowing what to do. For right from the likes of Mr. Moi, he has been fighting for this thing. Actually, this is the time now. He almost got it. It's a matter of time before he's sworn in as our president. Why can Mr. Mtua just cool down? Because at the end of the day, if they're in a coalition, you'll get what you deserve. Because you can't get everything in a coalition. Because the posts are limited, by the way. And you all know that. I think what they could do, let them just give this person, Mr. Odinga, some time. They make sure he has the government, he has the machineries, and I think the rest will be sorted out as we move on. Because if we start wrangles at this particular time, it is going to be difficult for Mr. Odinga to take over from Mr. Kenyatta. And that is, the moment they see wrangles between the AZIMIO coalition, that is the happiness of Mr. RUTO. You see how aggressive Mr. RUTO is. He wants power by all means. Look at the way he's trying to pull together all the aspirants from one Kenya. The other day we saw what he did in Kisii, Mr. Matoke, the guy whom I had big trust in. This guy has been nurtured all the way from US only to come and support Mr. RUTO. That was very unfortunate, by the way. But anyway, it's good that is they made their own decisions. But one thing I could like to advise the AZIMIO team. Actually, you have very high hopes in AZIMIO team. Let them not make these light mistakes they're about to make. Because the moment they go that route, actually, what we have been propagating for, we are not going to get it in any particular case. So let Mr. Odinga pull down. We know what the ground is. The ground is very shaky. This is the defining moment for our politics. This is the time political parties and then all the coalitions are trying to define themselves. It was a rush hour. They all went into coalitions, not knowing what was in the coalition. All the agreements they made, actually, most of them do not know what the agreements contain. So I would like to advise Mr. Mtua, kindly let him go slow. Because if they mean well for this man, they should, by all means, first of all, they think they should make sure they have the office. How are they going to get the office? Because they have started wrangling right now. That is a very, very pure chance they are giving to Mr. RUTO. Mr. RUTO is just watching them. He has managed to rearrange his people. Right now, we have not heard of any and misbehavior in one Kenya, by the way. Currently, I have not heard Mr. RUTO has managed to put people together. Look at what in Kisii, Nyamira. The other day, we saw Mr. Nani in this from Senator Lelewe. You saw what they did with the current governor. This guy is much smarter than these people. And if these people, the AZIMIO people, cannot put their heads together, I think that is the starting point to lose. And that is actually this the time we have been waiting for. If this is not the time, then when are we waiting for the right time to come? This is the time for Odinga to clinch the seat. We have all the machineries. We want the assurance, no stealing of votes. That is what we want. And now we have the assurance. Why are these people starting to misbehave at this particular time? Let them be genuine in their demands. Come together, they say, let's support this person. At the end of the day, if the office is ours, then from there, the rest shall be sorted as we move on. Because all these wrangles, by the way, and I'm speaking genuinely because when I look at the Nini One Kenya.
When Samuel conclude, you have made your point.
Okay, may I give others a chance to go to put up their remarks, and then we shall move on. Okay, thank you for the chance.
Thank you, Bwana Samuel. We'll get back to Jared. I hope you are okay now.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, good. Let me start with where my brother Samuel was deliberating the point. I want, on my own opinion, there is no crisis in AZIMIO. This is, my friend, politics at the higher level. Okay, this is the art of negotiation. Remember that there is one man who is a one man who is not equal. First, we need to let me start from where Mr. Wangira was saying. Let's start from first. Uh, the cheating ourselves. Okay. The AZIMIO is only two principles. These other ones is just we try to massage them. So the AZIMIO is Raila and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. That is ODM and Jubilee. Wiper could not equate to be a principle. That's why you have never had Caronzo saying the third leg as wiper. He uses Oka, which it does not exist. It exists in dreams. But they allowed him to massage his ego to come as a third leg. But politics playing at a higher level, they're trying to neutralize him now, telling him, you wanted a third leg, there should be a fourth leg. The fourth leg is no crisis. It's just coming to neutralize Caronzo to where it's supposed to be. I do not believe that Caronzo will be a running mate. And this is the reason. If there was a deal for him to be a running mate, he should not be talking. What he's trying to do is actually continuing to negotiate. Why would you come and say those things if you know that you are the one? He's still negotiating. Or you already know that he will not be. What they're trying to do first now is they get through this nomination. You know, when you want to be a running mate, that is how he will have people from Mukamban to support him. So by what he's saying, he has said two things which I think that he cannot be a running mate. One is continuing to advocate for the running mate through his people. Secondly, he said one thing, that he made a mistake, that once we finish this August 10th, he will start what RUTO was doing. Who will make such a mistake again to take us through what the deputy president has taken us through? He doesn't qualify to be one. So we want the deputy president who is going to work. So the only way a running mate can come out of Mount Kenya is if Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta want to be a prime minister. That's the only way the running mate will come out of Mount Kenya. Take that one. So, coming also another point of the negotiation of this fourth leg. Remember that when they were signing in KICC, all these small parties came through Jubilee, and they said they entrusted the president to negotiate on their behalf. So if these are genuine, if it could have been genuine, then they are not very genuine, because they say we're not going to negotiate as individuals, we're going to negotiate through Jubilee. So their leg is under Jubilee. But I'm very sure all of this is just to bring Caronzo into size. That's my belief. So there is no crisis. There is no crisis. Probably you might find that they will come and bring it back and say we want also Mwans or wherever to be added into the name. Then they will come to say let's keep only AZIMIO as it is. Because I have not seen much communication from Raila. If you have been very careful, AZIMIO Raumoja. You have not seen them adding one Kenya. Even in the rallies, is only Caruso was adding that one Kenya. Today, if you saw the communication from his personal aide, it did not reference to AZIMIO Raumoja one Kenya. They said AZIMIO Raumoja Coalition. So we should pay attention to those small things. Now, moving from there, we come to the power deal, which is for UDA and the ANC. This is a very good thing. This is going to cost UDA a lot of stuff. Remember what Moses Kuria was asking. He was asking 40% of the government, the running mates, and all that. Now, if already 40% has gone to just Western, which we don't know even how much they can deliver. You see, sometimes this is how people are duped. Okay? Even if an accident was to happen and William Ruto becomes a president, okay? How many votes will Western give UDA for them to be given 40% of the government? You see, you make agreements which are broken before even the ink is dry. So this is just a gimmick for them to go and try to campaign. It's a gimmick for them. They will go to Western and say that we are getting this percentage. What is the other people getting? So that is a very challenging. And in fact, once the agreement comes out, it cannot be 40% to Western, and it can be 40% to ANC and Fort Kenya to get nationally, not just Western, because it cannot be. Another thing, these people are working on dreams while the deputy president is running to be an opposition leader. You know, you can know a difference between a leader and an opposition leader. Opposition leader, they go make noise over the TV and they go back home, wait again, what is other problem so that they can make noise. Today, the leader, the coming president, believes in solving issues. He met the people who are causing this problem, trying to understand what is going on and how we can apart from this. That's how you would differentiate leadership and the people who make noise. And also, finishing up, somebody, Omar, if you can mute, please. So, also another thing I was going to say, you have said that you have seen this consensus working for William Samoei Ruto. You see, William Samoei Ruto, even you, if tomorrow you want to give him a feast so that they can take a picture, you will go there and they will talk. You have never seen other than maybe Gladys Wanga. You have not seen Baba coming. Baba is not somebody who is dealing. He has dedicated all of this work to be done by other people. There are so many consensus which have come through, but you have never seen them. They don't have time to take pictures and this because we know where we're going. So you have to differentiate. Some of the people come there 2-3 times defecting to UDA when they have no news. So, but let me tell you, my friend, there's one thing you don't know. Where this consensus has been is where 2, 3, 4, 5, two people, let's say in Kisii, it was obvious when you look at that, how they're going to solve that. We have not seen those consensus happening in Rift Valley, where everybody knows once they get that ticket, that's the direction. You have not seen. That is where the thing will be. Guess what? They want to do an election in one day, the nomination one day. Wait that one day, then you will see what will come out. Do you know what they have done? Today they had they are disassociating themselves from some media coverage because they know what is going to happen. That's why they want friendly coverage to the nomination. Okay? wait and very see what's gonna happen. I will stop there so that I can give others a chance to contribute. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jared. We appreciate your perspectives and givings. We look forward to interacting further. And Njiru, namna gani? Njiru, umevunja sheria ya kwanza uko nyuma ya curtain. Okay, inaonekana Njiru amebaki parking amebook parking alafu akaondoka. Guru, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard.
Hali namna gani leo?
Mzuri sana. How is the evening?
Getting better, we thank God.
That's good. That's good. Elders, Kalenjin elders have apologized.
Yes.
It was only necessary that they do so. You see, in Kikuyu, we say that an old man seated on a stool can see farther than a small boy on top of a tree. These elders could have seen that the actions of their youth could only marginalize their community, especially if they are able to see far and see that Raila could be headed for victory. How will they face him after that? So inevitably, they have to try to reconcile because they know they have seen many things in this country. And it will be quite bad if they don't do a reconciliation or apology at this time, only to wait to go and face a person who is already holding an office that is quite powerful. He will look at them differently. But now, because they have apologized, I think Baba will just look at them favorably as human beings who know what they are doing. And it's good. It's a good thing that they did so. Because also it is good to teach the youth that not everything is about fighting. Because that seems to be what is guiding some of these youths. They think when you wrong somebody, that's when your blood boils with excitement. But they don't know that sometimes you could be even digging your grave or jeopardizing your future opportunities. So I think it's a good thing that they have done so. And so that even as we approach the next elections, the people of that area who have actually had experiences of violence, they can start seeing things differently. That elections are not a matter of life or death, that you don't have to kill your neighbor because he's AZIMIO and the area is UDA. So that's it. Now, the power deal. I have seen UDA 60%, 40% for Kenya and Amani. Now, there cannot be any other confirmation by the people of Central Kenya that one, RUTO takes himself to be the kingpin of Central Kenya. And two, that the Central Kenya people who are in UDA have not negotiating capacity. They will just have to wait to be given what RUTO will want to give them. He might give them or not give them. So I think they have only armed the opposite side, that is Jubilee. because it will be very easy to fry with that kind of arrangement and convince them, the Mount Kenya people, and ask them, where are you accommodated in this agreement? We may not. I've heard somebody saying here that Amani, the 20% and Fund Kenya 20% covers their countrywide membership. They are representing up that percentage. But we know that political parties in Kenya, they are structures, and we know that where they come from, and we know the negotiations that go behind the scenes. It can't be far from the truth that if Samoei Ruto was to come to power, the communities represented by Amani and Fond Kenya are the ones who populated the 40%. So what, in short, I'm saying here is that this could not have come at a better time for Jubilee Party, because now it is possible to move quite fast in the region and actually ask the people of Central where they are accommodated in that party. So that's good. That's good for AZIMIO. Now, boardroom agreements, Kupangwa. Hii Kupangwa is taking place in areas that are less intense in terms of competition. Even those who are purporting to stand with those parties, with the party that is UDA, they know very well that they stand almost no chance of winning. Maybe they are being given something small, and if you can post that you are going to stand, and then when you go to negotiating, you say, okay, if I can be paid $500,000 or $1 million, I'll withdraw, and you are given the money. So what is the problem? You get the money and go to unaenda kufuga kuku. So there is one colleague of ours who has pointed out that this is not happening in places like Rift Valley. Of course, for obvious reasons, that will not work there, because the people there, the intensity of the competition is very high, and they know that even if you are the most unknown person, once you grab that ticket, you are as good as done with the competition. So I think the other area that is also a bit volatile are areas, parts of central Kenya, where some of these may not work, because the competition there is a bit high for that ticket. So we wait to see what will happen, but I can assure you that whichever party, even our own parties, ODM and Jubilee and others, they will have to do their nomination very well, because Kenyans have become wiser. There is no political party that is going to think that it is going to force people to elect someone because he has come with a certain political party. Look at what has happened in Kirinyaga. Today, UDA, which was very highly rated in Kirinyaga, it is dwindling very fast, because that seat seem already like it is being taken by Wangoi Grichi. And that is a fact. You can check on the ground. So, which then means that the public has come to be much wiser, that a political party is just a political party, and it may not over leadership. The leadership is by the person who has sovereigned himself or herself to provide that leadership. So if the political parties do not do clean nominations, they will have to face off with the independents, who might go ahead and win those positions. That's what is going to happen. So then ile ya kusitisha ni kwamba in some of those arrangements ni kupangwa. Some we will find that wamepangwa, wamewekewa watu ambao labda hawangetaka. You know, there is something that the people of Central know, and some are talking it in raw tones, that this man does not want strong personalities in our region. He wants people he can hand together like small boys and girls and tell them what to do. And then that is a fact, and I don't know how it is going to affect the political party performance in the area. So wacha niachie hapo, nitaongea baadaye. Wacha nisikie vile wale wengine watasema.
Okay, sawa, asante sana Bwana Guru. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Njiru na tuwe brief ili kila mmoja atoe maoni yake kabla tuingie katika kina. Njiru, karibu.
Thank you very much. Asante kwa kunikaribisha, na salimu kila mmoja wetu hapa, yule yako kwa station live, Facebook, kila pahali. Just kuongezea hapo kwa Nguru kidogo, wanaitwa togege in quote. So that's now what is happening. First of all, I would like to be sympathetic because what I've heard today or yesterday from a PhD holder, as we are told, is worrying. It is most unfortunate a PhD holder cannot be able to do arithmetics properly. He doesn't know 1 + 1 = 2 and not 30. When you start telling people from Western that they are going to have 40% representation of the government, first of all, it is not practical. I heard this guy who is vying for the governor saying that they are going to get cabinet secretaries, 7 of them. I do not think there is any community in Kenya out of 21 or 22 slots can get 22. No, can get 7 out of 22. So by default, they are working on a lie. And I doubt how somebody who cannot be able to do simple arithmetic of sharing, he can be trusted by people to project their interest in a very major coalition. So by default, Musalia Mudavadi is on a quagmire the 3rd time. I think he is not able to negotiate. And I don't think even the Luya people deserve to follow somebody like that one. And whoever who wants to follow Musalia Mudavadi and his other brother, you are just following yourself to the grave. So it is just a confirmation that those guys, they cannot think beyond their nose. So we don't even need to talk about that arithmetics. It is not workable. We need a cabinet secretary from Rift Valley. We need a cabinet secretary from Turkana. We need a cabinet secretary from Mount Kenya. We need a cabinet secretary from Nyanza. We need a cabinet secretary everywhere in Kenya. And I do not think that Western is so special that they need to get 7 slots. In fact, this idea of saying that they have representation elsewhere in Kenya, I would like to tell people here that Ford Kenya and ANC is 99.2% Western and 0.2% elsewhere. So let's get that clear. So this idea of saying that they have spillover support is just a waste of time to people who can think beyond where they are seeing. So let's not work on the lies of people who are not working properly. So Malala and his crew should be rejected. They are just people who cannot think. They cannot even, I don't think I can even trust Malala to budget 1 million for me. I cannot trust him if that is his brain. And I'm so worried if Kakamega people will want to trust their 7 billion with such a guy. It's unbelievable that these are the politicians we are having. They cannot do any arithmetics. Number 2, the issue of coalition. So me, I would like to tell Kenyans here that Kenya is coalition by default. Until I don't know when, Kenya will be working on coalitions because of our diversity. And when we talk of coalitions, and it is not only in Kenya where coalitions are, in Netherlands, that is what happens most of the time, Israel, coalitions. And sometimes when you don't get enough coalitions, sometimes you even get, even you have to resign as a prime minister. So what do I mean? What I mean here is that Raila Odinga has to come out quickly and lead very serious negotiations on all affiliate parties. We thank God we have over 30 parties which are AZIMIO oriented, and we don't need to lose anyone because of unnecessary contest here and there. I think they have technocrats, they have people who have brains who can think through this, and it is very simple. Zone strongholds and allow contest where there is a competition. That is the basic principle of elections. Like for example, a place like Homambe, Siaya, we know that is ODM, so there's no need of any party going there. In Jubilee, we can in Central we can allow Jubilee to be there. In Ukambani, we can allow Wiper to be there without any talks. But places which have a serious competition, we can allow contests there in nomination. But after nomination, we can try to see the people who got very much support, so that at least parties show that they were included. That's what I can say about that. Then the other issue which we are talking about here, story ya Kupangwa, what I would like to say is that I have seen what the deputy president is doing, and he is trying to kill even very serious dreams. One thing which I don't like about PI story, this idea of moving everywhere in the country and telling people to shelve their ambitions is also not very healthy, because some of these people we are telling them to shelve their ambitions, they are also people who can become leaders. And some of the people who we are allowing, or maybe some of these parties are allowing to say that wewe peperusha bendera yetu, they are actually not the voice of the people. It is just some of them are getting that upper hand because they have money, or maybe because they are more affiliated to the owners of political party. So what I would say is history ya kupanga watu, it has to be done with a limit. If kama lazima watu wapangwe, it has to be with a very popular party and somebody of very astute character, but not some of these funny characters who are, like for example, I think Mr. RUTO lost it when he went to somebody like Marara, because I don't think he is a very serious candidate as far as I'm concerned. On our side, let me talk on our side, AZIMIO. What I would like to see is, I would like to see people allowing a natural contest. Let's see a nomination process for both Jubilee and ODM in Nairobi. Then from there, after nomination, we can try to see if, depending on how the parties go, because if we don't agree after the nominations very well, there could be a problem of UDA coming and taking advantage if they might have one candidate. So the concept will be where there is a lot of competition, let's allow these parties compete with one another, but people can drop their ambitions depending with what will happen on the UDA on the other side, because we have to know that despite competing with one another, there is a bigger goal of also preventing UDA. I can see there is a worry here where I see ODM is a bit worried if they are not going to get enough seats. One thing which I would like to tell people in ODM is, I think we need to relax and let's not own. We need to relax and let's work on the AZIMIO flag bearer. And I think Raila Odinga needs to know that he is working on the AZIMIO platform. Whether an MP will come from DAP, whether an MP will come from Jubilee, whether an MP will come from ODM, we need to have trust that those people, even if they go to the parliament, they will be able to carry his ambition. But this is what which I'm seeing people saying that Raila needs to have a lot of MPs who are ODM. That thing is going to disgruntle everything, and we are not going to go anywhere. What I want us to do is, let's trust these parties as bona fide members, and we hope that these people, even when they go to the parliament, they will go with the AZIMIO philosophies with them. But when we start sitting down and saying that ODM needs to have 100 MPs so that Raila has authority, I think now Raila is more bigger than ODM, and it is the high time ODM also needs to stop worrying and thinking that they need to have a lot of MPs. If an MP is a DAP, we know that is AZIMIO. If MP is a Jubilee, we know that is AZIMIO. So this idea of worries, too much worries from ODM, I'm not happy with it, and it will make other parties not become very comfortable, and we might lose in contest we were not supposed to lose, and actually our coalition can fall. So what I would like to advise Raila Odinga to do as a simple Kenyan, Raila Odinga should concentrate on AZIMIO. The issues of ODM, he should leave it. He should be happy that different parties are coming together and supporting him. We have Wiper on the other side. So let's Raila Odinga work on AZIMIO, and he should demagnify his methodologies in ODM. That's my presentation for now. Thank you.
Okay, asante Bwana Njiru kwa maoni yako. Just before we bring in, who is this? I think it's Elisha. AZIMIO is as strong as the constituent parties. If we don't have strong parties, we don't have strong AZIMIO. The coalition of different parties requires that we have strong, solid parties. So if we relax at the party level, we have accepted to be weak at the AZIMIO level, and that makes us unfit to secure leadership that will last. Only that in coalition, there has to be give and take, and there will be always the striking of balance. We can never have everything static and everything settled in one place. So the neck for AZIMIO needs to ensure that they are sober enough to balance different interests and see to it that the leadership is not crumbling at any level. You can't concentrate in one place and leave the other place because you're closely monitored and closely watched to be hit at your weakest point. So if the ODM nominations will be not conducted right, that will be a weak point that the opposition, or rather the competitors, are going to hit against. And so nothing should be left to chance, in my opinion. We must have strong political parties for us to have strong coalitions. And for coalitions to hold on until the last minute, it will be by what we call party strength. You don't go to negotiate now, like you see the way ANC and Ford Kenya are being told you'll be given 7% or 20% and all that. That's theoretical, because at the end of the day, when the nominations have taken place, or rather the elections have taken place, and you made as the only senator, and then the other one escaped as the only MP, and the other one escaped as the only this for the party, it will be the number of MPs you got that will determine what part of the gazelle are you going to get. Is it the tail, the leg, the front, or the back? We can't allow people, we must ensure that every party within the AZIMIO family is respected, but given a chance to express themselves. Also, carrying baggage is an issue, because taking a lesson from NASA, okay? You accept to carry people on the back only for them to reach at the finish line. They begin to make demands when they have brought nothing, they have sacrificed nothing, they have paid nothing, so they don't see any problem with the loss of the coalition, because they don't. They have invested zero. It's good that every party flex their muscle and be able to deliver for us to have proper leadership, that everybody respect others. The captain of the team is respected by his being ahead of the rest of the players. You are not just a captain because you're appointed. You must win the respect of other players as the best player, and so they can take instructions from you. You can coach them and help them lead the way. So ODM being the big brother, he needs to prove that he is able to handle the pressure and the whatever the issues that may rise up, and so he can't play games of letting everything fall in place. He must make sure that everything falls in the right place. That is my thought on the same. Elisha, how are you today?
Hello,
Hello,
thanks,
namna gani?
fine. Yeah. Niko salama.
Karibu
Siko,
karibu. Patia maoni yako.
I'm just getting home. I thank God for this opportunity to meet you guys again. I've been listening to the topic, the subject on the wall, and I'm happy to notice that there are few and good developments so far. AZIMIO is now growing stronger. If you look at the condition of the house, it's full, and every other member of the family wants to get a portion of the goodies of the home. I want to start first of all by appreciating the fact that Kalenjin leaders have noticed that if we don't make peace with the king soon, a lot of trouble will befall us. They have decided, one, to apologize to Mzee because of what happened in Cabenes. That is okay. It is acceptable. It was prudent for the elders of the Kalenjin community to come out and strongly condemn what happened to our AZIMIO presidential candidate, and who is going to be our president very soon, because they know what happened there was actually pre-planned. It is something that the pro-RUTO team had planned to make sure that they scare away the AZIMIO presidential candidate, so that he doesn't feel comfortable stepping foot in the Rift Valley, especially in that region of Uasin Gishu. But it's so unfortunate that it did not happen as they had planned, because tables actually turned against them. Second is this issue of kupanga wanasiasa na deals, power deals. You see, any wise Kenyan or any wise political leader in the country currently can read from the past. We had our last general elections where we had Nairobi. We were Pangwad. We were given Mike Bobby Sonko. Kiambu was given, I don't know, Waititu. And any wise leader who is aspiring for any high office in this country will realize that if in case you get that opportunity that you are imposed upon the lead or the electorate in any given region by the same RUTO, you are bound to have troubles, especially with the fact that very soon we will be having a president who is actually Raila Amolo Odinga, and who is not going to tolerate issues to do with corruption and those petty crimes. You will easily be ousted. Remember what happened to Waititu in Kiambu, and what happened to Mike Mbuvi Sonko in Nairobi. He did not have time to even excuse himself. Once the authorities in place have earmarked you and they have mapped that region to be, you see, a hostile region, or you are a hostile individual against the state, and your aspirations are to continue doing that, it'll easily fix you. So you cannot tell me that whatever RUTO is doing right now to panga viongozi in certain regions will make it. Maybe a few, and maybe in the Rift Valley, because you look at what is happening in Kirinyaga. Someone mentioned that Ngirishi is taking over. It's true. You look at what is happening on the ground in Kirinyaga. Waiguru has no space there. And that is why I can agree with the fact that this time, and Kakamega also, Kakamega was supposed to be in quotes RUTO's zone, But going with the whatever is happening on the ground, Fernandez Baraza has taken over the electorate. They trust him more than they would have trusted even Malala. So this issue of saying that Ruto is going to panga leaders, to impose leaders on the electorate in certain given regions, I don't think it's going to make it, because the electorate are actually enlightened. They know the kind of leaders they want. They will not accept any other leader like a presidential aspirant to come and impose a leader on them, because we can clearly see that he has his own interests. He is talking of Raila being a puppet of the current state, the current regime. But in real sense, he himself is actually advocating for that and working hard to make sure he imposes puppets to the electorate. So now what is going to happen is that the people who are supposed to vote in their leaders have understood. They know what is happening. So they are going to vote in their best, their choice leaders. I don't think if what they are doing right now is going to make it to even to the last minute. That is the voting day. I will talk about the power sharing deal, the boardroom schemes of. First of all, we've seen what is happening in Kenya Kwanza. Giving Western Kenya 40% cannot be actualized. That is a dream. It is actually brainwashing our Western leaders like Mudavadi. They are being given, you see someone splashes goodies in your face and you decide to go, ma'am, and you cannot even continue negotiating for a better deal. It is actually what has been given to him verbally, not something that Raila cannot even achieve that. You can't give a region like Western 40%. What about Coast? What about Rift Valley? What about Central? What about Eastern? If you decide to give Mudavadi and Wetangula 40% of the government, that is close to a half. It is less 10%. It's to make it 50-50. It cannot happen, minding the fact that Ruto himself is very greedy. First of all, that opportunity he has, if he happens to clinch the realms of power, which I think would be an accident, he cannot afford to give any other individual more than 5%. You cannot give Western region or Mudavadi and Wetangula 40% and expect that Central will sit down and wait until you're giving out all close to half of what? The government. So this is a splash of goodies in the face. They're actually playing our leaders, Mudavadi, and they are supposed to be very keen about that. That is why you've seen Mudavadi speaking through Okina Malala and the rest of his team, because he himself is actually not able to sit down and face Ruto in the face and tell him, no, this deal cannot be actualized, because going by what is happening currently, each and every region has noticed that power is so good that we cannot allow and we cannot let it go. We must be on the negotiating table. That's what you're seeing happening actually with Kalonzo and his people. They are trying to negotiate a deal out of AZIMIO. He cannot use Wiper as a party, as a party to negotiate what he wants, but he is using his people to try and negotiate a deal through, including wanting to be a running mate. In real sense, Kalonzo just came into AZIMIO the other day. It was more stable than what it is right now. So you cannot tell me that this power deals like what Ruto is giving Mudavadi and Western Kenya is going to be actualized. We are elite enough to understand and to know that we are being brainwashed so that they can easily buy us and buy our minds so that we can vote them in or even sympathize with them. even if we don't vote them in 100%, but we could sympathize with them in this case. That in case we don't make it, AZIMIO doesn't make it 50 plus 1%, so that we have a clear win of the presidency. If in case we will have issues after elections, then they know we had already given Western Kenya 40%. So the Western region people are going to rally behind us as we are renegotiating a deal with maybe the current government or whoever will have won. So I can clearly expose the fact that a true leader like what we have in this country right now is supposed, first of all, to look at what is it that my colleague, my other leaders want, even if we are going to work together in a coalition. You cannot start assigning or start giving people a percentage of the government this early. That is why AZIMIO people are still fighting each other to make sure, even if there was a deal, it will be a deal that is realistic, a deal that is actually aimed at making sure all the allocations are balanced and actually we come to an agreement and accept the fact that what we wanted is the government. So the target in AZIMIO right now is to make sure Raila wins big. Is actually Raila becoming the president. That is the aim. But on the other side, you see, RUTO is not sure of clinching power. He only is looking at a scenario where he has a good number of representatives in both houses and also in the county assembly, so that he has that power to negotiate his way through the opposition realm. But as it stands currently, I can assert myself and explain clearly that we have not gotten to a point that you can award a certain percentage of your government, and yet it is still early. You never know about tomorrow. We are still negotiating. I place my argument on that note, and I actually believe in one thing, that as we're looking at AZIMIO and the wrangles that are coming up, Kina Alfred Mutua having new demands, is actually because Kalonzo came in with his demands. So they also want to, because they are also party. They are party members. They are party to AZIMIO, so they also want to negotiate their deal through. What they are actually doing is they are pushing Kalonzo to tone down, because if everyone was to demand they have a share of the government, and then it means we would not have AZIMIO. But appointing Tuju as the head of the whole team is actually a good strategy and a good move for AZIMIO team to come up with one document that shows the concession of all the parties and what they would want this government to be. I rest my case, Chair.
Okay, thank you Bwana Elisha, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Ni muhimu tuangalie hii masuala kwa kina, and it's good that you bring in those different dimensions and helping Kenyans to have proper understanding on how they must make up their decisions come the election day. It's awesome. Thank you so much. Mr. Kamau.
Yes, Bwana Chair, habari?
Niko salama, namna gani?
Nashukuru Maulana kwa kutuweka hai mpaka saa hii.
Haya, toa uso wako tukuone vizuri, ndio tukipiga mawe tunajua tunalenga wapi.
Nilikuwa nadhania mambo ya mawe tume cleanse.
Hapana, ni mwanzo tu. Ingine ni utamaduni wetu. Bwana Elisha, watoto waruhusiwi kwa channel ya watu wazima. YouTube watatuletea kizaza. So naomba nyuma ya curtain.
Asante.
Endelea Bwana Kamau.
Sawa. Ningetaka kuongelelea hiyo maneno ambayo iko kwa mjadala wa leo. Kalenjin elders apologize to Raila, power deal to UDA and ANC. Ruto continues with the boardroom power deals. I think it is important, and it is you cannot underestimate the elders in our communities. I think what they did was good. I think it is important to realize, and I think they know, the chances of their son ascending to power is getting dismal each and every day. And because of that, you also have to be very careful on how you handle a person who can be the president of the Republic of Kenya. And therefore, it is important whatever they do and whatever people do, they remember there is life after elections. But having said that, that is not what really concerns me now. When I was in school, we did mathematics ambayo ilikuwa inaitwa probability. Na probability ilikuwa inakupatia fursa ya kujua what is the probable result if this and this happens. And something I want to throw the spanner into the works. Weka the spanner into the works, because when a chair, I'll tell you something. We are not careful with these correlation things. Then we might end up losing, thinking that we are winning. Because in 1992 and 97, if my history serves me well, President Moi won being the minority. He won being the minority because the probability of him winning was 0, though the probability of the opposition disintegrating was so high. And the opposition was so overconfident that Matiba and Kibaki went their different ways and gave room, a very small room, to the president, and he won. And they repeated that, I think, in 1997. The only time they put their mathematics right was 2002. They came with a coalition which has a MOU that they understood each other and they went and won the election. What am I driving to? I'm driving to the probability that there's a probability, and I'm using the word probability because you know the meaning of probability. There's a probability that Kenya Kwanza might pick, as you see the percentage here. If they can, there is a probability that they can pick the deputy president from Western Kenya. There's also a probability that Kenya Kwanza can pick even the governor from Western Kenya, like there is that the brother to Wetangula. There's also a probability that they can have the 40% of the government. That is Kenya Kwanza. There's also a possibility or probability that Azimio might pick Kalonzo as deputy president. And also there's a probability that they might pick Sonko as the governor of Nairobi. I'm talking about probabilities here, Bwana Chair. And when that can happen, if that probability comes to fruition, what that means, now there is a group of people here who I represent called the Mount Kenya, and I know my people. I really know my people. When my people are threatened, then they now realize we are not there and we are not there. Now where are we? You understand? So there is also a probability that Sabina, or what we call Jimmy Wanjigi now, starts to get attraction there. And therefore it is very, very, very important now, because Kenya is advanced in democracy, but it is not advanced in coalition democracy. Coalition democracy is one of the most difficult democracy in the world. It is in Israel, it is in the UK, and it is in Germany, where very small parties, if they do not agree out there, then the repercussions are so high. I want to say this: if we are not careful, even as Azimio, because my resolve is Azimio, if we are not careful, then we might, thinking that we have won, actually lose very easily. Because let's say, for example, and I'm giving you an example because me, I like being open-minded. If we miss in the government of both coalitions, the Mount Kenya will bolt, and if they bolt, they're going to be together, and they have never voted for anybody besides outside Mount Kenya, and therefore it will be so easy for them to identify with a Mount Kenya person. And therefore, that tells you now Kenya, the politics of the future are drawn in disarray. My point is, it is important for the principles, that is President Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Odinga, and Kalonzo Musyoka, because they are the principles. Because I don't think Wakina Mutua are principles. I think they just want a voice to be heard. I think it is important they call for a meeting, because we are mishandling the communications. We are also mishandling our campaigns. They look disorderly. And at the end of the day, we might think we are making progress, and we are not. And there's a difference between being active. There's a difference between activity and achievement. And there's a difference between being in emotion and movement, and being busy and in business. Because if we do not get the mathematics right, and I repeat, then we will not get to the canon that we keep talking about. And therefore, I'm urging each and every person, and I'm telling you, the principal should call a meeting as soon as possible. They direct them like the way we produce a fixture of matches in the next 4 months. We produce a fixture on how we're going to coordinate because it's like even the coordination of AZIMIO, which I belong to, AZIMIO team, coordination of campaign is one thing. To one point, you realize that there is no particular way of campaigning. You find Raila going with some people, and then other people are left behind, or they are not campaigning. So therefore, for us to have that harmony and a conclusive and a win that is not in doubt, then there is importance of reading from the same page, because the most important win, it is not the deputy president position, it is not the cabinet position president, it is to make sure that this country does not go to the dogs. To make sure that this country does not go to the people that can destroy the very foundation of this country. So, Bwana Chair, my concern is that we are not good in coalition management, and it is in both sides. You'll find that Girishi has gone the other way, and that's what I'm saying. If we do not manage this thing well, even and I'm sorry to say, even Jimmy Wanjigi might get attraction and win the election. Kwa hivyo mchunge sana, na hii ni kitu mimi nasema, kwa sababu nimesema I'm throwing a spanner into the works. Ndio mjue kwamba we have to speak in one voice. Thank you, Bwana Chair.
Asante sana Bwana Kamau kuleta mtazamo huo mkali kweli, lakini tunashukuru. Ni muhimu kila mmoja ajitahidi. But don't you think it's too early in the day? Right now, the concentration is the nominations. After the nominations, when we will be sure who is the candidate, who is not the candidate, and therefore building up the team and reorganizing and realignment will be better structured than right now opening up negotiation with people who may not even make it to the list of those who are to be candidates. This time, in my opinion, it could be too early to begin to strike deals, because you are striking deals with all aspirants who may not succeed at the ballot box and at the ballot. And so to be double investment, double energy, you negotiate with aspirants. Some of them drop off. Then you now begin to negotiate with candidates. Only hapo tu ni kuwai mapema?
Apana, the thing is,
Yes.
Bwana Chair, I was thinking it is not about negotiating with the aspirants. Aspirants are not the issue here. It is the parties, because they are the leaders, the political leaders of these parties might even not be going for any position. but their involvement in the coalition is very important. And I was saying that because aspirant, and also another issue you should also know is that after nomination, those who be disgruntled from both sides, they might go independent because they have a 9-day window. And that 9-day window, if they go independent, and the way I look at things, if the majority go to parliament, then the independence will be a party by itself that was formed by disorganization of the main parties. If you get what I mean.
That's a good perspective. I appreciate it. Let's move on. Dan Langi, how are you? Dan Langi, are you there? Longi, or is it Longi or Langi?
Langi.
Yes, Langi, sema maneno.
Bwana Bernard, wacha nifuatilie kwanza, nitaongea baadaye. Mpe mwingine nafasi tena, bado nafuatilia pole.
Sawa, asante. Naomba sasa tumsikilize WG. WG namna gani?
Salama ndugu yangu, umeshindaje?
Niko salama, nashukuru. Naomba utoe maoni yako, alafu ukue prefect unichungie huyu Kasuti.
Nani Kasuti?
Anakuwa na kelele sana.
Kasuti ndiye anasumbua hapa watu.
Inaonekana enda ametuma Kalenjin elders wakuje ku apologize wakati sisi tulikuwa tumejipanga kama jeshi la baba.
Okay, good evening everyone. Mr. Wangira, Angwenyi, Guru, Mr. Kimani, Dan Langi and Fred. Fred, karibu sana. Naona money has been poured to finish you on the ground.
Let me tell you something. Hata mufanye nini? Si pato tunafanya warm up. Tukiambiwa ingia Lake Victoria atuulizangi. Tunaulizania huko ndani ya Lake Victoria. Hata pia wewe huko. Tunaulizania huko ndani.
Asante. Sawa. I don't have much to say today because we've somehow been so busy and we've not been into following so much. However, I've grasped a few things that happened today. Elders apologizing to Raila, the power deal 60% UDA, 40% ANC. RUTO continues with boardroom power deals, KUPANGA candidates. Yeah, that is what we expect of RUTO. Yeah, ni mtu wa kupanga. So the Kalenjin, apology is a good thing and indicator. It's indication, and this is just to also give an indication to the political class that whatever activity they involve in, every other group in this country is watching and is concerned. So as much as you politic around and you organize your squad, you must know that it goes beyond that scene. It affects each and every category of people on this land, including your own people. So I would like to urge that there should be caution in terms of activities and in terms of verbal, verbal output. So it's a good thing from the Kalenjin elders, and I just want to say that they are playing very good politics. Maybe they've like my other panelist had opined, they've read the nature of things, and they are like it's not very definite that their man would clinch this seat. So they want to be in to place the community in a way that it's not hated. And that is a very responsible way of looking out at things. So I think the apology should be welcomed. Coming into Kalonzo, that is where I have a lot of issues. I watched briefly their meeting today, and I'm just alarmed at the kind of arrogance and chest thumping they are jumping into this coalition. They should realize that it is a house that is not being built right now. The foundation had been laid. Perhaps the work had gone up to the lintel. The only thing that is remaining, perhaps even the roofs had been set, maybe just the finishing. You know, so they should come and first of all ask, where is the sitting room? Where is this, the bedroom? And where is this? They should not come like they just found some goats. So they are human beings, kuja kuwapanga, and they're making some unnecessary demands. Yes, Kalonzo Musyoka qualifies to be the DP, qualifies even to be the president. But again, there are other people around. There are also other people around with the same ambitions, and more so, where we want Kenya to be. So I would just want to urge the Wiper Party that away from Kalonzo and away from the other thing that they added into the AZIMIO name, One Kenya or what, you see, I think they should spare us this activity of leaving the main target, why we are coming together, and that is to save this country and you know, coalesce it under the leadership of Raila Amolo Odinga. So they want us to actually leave our main target and concentrate on the non-issues, the running mates. So that is a very wrong thing. I was even surprised, and this one I may show my reservation when the president insisted so much with Kalonzo joining AZIMIO. Yes, we were so happy when he joined. Yes, but coming to speak seriously, I think Kalonzo Musyoka and Wiper as a party is over evaluating themselves, overvaluing their roles in the AZIMIO. As far as I'm concerned, that is my own personal opinion. And therefore, when you put the other parties, which will come to form my next, input, and Kalonzo as with Wiper, there is no big gain or gain that Kalonzo is bringing that those people were not bringing initially, being that they are governors. They have counties under them, and by the way, the mere fact that they became governors and they are from other parties and not Wiper is another general indication that actually Wiper as a party is exaggerated. Otherwise, we would be having all those governors under Wiper. So I think they should come slowly. Yes, AZIMIO is willing to accommodate them, but they should not take themselves like they are bringing. They are now the ones who are coming to show people the light, the direction of things, where things should go. We will say no. We knew where we were going even before we began. So Kalonzo with Wiper come slowly and consult and ask questions. How should we go about this? Not you coming with your demand. And then I really hate their media, their love with media. Even trivial issues, they jump to the media to escalate issues that have not been, decided. If people with good intentions, you go to the closed room first. You talk about them until the last minute. So this idea of them running to the media every other time, please, they should stop. So that Cleophas Malala syndrome, we don't want it in Azimio. Cleophas Malala syndrome, the William Ruto Jubilee syndrome, we don't want them in Azimio. And that is where Kalonzo with his people are dragging us into. We are past those stages. So they should go back to the drawing board and see how they can relate well. We are not there to fight anyone. We have a target that we are targeting. So firefighting within the house, we should do everything possible to prevent them from happening, especially at this moment when we are preoccupied with solving more major issues like nominations. So I will also touch something on nomination. Bernard, if you can remember, even from the inception, I said that with many people, many parties joining Azimio, there will be a nightmare on nomination. Many other people, some people dismissed me here, but it's now turning to a reality. If it is not handled carefully, maybe some people will go away, but I think what is going to happen, if today we said we accommodate other parties without negotiations, let democracy prevail, every other party to come and offer their candidates for participation, my friend, UDA will pitia katikati. And by the time we realize more than 3/4 of the seats shall have gone to the other side. And you can imagine, even if Raila won the presidency and William Ruto has those numbers of seats in those houses, it will be wrong. Finally, the other parties and their demands, they are demanding for renegotiation. I think the issue of renegotiation should not arise, but what I wanted or what I would feel is that they should ask for meetings with Azimio partners. They go and thrash out these things, how they can carry out this the order on how they are approaching the nomination and the election from in-house. I think it does not come to the renegotiation. That is such a strong word, or involves it sounds alarm. I think we are members of the same house. We just sit and come up with the designs that suits regions and suits the nation in general, whereby we are not going to lose in terms of the number of seats and at the same time in number of the presidency. So and I think that one is emerging because of the same wiper thing. When they came in, wiper and then OCA principles, when they came in, you realize that they've occupied the front seats. Martha Karua on this other side and Kalonzo Musyoka on the right of Mr. Raila Odinga. I think this is what is bringing issues. So as opposed to those the previous scenario whereby Alfred Mutua would be there, Charity Ngilu would also be there very actively, and members of DAP also would involve themselves. And that is the kind of Azimio we want. We want everyone to be engaged. And these people they are grown-ups. Let us not have each and everything coming to the media unless there is no room for talks already as a Azimio coalition. Let them thrash those things from within before they come with them outside. And I think the issue that Mutua was addressing is quite genuine. The DAP and those other guys, they are quite genuine. Raila Odinga should sit them down and discuss these things in advance. Finally, Raila meeting the oil stakeholders. I wanted to, touch something on that. I think I'm yet to know who called the meeting. Was it the stakeholders who came together and then called the former prime minister, or the former prime minister called them? All in all, it is another indication of the direction of things. And the person who can only come and sort out the issues of this country is only Raila Amolo Odinga. Soberly, you go sit down. Where is the problem? How can we sort out this? And I'm very sure the solution will come out of that. Rather than going to calling a press statement and backing at the government, and then you go back without offering solution, like the Kenya Kwanza did last time. That was just backing, and it has achieved nothing. It is more or less like inciting people, please go pick your motorbikes from the police station. Quite irresponsible statements. So this was a very sober meeting today that we saw. We hope that important solutions, and not just for now, but even for posterity, would come from such a meetings. Asante Bernard.
Okay, asante bwana WG, nashukuru kwa maoni yako. Nani huyu kabla ni I dive into the Kalonzo trouble? Who is this? There is our Fuller. There is Richard Wafula. He said I should look for Patriot. We cannot afford to lose him. We did not lose Patriot. If you need to meet Patriot or to talk to Patriot, we can always link you to him and you talk out. People come on this platform out of their free will. We don't solicit anybody or recruit anybody. We share the link, and whoever is willing, he comes on the platform and shares their view. We don't have that prearranged arrangement for people to be on the studio, except we are doing a special show. There was Nasimiyu was talking about highlighting the issues of our sisters in Saudi. We are looking into it. If you people can volunteer, we host a special show for you people to air what is happening in Saudi, and then probably we'll be able to get that to the concerned parties to step in and help, the better. But you need to inbox so that we make a pre-arrangement for us to arrange a special show for that particular aspect. The best we can do is highlight the issue and then hope that the government concerned parties will get the information and be able to respond appropriately. WG, you brought in the issue of Kalonzo, and I want to bring that before nilete mzee atuambie vile anaona kulingana vile ameketi chini ya mti. But Kalonzo is using AZIMIO to fight his own backyard wars. That's what needs to be put between his eyes and on his nose. He should not drag AZIMIO into his backyard wars. If he's small at home, let him grow bigger and go and subdue the people in his backyard. If he cannot subdue them, he should accept that he has equal partners in his backyard. And when they come to AZIMIO, he's not coming as their boss. He's not coming as their principal. He's coming as one of the parties that form up AZIMIO. He did not come to AZIMIO to be running mate or to belittle Ngilu, to belittle Mutua, or to belittle the other people who are already in Azimio. Let Kalonzo keep his politics of manipulation in the past. We are in the present where everybody is respected and you don't have to play the big man anymore. Not in the current Kenya. So story ya Kalonzo kuja kutumia Azimio kupigana na kina Mtua na hao wengine, aache hiyo tabia mara moja. Hata kama yeye ni muhimu katika Azimio, Azimio hatutaki mizigo. Okay? If you're coming to be a burden, please, we will lay you aside. Hebrews chapter 12 and verse 1. Okay? Let's do what? Lay aside every weight and every sin that easily beset us, that we may run with patience the race that is set before us. We have a race to run. We can't carry luggage along. Hiyo ndio maoni yangu. Kalonzo aambiwe ukweli. Hii story ya kubeba Kalonzo hivi, pembeleza Kalonzo hivi, tekeleza Kalonzo hivi, mpaka lini? Mpaka lini? Yeye amekuwa na 5 years ya kuprove kwamba yeye ni kingpin wa Ukambani. Kama yeye vijana wake wamekomaa, kila mtu amejenga nyumba yake, wako na familia mpya, akubali amezeeka, ana wajukuu, basi aanze kujibeba kama babu. Sio story ya kuendelea kuwa mbabe wakati ako threatened nyumbani, alafu anakuja on the national platform kutumia Azimio ili apunguze umaarufu na ukubwa wa wale ambao wanamchallenge nyumbani. Domestic issues to be dealt with domestically, not on the national platform. Thank you. Bwana Kasuti.
That is in order.
Unless WG una la kusema.
Yeah, I just wanted to concur with you. That is very much in order. And you see now, he's at this moment, if he looks around, no party within Azimio has been retreating to go and issue statements as a party. People have one spirit. And the only person that matters now is Raila Odinga's presidency. Any other person, let us put it very clearly to Kalonzo Musyoka, the other seats are strategic. We put them strategically. If we will find that it is Kalonzo who can play that role well after the election, or to give us the numbers to win this election, we will choose him. If there is any other person, that seat must not be attached to anyone. It should be go open, even to Oparanya, even to Joho in Mombasa. That is the spirit we want to inculcate in this Azimio as per the moment. The only person who has claimed that is Raila Odinga.
Thank you. Kasuti, karibu.
Yes, to my brothers who are Christians, let me say that happy Easter in advance, because it's around the corner. To my step brothers, Muslim, Ramadan Karim and Salam Alaikum. So let me begin here. WG, I know very well that you have brought these issues of Kalonzo into play, but let me tell you something. I opined here in this platform once upon a time that when Baba is sitting at Upper Hill, he sees far more than Kalonzo climbing at KICC. Remember, which kind of scenario Kalonzo joined AZIMIO? AZIMIO, it is a place whereby everybody is somebody. That is the spirit of AZIMIO, whereby the Bible says that count your brother as a more valuable or important more than you. So everybody is somebody. We don't mean anybody. And there is no way you can come and you want to you lay your conditions, you want to subdue people unto your faith. No, this is a different kingdom. It's no longer NASA kingdom that you will come with the threats, blah, blah, blah. In fact, the strategy that was used there long before in NASA, it is no longer the strategy that is being used now in AZIMIO. AZIMIO is very different, and his operation is totally different with NASA. Why? Love, peace, unity, faithfulness, honesty. These are the principles that is working behind AZIMIO. And do you know Kalonzo, who brought Kalonzo in AZIMIO? Not Baba. So he knew in the back of his mind, if I make that mistake to bring Kalonzo in AZIMIO, I myself as a Raila Amolo Odinga, I will be putting a thorn into my flesh, whereby I'll not be able to bear to live with it. That's why the person who brings Kalonzo in AZIMIO is President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta through Jubilee. So if there is any negotiation about running mates, if you ward, which ward, they have, first of all, they have to square with President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta first. Now they come and deal with Baba here. Are you getting the point? And you cannot tell me that Baba will be so foolish, whereby you wake up early in the morning and then you call press conference and then you say that, yeah, I must arrange myself. I must defend myself. I must prepare myself in 2027. I must mobilize people to get more seats so that when somebody betrays me, I will be able to impeach him. In which country? Hiyo ulisikia wapi? Ifanyike kwa nani? So those hizo zote it's just blasphemy. And yeye ako tu pale hapo katikati na wengine is equal to by the way, do you know Kalonzo cannot stand for himself? Saya ananing'inia mali Baba ako, he write on the kwa koti ya Baba ndio aonekane ya kwamba ako na influence, he can pull a crowd or he can pull people. Are you getting the point? The only person who is ule tunaweza weka kwa level ya Baba aite mkutano yake peke yake bila kusaidiwa na mtu mwingine is only one gentleman called Natembeya, incoming governor in Trans Nzoia. That is the only man right now in AZIMIO we can compare with Baba. Akisema tu kesho tunakutana mahali fulani na ukose mpaka mahali watu wakose mahali pa kusimama, is that only man? Lakini achia Kalonzo mwambie, hebu nenda hivi, Baba enda hivi, mwingine aende hivi, mwingine aende hivi. My friend, you will be surprised. Maybe he will not be able to marshal even kwa sababu kitu cha kwanza, Wiper is not a national party. It's not a national party, whereby Jubilee it's a national party, whereby utapata mbunge wapi, utapata wapi. Unaona hiyo picha yenye ilikuwa the real Jubilee, it is there and Jubilee is riding on that one, whereby uwezi ukaiondoa. Lakini tukianza kuulizana mambo na Wiper, ukiambia mtu uko mwisho wa dunia ya uko Uganda, useme ati mimi nasimama hapa ama nakuja na Wiper ama Kalonzo anakuja hapa, ni nani atapodha kuja kusikiza huyo Kalonzo? Nobody will pay attention because they don't know him. They don't know him completely. Ebu enda huko kwa Matakwei, huko Pungoma, huko kwa Matakwei, uulize Kalonzo ni nani? Who knows him? Nobody. But when ukitaja jina ya Baba, definitely you will be surprised.
Kalonzo amekuwa running mate ya Baba.
No. To be a running mate, it doesn't give you audacity or authority to come and start rearranging people when you have find already nyumba ishajengwa, imepangwa, mesa.
Hapo ndio kuna dosari. lakini kwa Kalonzo mwenyewe kama kujulikana ama kuonekana, ameonekana. Kuja kupangua kile ambacho kishapangwa, hapo ndio kuna kosa, na tuite kosa, tusitafute mtu akwe ndio kosa. Asante.
Ben na wewe ngoja kwanza.
Hajamaliza Kasuti, hajamaliza, mtapewa nafasi.
Hoja nikwambie ndugu yangu Bernard, niko na uhakika saa hii, chukua simu, pika huko kwenu, huko Ushago, ukiuliza jina Kalonzo, ili mtu akumbuke Kalonzo, atasema ule alikuwa running mate wa baba. Kuondoa jina la baba, nobody knows Kalonzo. If you want Kalonzo to be recognized, lazima we invoke the name Baba. It's the same way in yellow fever scenario or structure, yellow fever structure right now, minus RUTO, anaitwanga nani sijui Samoia RUTO, minus that name, all this cabal, wale watu nawaona surrounding, even hawawezi wakahost watu, hawezi wakaita.
Usimuite Samoei, hiyo si jina yake. Usimuite Samoei.
Anaitwa
Kasuti, ati Samuel yao.
Samoio ama Samoio.
Aliba hiyo jina.
Jina yake tafadhali. Ita yeye.
I find it too difficult to understand his name because his name is complicated as his himself. So I think maybe wale watu wana subscribe huko watatuambia jina yake. So minus huyo, Tuma Wetangula, mwambie nenda huko mwisho wa Karisa, uite mkutano. Anwezi ngamia na punda ndio zitakuja hiyo mkutano. Nobody will turn out to come. Minus RUTO, Tuma huyo Musalia Mudavadi kule na Manga. Rally huko. My friend, hakuna mtu ataapia. So these people wanajua, ndio maana unaona wana hold tu. Wanang'ang'ania, wananing'inia kwa makoti ya mzee.
Bwana Kasuti, koti lako limekataa. Pole lakini. Muache koti la mzee tafadhali.
Koti la mzee bwana, hapana, koti la mzee waachane nalo kabisa. Nobody should supposed to kuning'inia pale bwana, hiyo hapana. Sasa nilikuwa nawaambia ule mtu tu tunaweza compare right now with ule mtu anaweza simama aamuke tu asubuhi, hata asitangaze, apitie tu na akuwe na ile crowd yenye at least kila media itafocus kwake. In Kenya right now it's only 2 people, 3 people. Huyu ni RUTO, huyu ni Raila Amolo Odinga, na huyu ni Natembea. The rest na Joho. Those four individuals, my friend, you have to watch them and watch their space. But as for okay, ule mtu ana make value, ana add value, perception value, yani adding value. Unaona? Ni only Martha Karua, because Martha Karua she's the only person, is the only party leader who hold a meeting before he joined Azimio, hold a meeting with Baba one-on-one, not Kalonzo. Do you know what they discussed on one-on-one meeting? You don't know. Kalonzo hold a meeting with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So if there is anything Kalonzo supposed to demand in Azimio, he must come through President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and then that is a dusted deal. Niliwaambia hii oka ilikuwa decoy. Yeye anakuja kufufua kitu yenye haiko kuwepo. Amelazimisha, amesukuma, okay, umemwambia ni jina tu. Okay, wacha tukuwekea hapo. Sasa tena unataka kuanza kuja na ujinga ingine hapo. My friend, kitamba kumbuki, atakumbuka kuchifunika wakati kutakuwa kumekucha. For the issues of Western is, we have taken care of it. Today I don't see kama kuna mtu sasa sahi kishaeleweka tunaenda wapi, tunatoka wapi, tunaelekea wapi. Equation of ugali na ukali sosa. Ukali na ukali sosa hiyo tushatoa kwa equation. So na huwezi ukapewa ukali sosa kama hujanunua. So lazima ununue ndio upewe ukali sosa. So hiyo ukali sosa tushamalizana nayo. Yeah, tuhitaji.
Sosa boys.
So Sosa boys. So as a Luya man,
Yes, kuanzia kwa ukali sosa ndio ninunueko.
Ukali.
Hiyo bwana, hiyo haiwezekani. Kabla upewe ukali sosa, ni lazima ununue. Na lazima ukule, upakishe mboka kitoko. Ukipakisha mboka kitoko basi itisha sosa. So already Mudavadi ametupwa chini ya basi kwa sababu gani? Ukiangalia Sakaja now already asharuka kutoka kwa ANC, anataka kukombea na UDA. What does that mean? Ukiangalia Halwale ashatupa nani huyo anaita Malala chini ya basi, ameruka huko akafanya hivi nini kinafanyika? Mudavadi is finished. His boss is out there to finish his interest. Inaitwangaje ile interest ya 2027. Mudavadi, he will be no more coming 2027. He will be finished completely. Kwa sababu there is no way unakuja kuniambia tunaweka huyu alafu natoa huyu alafu naweka huyu in order at the end of the day if these people win, si Mudavadi nyumbani kabisa completely, na tumsahau this time. Papa naye amezeeka, ana hiyo time ya kwenda kufutafuta Mudavadi, kumtoa kwa matope, anaosha yeye miguu, ni kama unaosha nguruwe. Yani Mudavadi kwa kama amekuwa na tabia mbaya chafu kama za nguruwe. Bado kidogo unachuja
wewe mzee, enda
pole unachukulia unaosha na kidogo unarudi tena kwa matope. Hali pengine penye pachashika matope, pereka huko, ingia huko kabisa na hiyo matope yako, tuone nani atakuosha.
Thank you.
I have a question, Bernard.
Ask.
I can see it's written there, indicated that William Ruto is taking 60% for UDA and giving 40% to ANC stroke Ford Kenya. So what happens to these other guys who are supporting the UDA, like Moses Kuria and the other people who are aspiring to support William Ruto's presidency? Does he assume that these guys are UDA, or there's no room for their parties?
Remember, he is the self-proclaimed kingpin of the mountain.
Of Central.
So, yeah, of Central. So he thinks he speaks for everybody in Central and every other place. Probably they are covered in the 60, or if he gives the Central people the deputy presidency, they should be satisfied with it and forget other things until further notice, of which, in my opinion, is not working. But what I could think of is that they have leaked this information to distract us from their boardroom deals, so that we'll be discussing this, but they have a better arithmetic on how they're going to share power. It can't be this, because this is already flawed from the word go, and is going to throw away the their most coveted and their most important constituents, and that is Central. So sioni kama hii is the real deal. This is the smoke screen. The fire is yet to show up, in my opinion. Kasuti Kavergaria.
Yeah. I just wanted to add something on concerning on that. Ebu uliza Nguru kuko hivi. When Jubilee government came, TNA and URB, when they came to power, the mountain voted 100%. But Pato tukona shaka, they didn't beat us. 2017, the mountain voted to the last man. They didn't beat us. Election was nullified. Take it to the bank. For chicken seller, chief hustler mwenyewe, Bwana Yesu asifiwe, original, assistant Jesus himself, for him to what? Him to be declared president of Kenya, he must get 100%. No. It's true.
Peana link unatafutwa na
Kasuti punguza hiyo chuki.
No,
Kasuti punguza hiyo chuki.
He's my brother in Christ. So he say Bwana Yesu asifiwe. I always say Bwana Yesu asifiwe, but in a different platform and on a different perspective, with a different purpose, with a different more. Are you getting the point? So he needs 100%, whereby Uhuru angekuwa saidi yake, alafu idara asasi zote za familia ya Jubilee singekuwa nyuma yake, angepenya. Lakini less than 100%, hata Yesu arudi, because he's the next to Jesus. I'm telling you, no way. No way. Hiyo, take it to the bank. Hata hatuhitaji kuumira hatuhitaji. But less than 100%, forget about it.
Douglas anasema rudia hiyo. Ile assistant Jesus.
Anaitwa mwenyewe chief hustler, chicken seller, the son of Sokoi, assistant Jesus himself. Huyo, Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Huyo.
Ni kama anaishi na Yesu Karen.
Sawa.
Najua Kipu atatupa mawe hapa. Najua Kipu atatupia mawe, lakini I'm ready.
Asante. Thank you. Guru, do you have a response to that before Kip comes?
Yes, Bernard. Yes?
Do you have a response to what Kasuti has said? Ama tusonge kwa Kim kwanza.
Can you repeat the specific? Because he has talked too much.
Kuhusu the mountain has not been able to beat us according to the suspicious previous elections. What chance does the chief? What chance has the chief chicken seller, assistant Jesus, Bwana asifiwe have?
If I get you are talking in the context of authenticity of the results. Kwamba there has been this underlying talk that there is some top-ups that are done. Pap. I think kuna kaukweli kidogo.
Nguru. Inaitwa algorithm method. algorithm
Sasa,
method.
you know, let me tell you guys, there's something you don't know. By the way, people think that elections, you just have to go and stuff the votes in the box. Election is a whole system. It's a whole process. Right now, you can imagine, even right from the registration of voters, that's where it starts. And one of the things that Mount Kenya did very well in 2017, especially, is to make sure they have mobilized every possible voter in the region. That, unfortunately, this time does not seem to have happened. Why? Because the persons who are very interested in the outcome of the next elections do not see the value of doing that this time, because the votes that are there and the inclination is such that these are not their voters. They are not bankable. So the amounts of money and the efforts and everything that was expended in 2017 was not done this time. Number two, you also discover that during the voting time, there are certain things that are also done for mobilization. I don't know whether you are aware the amount of money used to get people to the voting booths in Mount Kenya is so much, because money is mobilized, vehicles are hired to make sure and then you get agents per village to make sure every person is fed, even the elderly, the sickly, they are fed to the voting booth to vote. So this high voter turnout is not for nothing. But now again, this time, because that class of people do not see the value, I don't know whether Bwana Asifiwe has that kind of money to do those kind of things. And therefore, inevitably, the voting percentages turnout will have to go down. So how you also manage the voting process and the voting day does determine the outcome of general elections. And that is what has been happening in Central, that a lot of money is used, especially in mobilization of registration of voters, and then that vote is harnessed and delivered to the voting booths with a lot of resources used. You cannot imagine how many vehicles are hired on the voting day to go house to house, with agents making sure where the elderly are located. And who went to the hospital yesterday? Is he reachable? Is he reachable? Is he in a condition that you can get the person out of the hospital to go and vote and return him? So I don't know whether this is going to happen this time, and I don't see it happening, because the current political environment is that it's like people have been psyched against this class of people who have the resources to mobilize that kind of effort. Have I answered your question, Kasuti?
Thank
I
you,
hope
thank you.
so.
I think that is
Point taken, bro.
Asante sana kwa jibu lako, na mimi kila mtu anaelewa kile kinachoendelea, and there even the 6 million votes coming from the mountain has been a bone of contention, because it's alleged that there are like 2 to 3 million dead voters that are kept in the register to ensure that there is a top-up. When the top-up takes place, it doesn't exceed like that one for Kibaki of 2007. But thanks be to God that in 2022, all the dead voters are out of the register. We just want the living to go and decide. the dead have already decided enough. We want this time the living to decide who becomes president. Oh, Bwana Kip, karibu.
Habari zenu. I hope everybody's
Salama
well.
salama namna gani?
Mzuri Kip.
Yes. Fred, siwezi kukudharau kwa sababu you're saying exactly what I think, you know. I believe Ruto is a cult leader. I'm sorry to the older fellows. I know I might have spoken blasphemously. But there's nothing you can tell older people to change their mind, because for 4 years wameambiwa vitu, and to deprogram them from that. I'm really sorry I'm speaking like this, but I believe it's my belief. Mumeumizwa, mmedanganywa sana, and it's very hard to change your minds. As for flavor, I'm sorry if background haiko leo. Baba usually protects me from bad comments. Amepotea leo, but it's because I'm using my mobile phone, so pole sana. Now, I wanted to start with back in the day with what vice president, now deputy president, used to be. Deputy president is just a glorified PA for the president. The only time that we should take him seriously is when the president is incapacity. Yeah, you know what I'm trying to say, or the president is out of the. Yes, thank you. Or the president is out of the country and he takes over, and that continues. So back in the day, you know, you guys do not know what Moi did to the vice president. Nani, what was his name? Masai vice president, the late Saitoti. Mjamaa aliachwa in the middle of the road. Yeah, he was fired on the spot. Na akaachwa in the middle of the road. Na Moi, when Biwott said, "We're done with him," you see what happened? Moi asked a question. So, what if anything happens to me? Who will take over? Kalonzo Saitoti akajitolea akasema, "I'll take care of the country. I'll be the guy who will come and take in charge." Nini. And it sounds like a great thing. I'm the man to do it. I'll help you to take care of the country. You want just sema pana baba wewe umetosha. Huyu mtu mwingine sijui anasema nini. On the way back from the Rift Valley coming back to Nairobi, mjamaa aliachwa in the middle of the roof, in the middle of the forest, aliachwa tu huko tu. He was fired in the middle. I think you'll find that story somewhere in the archives. So that is the day when vice president, and I think we need to bring it back. But vice president should not be as powerful as this fellow, because ametutataza bana, ametusumbua sana. For the first time, I saw Ruto acting like a vice president. Forget about the tonality. Forget about how he said it in the press. If you saw the message he was saying as the IBEC chairman, just imagine a scenario whereby he's saying that behind closed doors, just behind closed doors, he's trying to find the solutions the way somebody actually told him to say those words. It made a lot of sense. Forget about the person who's sending the message, about bills that have not gone down to county governments, about county governments over-inflating their tenders and stuff like that. It makes a lot of sense. And if he did that behind the curtains, as he should have done, started negotiating for more money for managing the counties as being the chairman, other than the Senate, he's the man who's in charge of counties, he's the chairman. So he should be taking out, you should hear him already be the man that corrupt governors should be afraid of. Because as IBEC, you should say, yep, he should be the one who should have initiated Babayao, Sonko, and all these guys to be impeached. He should have been the one who initiated it, because that is his responsibility. As for Starbeck, hapo ndio nikasema wewe unaongea, there are two things involved here. Wewe uko na conflict of interest. First of all, you're one of those companies that is hoarding the mafuta for the people. And then the second issue is you've got insider information. Unakuja hapo unatuambia vitu umeambiwa hapo as a cabinet member of the Jubilee government. Unakuja unatuambia ati sijui kuna 34 billion. The man knew the exact amount. 2 hours later, that's when you see that Uhuru is doing an executive signing for supplementary budget for this, and you're like, hold on a second, are you playing games with us? Because you can't tell me that you pressurized Uhuru in 2 hours to do those things. You've got to be serious, honestly speaking, Mr. Ruto. Anyway, that's besides the point. The second thing I wanted to talk about is I want to thank people from my community, the Council of Elders, which is very different from the Talai. Council of Elders walikuja wakakutana wakasema hatutaki mambo, na wazee wakiongea vijana lazima tusikie. We do not want a repeat of election violence. Tufanye hivi tu pole pole. I mean, we can debate these things. Hata tunaweza tusiana, it's okay. I mean, it's words. I don't care. You can say anything to me. But when it comes to violence, I don't care if you call our dear leader Raila, we continue doing that. It's your own prerogative. But don't touch that old one. And Uhuru said something very that touched my heart, and it made a lot of sense. Huo mtu angeumizwa kweli, kusema ukweli, huo mtu angeumizwa. The country will be on fire. Yeah, Ruto has supporters, but Raila has followers. People love that man. And if that man gets hurt, our country will be on fire. And I'm not doing it as a threat. It's just a fact. That man is a beloved man. He worked hard for himself to gain the trust of the people from all over the country. Even Rift Valley, kuna wazee huko Rift Valley wanampenda mtu sana. And we were the people who used to say, Baba Tosha. We supported him with Ruto back in the day. And there are old people that still love this man to date. There are clips of old people saying, you know our famous guy, Walikula. Those are the people who love it. And those are our leaders. Those are our elders, you know. So young people from Rift Valley, tafadhalini, mwache mambo ya violence. Munapewa 50 bob. I know I'm saying I sound condescending, but 50 bob to almost take somebody's life, it's absolutely useless. And I think you've wasted 20 years of your life, because this is attempted murder, honestly speaking, because helicopter is not a joke. Ukiangusha ndege ni hivyo. This is what happened to our late dear Vice President, what's his name? Sorry. His helicopter fell down. Sorry?
Saitoti?
Saitoti, yeah. And he was my neighbor. He used to live in Lavington. His helicopter fell and his life was gone. You've seen the famous basketball player, Kobe Bryant. His helicopter, gone. And you're throwing this to a national leader. This guy is loved everywhere. Tafadhali, muchunge huo mjama. And that comes to another point. We need more security for this. You know, in the US, immediately you're a presidential candidate, the Secret Service is assigned to you. Immediately. When you're there, unaingizwa hivyo, and your life is protected, because we need to take care of these people. The amount of influence these people have, it's just too much. I'm sure Rift Valley will be on fire if anything happens to Ruto. So we have to be very careful about that. Nataka tu watu nawaomba, naona hawa 17 people maisha yao imeisha, because the guys who ordered it, watapenya tu. But then these young fellows, maisha yao imeisha. 20 years in prison, my friend. Tutatoka umekonda. Some of you will come out with disease. Prisons in Kenya are not a joke. As for Kalonzo himself, tafadhali Kalonzo, wachana na Azimio. Kalonzo is coming to bring things here that the politics that is unnecessary. He had 5 years to build Wiper. He had 5 years to have Wiper in Nyanza. He had 5 years to have Wiper in Nairobi. He had 5 years to have Wiper in Coast. All these places. Hata ukisikia 1 or 2 MPs around huko northeastern ama nini. No. He had time to build his party like Raila. Yeah. Or RUTO. Hata muangalie RUTO. RUTO has built his party for the last 4 years. Alafu unakuja hapo wewe ni tu boardroom meetings, alafu unasumbua other people who were there before you. You know, you unakuja kuvuruga nyumba yenye ishajengwa. Why? But anyway, I see him getting it because the coalition submission is agreement is over.
No. Hey, keep.
Sorry.
Withdraw that one. You are not
Which
seeing
one?
him getting. I'm telling you. He
Okay,
cannot
I withdraw
unless
it.
he
No,
can-
it's a question. It was a question, Kasuti.
Fred,
he
you're out
cannot
of
get
order.
it.
Who cannot get what?
No.
Kalonzo.
Well,
Kalonzo.
Kalonzo
is saying,
kama mzee.
he's saying, I can see Kalonzo getting it after all. He cannot get it. He can't.
Get what? What is this that you're denying Kalonzo?
Ben, hata wewe ulisema Kalonzo atakuwa running mate. That one no.
It's done. My friends,
Atakuwa
it's
running
done.
mate wa nani? Nilisema alikuwa running mate. Sikusema atakuwa running mate.
Labda Museveni yuko Uganda.
Maswala ya 2022 ni tofauti na 2017 na 2013. Sababu mzee huwa anawachapa kila wakati ni kwa sababu anajua kila siasa inachorwa kwa karatasi mpya. Hauchori siasa kwa karatasi ya mzee. Ndio 2013 ilikuwa code, 2017 ikakuwa NASA, saini Azimio. New paper for new move. So that you have the liberty of writing new people and incorporating the old ones. Lakini ukitumia the old paper to write the new politics, that's where you get trapped. UDA is trapped right now because they used the 2017 slide for Jubilee to propagate their 2022 projection, and that's why they can't move anywhere. They are limited. They can't add anything. They can't remove anything. Now, whatever they have been sowing for 4 years, it can't work. It has been uprooted. They can't plant back. Terrible. So ukienda shule ya siasa, jifunze kutoka kwa baba. Every time, start on a new slide. Stop adjusting your slide. Usongeshe hivi, ukalishe mtu hapa. Usongeshe hivi, ukalishe mtu hapa. It will soon be over. Na utakunjwa hivi, utupwe. That's what is happening around.
Bernard, I
Yes.
think just shortly,
Goja nimalize submission
I would
alafu
be cautious.
mtakuja.
Just shortly keep before I give you.
WG ngoja nyinyi mnachukua muda ya kipi. Hata mimi nimechukua sana. Naomba msamaha. Keep karibu.
No. Ben, Fred alikuwa anasimama on point of order.
Which Fred apana it did not
No.
You know, you people, you have begun to run this show by default. Unainua mkono, unatingiza kitole, ukionekana utapewa ruhusa ya kuongea. Sio mwanza kuongea kila mahali, kila mtu anaongea. Hiyo sasa umeanza kuharibu. Keep, we are back to you. Thank you.
Ntarudia mambo ya Kalonzo ya mwisho alafu mtakuja submit. Anyway, me it's just rumors because submission imeisha. Submission for coalition imeisha. Mutaingia hiyo story nikimaliza submission because I believe he's in. Sorry for ikiwasha mtu sahi pole. So anyway, Kalonzo aache mambo, and if it's true that he's in, we have to watch him because my belief he's a RUTO in the making because anataka, he wants this presidency so hard that we have to watch this man because hao watu ndio wanavuruganga nyumba yenye imejenga. But you have to hand it to him, by the way, to be a great leader in politics. You have to have some form of narcissism. You have to have some form of selfishness. Even Raila has a form of it. You have to be like the man who's big, you know. You have to, you know how stubborn Raila is. Aliambiwa asiende huko na anaenda, because it is a trait of a leader. There has to be a sense. Even Obama was like that. All these people are like that. So you njeneza patia Kalonzo points for. That's the only thing I want to put points for Kalonzo. Now I want to jump into my final submission for this is politics for Kisii and Western. Western for many years tumekuwa na shida nao, and my reasoning, please, Kasuti na Bernard musini sacrifice, I believe is because people have always assumed and locking down these two communities, the Bukusus and Maragolis, muneko pamoja, and you're different clans, and it's not good to do that. You know, you can't just lock people up together. And now, as regionally or county-wise or sub-county-wise, mmekuja to understand that there are things that are done in Western and Luya land that is up to you guys to make your decisions. There's no Kupangwa. Even ODM knows that. Hata DAP ikakuja hivi inajua sasa kuna hii ni place ya ODM, wachana nayo, leave it alone. And that's how it should be. And it's the same, and this is what you need to learn about the Kisii side now. Leave them to do their nominations the way they want. You know, it's like tukifuata hii mambo ya kufuata map ya wazungu vile wanafanya nominations. We are very different. We're Africans. There are different regions with different needs. If nominations are needed to the ground, it's very important that we follow what the people of that area do. That hii mambo ya kusema ati kwa sababu wazungu wanafanyanga hivi tutafanya hivyo, hapana. Kama Kisii wamesema this is how we want to work. We work with clans. Wachana nao. Let them choose their leaders the way they want. Because, you know, sometimes, you know, unaona hawa watu wa ground kama hii mambo ya MCAs. Yo, wachia hawa, please leave it alone. Don't mess with it. Kama umepick mtu from ground, wachana nayo. Kwa sababu that is sometimes, you know, some ambitions of these people are some of these people are very short-lived. Yo MCA anataka na it's do or die, and it's kwisha kwake. So leave it alone. Wacha wafanye mambo yao. Don't interfere with politics of regions. Then you'll come and have respect of areas. Then utasikia hiyo ndio stronghold ya ODM, ama hiyo ni stronghold ya Wiper, whatever it is. Unajua kuna places mnapenda kupangwa. So wachana, wenye wanataka kupangwa tutawapanga. You know? So leave it like that. Yeah, that is what I saw during this week. And I hope I've not spoken too much, and I hope sijagongwa sana kwa comments, because usually nagongwa. Thank you.
Okay, asante Ki. Angwin.
Yes, Mr. Bernard.
Ni swali ama mchango?
In mchango, actually, I want to add on what Nani Mr. Keeper said.
Half a minute. Tunasonga
okay,
mbio sana.
thank you. Hadi jamini kama huyu Kip, labda atuambie jina yake yote ndio niamini kama niye ameongea hayo maneno.
Wewe ni mgeni, unajua mimi nakuanga hapa.
But anyway, that is fine. I'm happy to see kuna watu hii Kenya wamefunguka kiakili. I've interacted with most people from your nini wenye wanaanza na hiyo jina yako. Actually, most of those people ni kama akili yao imefungwa actually. So tukiingia kwa hiyo mambo ya Kisii, umesema Kisii politics actually umeongelea hapo sana, and that is where you have got my interest. This guy, huyu kijana mwenye mnaita RUTO pale, this guy is very, very, very dangerous for this country. And I can tell you, I can make all mistakes in life. Except one mistake, I better go to committee other than casting my vote for the guy. The other time 2017 in Nyamira, huo ndio mchezo alitufanyia. Sai Nyamira governor angetoka from Kitutu. Lakini this guy divide and rule. Alikuwa anataka kuweka watu wake kila mahali. He ended up spoiling the party for people. Imagine two people from the same nini constituency na anawagonganisha. Uhuru ako na mtu wake ni Jubilee na yeye ako hapa na mtu wake na URP. You know, this kind of nonsense yenye anataka kuleta sahi. Mange amechanganyikiwa. The guy came from US the other day. Sasa ameanza kuleta hizo policies. Matoke is from US the other day. Wameleta the same policies. Wanataka kuunganisha hiyo nini siasa ya nini ya Kisii. Why can't you allow people? The people of Kisii ni watu wako na akili. Give them freedom. At the end of the day, kama mtu alikuwa achaguliwe ni wa hii ya nini ya Mudavadi, atachaguliwa. And at the end of the day, kama hakuwa apate kitu, absolutely the person will end up getting nothing actually. So give us freedom, we do what we want. Look at what nini a political institution in this country known as Raila Amolo Odinga is doing. That is what I want us to do, guys. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
What's wrong with Matoke coming from the US?
Hold on, Alex.
No, what's wrong with Matoke coming from US?
Kwanza tunataka kuona sura yako. Toa sura yako tuone.
What is wrong with Matoke coming from US? That's a very blank statement.
We don't have problem with that. Matoke.
So please don't do that. Story ni kupangwa, sio story na kutoka US.
Yeah, so you should withdraw his statement.
All the way from US
has nothing to do with you.
All the way from US kuja kupangwa.
So what's wrong? Watu wanatoka hata mbinguni wanapangwa.
No. Kuja kupangwa.
WG?
Yeah.
Everybody keep your mic mute.
There's something I wanted to correct when Kip was contributing. The guys who are saying that Kalonzo Musyoka for DP is no, I tend to think that they are wrong. Like what I had mentioned is that it's strategic. Anybody, including Kalonzo Musyoka, should be eligible. He is eligible. When the coalition sees that he's the right guy, both in terms of winning the presidency or putting this country back to where we want it to be. If they think it is Kalonzo Musyoka, then we have no beef with him getting there. He's one of us. It's only that the way he is doing things that we feel is not very much in order. Otherwise, Kalonzo Musyoka is perfectly okay. That is the only thing I wanted to add.
Okay, thank you, WG. And every Kenyan of sound mind and of right age is eligible. Thank you. So that thing is not a reserve of anybody. But at the end of the day, we also shouldn't get it by manipulation. You shouldn't manipulate us to give it to you. Wewe jilete soko, turuhusu tuchague kile tunataka kununua. Usiseme ni lazima tununue hiki. Hela ni zetu, Kenya ni yetu, lazima tuamue uongozi wake. Sio wewe kujipendekeza alafu na tulazimisha tusichague mtu mwingine isipokuwa wewe. Hakuna haja ya uchaguzi kama ni lazima akuwe wewe. All the same, but at the end of the day, like I said, the running mate is the decision of the person running for presidency. It is not even the decision of the running mate. It's the decision of the person running for presidency to select who can run along with him. That's what I get from the constitution and the other natural laws. So wewe kujipendekeza, it even disqualifies you in the first place, because ni mimi naamua I can run with it so and so because we have a goal, we need to achieve this. But wewe kuja usema ni lazima ukue. At the end of the day, you are going to end up being William RUTO in office, but doing your own thing. Let's build the nation. You say, no, I'm being elected. I have ambition. I must become. None ananistopisha. Nobody can. No, we don't need another war between the president and his deputy for another 5 years. We don't have that luxury of time. So anybody accepting to be assistant, he should be second and satisfied. If you're not satisfied being second, kaa kando. Enda utafute number one ukiwa nje. Sio uingie ndani alafu unaanza kutafuta kuwa number 1 na uliingia kama number 2. Kaa number 2, tosheka na number 2 mpaka ile time utatoka kwa ofisi as number 2, then come to Kenya and ask them, now nimekuwa number 2, mnawezako kunifanyako number 1? Sio ukiwa number 2 umeacha number 2 wewe unatafuta number 1 ukitumia number 2. Asante lakini bwana no, nataka tuende kwa Murunga. Nyi watu. Yes, keep.
It's just half a second. Nikusema, I do not trust Kalonzo because he's bringing Sonko. That is it. How do you bring Sonko?
Sorry. If you have studied one personality called Kalonzo Musyoka from as early as when he was introduced in politics under KANU, okay? He has always ended up where he ended up through this manipulation process. It's like his second nature if you've studied personality. Sio mtu ambaye atakuja kutafuta mahali. I don't want to maybe I'll get time to explain it chronologically on how he has ascended in those positions through manipulation. Hajacheza siasa ingine yote ya kuwa kwamba yeye ni bora ama nini. It has to be cutting somebody to get a place, or outshining somebody to get a place, or maneuvering around the leader to get a place. That has been his style and he will not change. But bwana, hiyo mkono imeinuliwa ama inasalimia? Murunga, come in please. Bwana Murunga, come in.
Good evening. Good evening, Bernard. Good evening, the rest of you.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Yes, habari ya masiku.
Salama.
Now, Bernard, there are a number of issues I want to talk about, but let me start straight from the point of the deputy presidency. I think there is a problem, and especially when we look at our current constitution, there's a gap. And this gap is the reason why we have non-performing deputy presidents. Hawa watu kwa kweli hawana kazi. The deputy president has no job to do. Huyu mtu wako tu. I remember like the vice president those days had some ministry of hii mambo ya prison that they were actually taking
Home
care
affairs.
of. The home affairs, yes. But this current one, hakuna kitu, these guys are just there. They now think they are equal to the president. And that's why we need to revisit our constitution and ensure that the deputy president has some work to do from morning to evening. Kama tufanyi namna hiyo, hata yule mwatakuja baada ya William Ruto atakuwa tu nisumbua. So we need to do something about it. Secondly, I've heard people talking about Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka, to me, I see he is misbehaving. And why I'm saying this is because he is guided by the people who have no standing at all in society. You can imagine people of questionable character like Sonko now pushing him kusema ya kwamba he must be the deputy president. Let me tell you this today, that if we settle on Kalonzo Musyoka as the deputy president, then we lose the votes. Actually, we're talking about the undecided votes in central Kenya, and the votes of course that are coming in with the ones that we were expecting from the central Kenya, because we still need about 30% of the central Kenya vote for us to win the presidency. Hii kitu tusidanganyane. Kalonzo Musyoka is bringing in his votes, na yeye akuje akiwa ametulia, ajue ya kwamba he has something, because BBI is not yet dead. BBI is coming back. And if I am asked, I would actually prefer going for the BBI than kungoja hii deputy president, kuwa appointed deputy president, because BBI comes in with more portfolios that are going to be given to people who are actually aligned to Azimio la Umoja. So watu waache maneno mingi. That is all. What we need is to ensure that we bring all these votes together by way of uwiano na umoja. What we are seeing today is not right, because we have seen Kalonzo Musyoka came in, out goes Kina Mutua, and they know they feel like they've been isolated. I agree with them. I agree with the sentiment they issued today, but it's not right. So we need Raila Odinga to come up with immediate mechanism to ensure that he is able to bring these people back to the fold, so that we come up, we actually build Azimio as one united family. As it stands now, we are not in order. Umesikia maneno Bernard? Now, on the issue of Western region, nimeona watu wa DAPK pia walikuwa na mambo ya manunguniko na hiyo mambo ya Western, hiyo najua Bernard uko kwa uwezo, kuna nafasi mwafaka ya kuweza kuelezea mzuri. We said this before that Western Kenya should be it should be this way. Yeah? We said that Azimio in Western Kenya has two parties that are popular. We're talking about ODM and DAPK. And DAPK, we said, is going to be presenting candidates for two regions, two counties. That is the Trans Nzoia County and the Bungoma County. Then the other counties like Kakamega, Vihiga, and Busia are left to the ODM party. Though there may be a few constituencies in Kakamega County that who actually be actually aligning themselves with DAPK, like that is like this constituency. Baada hii constituency ya Kibunguchi, end of Kibunguchi. I think that's wow.
Sorry, Murunga?
Lugari.
Yes, I'm saying the Lugari constituency. Because that constituency, when you look, that's a cosmopolitan region, and also the majority of the voters around there are people that I feel, they are loyal, yes, but I feel they also aligning themselves with DAPK. So that's what we need to do. We need to let DAPK take control of that constituency and the rest of the constituencies in Trans Nzoia and Bungoma County. That is when we will be able to take control of Western Kenya as a whole. If we don't do that, hii watu na pia kitu kingine, I've seen a number of parties within Azimio also fielding candidates. Naona like Nambale constituency, I've seen mpaka Wiper wako na candidates. These are the reasons why we lost so many seats. I saw it in the Teso, the two South Teso and North Teso constituencies. I've seen like 10 or 12 parties presenting candidates in Azimio. So how do you win the seat? We need to let the parties that are popular within a particular region to field candidates, so that we win the seats that are meant for us. If we don't do that, then William Ruto is going to take control of parliament, whereas we run, we vote in the president without the members of parliament. I don't think that's what we want. So mimi sina mengi ya kusema leo, uchovu ni mwingi, nitaacha nyinyi mwendelee kuchangia, but I will be following. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Bwana Murunga, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Ni muhimu wasia wako umefikia wahusika. And let's also appreciate the fact that it's very difficult to balance different interests at different times. So some cases, you just have to let the boys fight it out. others utawapanga wale ambao wanakubali kupangika. Mahali ambapo kumeshindikana, we don't lose the focus on the main goal, and that is we must change government for the better, and that's only possible with the right candidate winning. So the other things you let go. We say that we pay attention to details, but some details may be distractions to the main goal. Wewe utaenda huko kusafeguard kiti ya Lugari, alafu huku kiti ya Nairobi unapoteza. The city Nairobi needs to be more protected than that one of Lugari, in my opinion. All the same, tunasonga mbele. Bwana Guru, unasemaje?
It's this issue of Kalonzo Musyoka. I would want to play what is called the devil's advocate. Kalonzo Musyoka is a politician. He's not a philanthropist. And therefore, I don't think the ones that, especially Bernard, you are using on Kalonzo Musyoka are fitting for a politician. You know, politicians are human beings. They are in pursuit of personal positioning and, advantage in the power matrix. And therefore, whichever method you use in politics, as long as it is not injurious to the society, so be it. So if he can even blackmail his way upwards, so be it. It has happened in many places. And I think he knows the position that he's playing now. He can make the balance tilt either way. And he's leveraging on that. So he's not a priest. He's not in church. Maybe you are bringing a lot of church issues here. This is a rough game, my friend. I think the man has just known his worth, and he wants it paid back in equal measure. You can imagine somebody who has suppressed his interest for two consecutive elections, and then here you are praying, talking like he should be behaving like a priest. No, he will play that game until the end of the times. And by the way, I want to bring it to you that he might get that position, because finally somebody will have to sit down and do the mathematics. The vote you are wooing out there, which you have never gotten, maybe only half of what this man can bring will be available. And when you lose the one that is bringing you, hoping to get the one that you are trying to secure on the other side, it may not be. Politics is about pragmatism. It is practical game. It is not assumed. So he knows that. He knows that for a fact. For him, he can be able to tell you very concretely that, okay, I think the Kamba vote is about 2.5 when you also count the others who are out in the diaspora. That's not a small vote. So if for him, he can be able to say almost with a 70% certainty that this vote will be yours. But in Kiku, we say you cannot lose a bird that is in hand, going for the one on the tree. So Kalonzo is just playing a game that the way it is played, there is nothing wrong with him. So don't feel uncomfortable. He's just playing his game. He wants his worth to be paid for. I don't know what, he may not get the position, but there is what he is after. Now, when you see him bring Sonko close to him, maybe it's because he wants to make a hand bargain that he must have the governorship of Nairobi. If it is a concession that has to be made, so that his worth is paid back. So there's nothing wrong, my friends. Relax.
Well, Bwana Guru, I hear you and understand you. But my point of departure is, why use AZIMIO to fight your backyard? If you are man enough, you just face your backyard and tell your backyard, shut up, boys. This is the way to go. But now, if you have been overtaken by events, the boys went ahead of you. The boys established their house in the new locality. Then you come in late and you tell them to shut up and they refuse. Then why should you use the new house to fight them? As much as politics is about everybody pulling in their direction, there is a smart way of going about it. You don't look obvious the way he's looking obvious in terms of making demands. It's valuable, yes, but there is national politics, there's local politics, and there is a balance in between. If you don't balance, unaweza achwa. And like now, Mudavadi is exposed, Weta is exposed. Can you imagine if Kalonzo gets exposed too? What happens? All of them are going in the same basket, they'll be buried in the same grave, and that will be the end of them. So let them play cool, understanding that hii kitu, hata kama ni wao, sio wao kila wakati. Licha ya mambo mengi. Asante sana, naomba tumsikilize Alex. Alex, vipi? Alex, upo?
Bernard, on that one, I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you because because of course there are what we call internal and external political wars, and whichever method you use to ward off the forces, so be it. Even if you are to use the externalities to fight the internal contradictions, what is the problem? The problem, and you know very well that in politics, it is the ultimate prize that matters. It's not the means that you get there. So if he is able to use the the national platform to suppress the minnows on the ground, so be it. That's what politics is about, my friend. It's not a very kind game.
As a competent lawyer on this platform, it's okay.
It is not a kind game. Hapa hakuna pasta.
Hiyo sasa ndio mnafanya makosa. Mnataka kufinya watu mkitumia njia isiyofaa, alafu mnasema eti nini. Baadaye mnasema mnafaitia haki. Ukininyima haki yangu alafu unakuja kufaitia haki ya kwako. Sio ni kukosa kudhalilisha hiyo haki mnayosema. Elisha, unasemaje kabla tumlete Fred?
Just rising on that point of order. Guru, you see, what Ben has said is that this house is already built. And they are owners of this house. So you cannot come in as a stranger. Kalonzo anakuja kama mgeni na anataka kutake over mpaka afukuze watoto wa mwenye boma bwana. Unajua hiyo haiwezi kubalika. He should have prepared himself early enough na aweze vita ambavyo analeta katika nyumba ya Azimio ni kwamba he wants to chase and to suppress kina Alfred Mutua, Governor Ngilu and Kibwana. These people have worked day and night to make sure Azimio is well marketed both in Ukambani and nationally. And you see what Kalonzo is coming in to do is to ride on their efforts. They have sacrificed already, and we have seen that. They have had meetings, workshops in Makueni, and all those Ukambani. The rest wewe mwenyewe unaangalia Guru, unaona ni ukweli. Hawa wamefanya bidii, wamejitolea usiku na mchana. Lakini sasa Kalonzo amekuja hata hajakaa hata wiki mbili sidhani kama zimeisha. He wants that running mate position, ameleta mwizi Sonko, mtu ambaye hata hajui yako wapi. Anataka Sonko run as a Nairobi governor. he's speaking through Sonko and demanding that it's a must he be given that running mate position. On what grounds? What is he bringing on board Azimio ship? You see, that is what maybe chair alikuwa anasema Guru, that it is not fair. Even if you want to use whichever means, to ward off your opponents, you should be mindful of that whole picture, the national picture. We want Azimio, that house, to be clean, to be strong and powerful, so that we achieve that common goal of clinching power. We don't want to bring in wars that will, naona itaamsha hata sasa Jubilee, hata nao watataka sasa na Kenya. Martha Karua atasema okay, if Kalonzo anataka share yake, hata mimi pia, maybe I should come in as a running mate also, ni demand hata mimi nipewe. Uhuru naye ataambia Kanini Kega or whoever that now it is time for you to also start speaking out your intentions, that you also want this. Sasa hiyo ni kubomoa nyumba ambayo tayari ilishajengwa. What Kalonzo is doing, Guru, is not good.
There is nothing bad in what he is doing. He is playing politics, and that is what politics is about. In fact, let me tell you, why don't they tell him to take a walk if he has no value? He only knows that he has value. That is why he is playing that hard game. But at the end of the day, there will be a negotiation. He may not get the second position, but you get something out of the worth that he thinks he has. What's wrong with that? That's politics.
Guru,
Even Raila has done it that way also. In fact, you hand Kalonzo lament that he was the one to be supported this time. So Kalonzo is not an altar boy. He's a politician.
We know that. Guru.
I will take it personal. You have an issue with the pulpit, and we will use it to handle you. Just relax.
Yes, Guru.
All the same, let's do this. Order, please. Thank you. I'm saying all the same, let Kalonzo play his politics. But in my school of thought, it is at times prudent for national leaders to provide leadership, not to play politics with everything. You are free to play politics, yes, but there are issues that call for putting politics aside and ensuring the security of the country, the welfare of the people, and the welfare of the progress of the people. If everybody was digging in because they have value, nobody's valueless. But our value is as good as it is contributing to the welfare of the entire country, not only my own interest, my own way, and my own comfort. It has to be placed in a place whereby every other person within the country is safeguarded by that particular interest. So kila mtu akijitafutia ya kwake na tumalize Kenya, at the end what will happen? So as much as politics is valid, yes, and it should be played, but it's not to be played with everything and over everything when it comes to national issues. That is my take. Alex, unasemaje?
Elisha, I will address you. I will not address Bernard because Bernard has taken a position on that. The first governor of Nairobi was a Luo who realized in order for him to win at that particular time, he needed the Kamba votes. What did they do? They did something that was very simple. Fortunately, I was on the ground. They brought people from all over Ukambani and they registered them in Nairobi. Against all odds, against the government and against the state, Kidero was able to clinch the governorship, courtesy of the Kamba votes. Now let's talk about the votes. Let's not talk about emotions or what you want or what I want. Let's talk about numbers. You hear what I'm talking to you? I want you to understand the intelligence politics of the Kambas, not the emotionalism that we want to show us. The proximity of the Kamba people to Nairobi is nearer than many, many people if you don't know that. If they decided to wake up today, all of them come to Nairobi and they register there. It's easier for them than some of us. You understand that? Now, let me bring it closer to you. When Sonko was being impeached, one Mutula Kilonzo abstained. Do you remember that? Mutula Kilonzo refused, even though he was in the committee, that made sure that everything about Sonko was correct. But even so, he refused. With a few senators, now the so-called One Kenya Alliance senators, the original members of the so-called revenue allocation, the senators were about 16. Olekina was one of them, if you don't remember. Now, let me take you a notch higher. Last week, when Sonko debated first in our first AZIMIO rally, if you watched the protocol in the rallies, all of them, he was second in command. And that really battered me. It annoyed me. But it was a fact. That's how he was treated. And I had to ask myself a lot of questions. Why? Politics is perception, and they introduce you to the worst that you can accept. All of a sudden, you accept it. Kalonzo knows that this is the only time he has. Next election, him, Baba, Mudavadi are gone forever. So it is up to him to fight for himself to reach the highest pinnacles of politics without kupitia katikati anymore. 2007, alipitia katikati. If you want actually to criticize Kalonzo, you must criticize Martha Karua too. Both Martha Karua and Kalonzo were the reasons why we didn't take the leadership in 2007. So nobody is a better devil. So they are playing politics. And the politics is not to make Raila the president. They have agreed to make Raila the president. But whoever plays the better politics to be number two, he takes. So for me, I rather have him take number two. Because the worst part of it is to take the deal that Uhuru Kenyatta took from RUTO. That is what cleaves me most. Why? If he doesn't get that, they will go after the House leadership. They will go after the speaker. They will go after the majority leader. And you saw what happened to Uhuru when Duale and Kindiki and all those people were what? The leadership of the House. It came to a standstill. They had to look for Raila Amolo Odinga to help them so that they can advance the agenda. Which one is worse? Is it being a deputy president or giving them the House leadership? You rather choose. We have only those two options. I don't know what you will choose. For me, I rather choose that one because we can give him money and masquerade him all around Atembe Kenya mzima than give him the opportunity to actually stop everything in parliament. That's my opinion.
Yes, Elisha, respond.
I was being enlightened a little bit, but I still stand Alex firm to revert back and tell you, politics is dynamic. 2013, 2017, and now times have changed. And even as you read in the papers and as you actually learn from news every day, the demands of the society have changed. So we need a leadership actually that is focused, a leadership that minds its people. We want to change how people live to the better of tomorrow. You cannot tell me the same Kalonzo was running mate Raila last time is the same guy and his visions are still the same today. Nairobi cannot be led by Sonko again. You cannot play politics using the old dogs. Right now, we have to have a new leadership, a new age. It is a new era. That is why, whilst we saw BBI was like alive and it was going to take the lead, the courts decided to nullify BBI, and a visionary leader like Raila decided, oh, this thing might be going into the grave. I must come up with another strategy to make sure I remain afloat politically. That is why you've seen from Nobody Can Stop Reggae, the song, to One Love, Bob Marley. Today we are singing a new song, Lero Lero. It means what? Raila knew that Jimmy Wanjigi was in ODM to come and spoil the soup for him. That Kalonzo is coming in to Azimio right now to make sure, with his bitterness, that Azimio, the full house falls down, it crumbles down. That is why Kalonzo is bringing in those old dirty dogs like Mike Movie song. But you see what the strategy that Azimio Secretariat is using is to make sure that they give, at this point in time, they give each and every party an opportunity to air their views, to air their demands, so that even as they sit down to strategize and even choose ni nani atakaa wapi, ni policy gani itakuwa ya maana kwa hii group gani, kwa community gani, imepitia kwa secretariat. No one is answering Kalonzo directly. Rais Uhuru Kenyatta na Raila Amolo Odinga, they are quiet on this one. They have left them on the platform. Wameacha Kalonzo kwanza, kwa sababu hajakuwepo, amekuja juzi, wamemwachia nafasi aseme vile ambavyo anataka. But the secretariat is there waiting. Ndio maana umeona the new strategy is to have a manager above and on top like Tuju. Ajue nini, aunganishe zile parties na maazimio yao yote. Ndio wakama up na strategy. But you cannot tell me it is a must that Kalonzo apewe ile nafasi.
Elisha.
Kwa sababu akipewa nafasi ataharibu.
Elisha.
Yes.
We are not saying si ati lazima Kalonzo apewe. And I agree what you have said, Kwa. Now they have gotten to a point that they have seen that there was a loophole. Now they have chosen a better secretariat. Without such secretariat, it looks like Kalonzo had connived them and pushed them to the corner. Do you realize that? So what we are saying is this: the art of negotiation is being wise every day. At this juncture, as we talk, Kalonzo had almost shelved them off, and they woke up and realized, now this is what we need. And si ati ninatetea Kalonzo, you need to understand. The problem is this: we are under Azimio as an umbrella. We already signed the deed of agreement. Do you understand that? We can't negate it. Now, the guy is doing this after he has done that. So Kalonzo is a thorn on our flesh. Now, the question is, how do we deal with him? We can't chase him. He can't chase us. We are in Azimio coalition. So our emotions are not going to supersede him or his emotions. The guy has better negotiators this time, and who are really making us mad. They are not like Mudama, who we could take to Sidas to Kunywe Biambili Tatu, and we talk like gentlemen. Wambua is unreasonable. Mutula Kilonzo right now is unreachable. You never see him. No more, no more press conferences for him. No more anything. You can't reach him. So we have people who are opaque that we can't even talk with them. So what I'm telling you is simple. You have to understand the kind of the demonic way Kalonzo is negotiating. And you like it or not, emotions is not going to shelve him. He knows what he wants. And we are having a difficult moment. And that is why I'm saying, if the worst comes to the worst, what do you better take? Do you take him as a DP, or you give him the speakership and the House leadership? That's my question. After all, when we sign these deeds and we deposit them, we don't say we will give you a minister or so, something like that. We talk about the position of the DP, the speaker, the House leadership. Other things we don't talk about. So when we are going to deposit that thing, what is he going to deposit? That's the question. That's where the conundrum is. We are not going to say he's going to be a super minister or a prime minister. BBI is dead for now. What does he get? Do you see where we are at now? That's why I'm saying Kalonzo is a thorn on our flesh. Somehow, whether we like it or not, we are going to bleed. Either DP or speakership. Whichever way it goes, we are going to bleed.
Thank you for the information. I think we are reading too much into Kalonzo. Let's get back to the debate. As much as would love to dig further and explore, it is important for us to remain in the middle of the road so that we do justice to the subject at hand. But all in all, they say in our village that if you give birth to twins, you must be sure of enough milk to feed both of them. The coalition politics have its dynamics, its challenges, and its pains. The people inside must have known that, and they should find a way around it. I believe there will be an amicable solution to all this. All we need is proper leadership for this country to take off and become something that will be good for all Kenyans. Mr. Guru Sema.
You know, Bernard, for me, I would want also to add that what Alex is saying is true. And you have also heard that I can see Kalonzo. Kalonzo is looking beyond 2022. He's looking beyond this year. He's saying that the moment they get into government, he will start campaigning the next day, just like one Samuel Ruto has done. He actually now commends Samuel Ruto for foresight. So you can see somebody who is become his negotiation skills are not like those of the past of 2013 and 2017. He's adopted what we call kamikaze tactics, and he seems to have very opaque advisors in the background, people who don't bunch easily. So it is for the principals in the AZIMIO coalition to know how to handle this new breed of a politician, because this is not the Kalonzo that you massaged in 2013 and 2017. These are different Kalonzo who is looking beyond this year's elections. He wants to come after Baba, and therefore I don't think he is going to cede ground. I don't see it happening. So you better start mwanze kuzoea deputy wenu mapema.
Utafanya Bernard awache show mapema. I'm telling you, hiyo inamuumanga sana.
Hapana, mimi nataka uongozi bora, lakini mtu yule anakaa katikati. The Bible say we are either hot or cold. If you are remaining warm or rather lukewarm, you'll be spewed out of the mouth of God, for that matter. All I'm saying is one.
No, but Bernard,
Kalonzo is eligible to be deputy president, but not on the grounds of manipulation. If he's coming by manipulation, that is a recipe for disaster, which is going to derail the performance of the next government, of which we so much need for it to perform to the optimum. And so a wise man sees a problem and takes another route. A fool walks on until he gets into it. I don't think we will be able to buy into the fool's method. We must take care of this problem before it eventually takes care of us. Hey, there's trouble. Hold on.
Bernard.
Hold on. There is these hackers are here already.
Oh, yeah.
Naomba hivi, can we bring in Momanyi?
All right. Mwaona wote nawasalimia. Vipi?
Tuko salama. Karibu namna gani?
Poa. Salama. I think I want to talk about Kalonzo a little bit, then ongelea mambo na nomination kidogo ya Coast. Ndio, those are the issues ambazo naona zinanibodha sana. Kalonzo Musyoka, I think is becoming a problem to Azimio. And still I'm gonna call him a boy. Because the way he's behaving, man, we have three types of Kalonzo. We have Kalonzo for the breakfast, Kalonzo for the lunch, and Kalonzo for the dinner. So those three Kalonzos is so easy for it's not easy for you to know who Kalonzo you're dealing with. And by Azimio having a new team headed by Tuju, I think they were studying Kalonzo. So the tactics of Kalonzo are going to be dealt with properly, and Kalonzo will not put Azimio, the whole Azimio on hostage. You're not going to allow that, because you see now the behavior of Kalonzo is making guys like Alfred Mutua, how do you call it, Ngelu, Kivuta Kibwana, they're not comfortable. They're complaining. This guy was just sitting at the fence while we were just moving all around Machakos, campaigning, telling people about Azimio. Now he's coming with a lot of demands. This is crazy, man. On my side, I don't want Kalonzo to be the vice president. I don't want to see Kalonzo next to Raila as a deputy president. I want to be honest with that, because that guy has given us a red alert already. Because that's the guy who gonna be the deputy today, who gonna be the deputy president. The following day he starts to campaign. He's gonna start behaving like RUTO. We would have that time. That's childish. RUTO is behaving like a boy too. We don't have that time, man. This a government is a government is a life thing to the nation. Citizens have hopes for the government to lead them the way they need. You see, so the issue of Kalonzo, I don't know. Man, we should not panic. Kalonzo tutamfinya, tutamweka pe anastahili. You see, tulikuwa tumemweka kwa kona fulani, tutampima na dawa yake iko. Kalonzo will not come and start giving people conditions that lazima I want to be the VP, ama anatumia the attack dogs kama akina Fara Maalim, akina Sonko, siju what and what. No, man. Okay, right now if we start massaging Kalonzo again, we are losing Alfred Mutua. We are losing this guy. How do you call it? Kivuta Kibwana, you see? So the only thing me naona ni ya kwamba this team led by Tuju, they need to call for a meeting. All party leaders waka chini. When they sit down, they come up with the criteria of how positions or leadership in Azimio gonna be. You see, that's the only way. Kalonzo asikuje na demands ya kwamba as if is like without Kalonzo, Azimio will not move on. I respect Kalonzo so much. Sina shida na yeye. Na ndio maana juzi nilikuwa namtetea, nasema we need Kalonzo, even if hata ikuja na kura 500, hizo kura ndio tunahitaji, at least zitufikishe 50+1. Would have a problem with that, but Kalonzo hata tufanya tupoteze watu wengine ambao pia wanaleta kura. You see, and I suspect my instincts zinaniambia kwamba huenda nani hii deal ya Sonko kuingia Wiper ni kama is being used by RUTO. You see, I'm having that suspicion. Anatumia na RUTO akuja croak Azimio through Wiper and through Kalonzo. You see, that's why Kalonzo is behaving like I don't know. I don't use some terms here. So we need to be very careful. We need to be really careful. Martha Karua amekuja as NAC. Nani, how do you call it? Jirongo akoko ndani na hiyo sijui ni chama yake gani. Pia Kalonzo achangie kama Wiper mambo kuzungusha sijui Oka one what all that whatever. This is a problem, man. This guy is advantage to mark time, and UDA is taking advantage on that. We are going to lose this election because of one person called Kalonzo Musyoka, because they are not a confusion. You see? And I'm just praying that if kama tunaweza kuja na method yote tushinde kura without Kalonzo, ndio tumfunze adabu. You see? We are not going to give Kalonzo any minute could disrupt nyumba ambayo imejengwa na it, you know, some people think that coming up with a coalition is just but a simple thing. Watu wameinvest time, they have invested funds, unaona? When invest how do you call it? When invest vitu vingi sana before your coalition ikuje kuitwa a certain coalition. So Kalonzo is a late comer. Kalonzo should just relax, aache atulie, ambie kile kitu vinafanywa. Pia tunahitaji maoni yake, but we can't allow him to supersede everybody and they control watu, you see. So hopefully hii secretariat ambayo imetengenezwa led by how do you call this guy, led by Tuju, wacha waone venye handle issue ya Kalonzo. Angalia say Martha Karua came in. Martha Karua is disciplined. Martha Karua is campaigning. Martha Karua is giving people hope. Anawaambia hata tukichagua Raila huko juu, we need an MCA who is working. We need an MP, we need a governor who is working for you. You see? Martha Karua is apati mtu yote headache. You see? But Kalonzo is becoming a thorn on Azimio. You see? Is a problem now. Is becoming a liability instead of becoming an asset. Okay. Alex, acha nikuulize swali moja Alex. Hii swali ni yako Alex. Tumasaji Kalonzo kwa sababu maybe tuseme is a kingpin ya Ukambani nini na nini, then tupoteze the likes of Kivuta Kibwana akina nani au watu wakienda Azimio, wakienda UDA. Ni kura ngapi utapata kutoka nini? Kutoka Ukambani? Alfred Mutua stood by his party twice akashinda. You see? So is this issue, I need Kalonzo like yesterday, but the issue of massaging him, it's I think you tell me Meisha, man. Right now we need to put our energy kwa mambo na nomination tumalize, tujue we are one team, tuanze kucampaign. You see? Hata issue ya running mate right now, Kalonzo as a good leader na ambaye amejitolea kusupport Raila. Hata sasa angekuwa anaangalia issue ya running mate. Hiyo ni kitu ambayo everybody is trying to search right now. Ni mtu gani tunataka kwa running mate wa Raila ambaye atakuja na votes. Then kitu moja ambayo na support Alex ni moja. If kama itakuwa ya kwamba ni condition tukue na Mdaba, I mean tukue na Kalonzo as a deputy president, it's good. Lakini tusimpatie leadership ya any house, because huyo jamaa atatufanya maneno yenye in fact Raila will be a puppet now. Raila will be a dolly. Atakuwa dolly status, hakuna kitu atafanya. You see, if it happens na ama ikifikia hiyo ndio sasa imefikia to that level, wacha tumpatie cha anataka, venye amesema azunguka piga makelele yake nini na nini, a drive aenda akae Karen afanye kila kitu nini na nini, lakini tukijua kwamba tuko na two houses ambazo zina function na leadership iko control. You see? But for now Kalonzo needs to behave. That's the thing. Kama hata mimi nikipata live na mwambie you need to behave, man. It's high time uache kupatia watu, uache kufanyisha Azimio kumark time every time. The other thing before niulize swali, kwa sababu naona nikukuuliza swali and I'm ready for it. This issue ya nomination still I'm concentration on nomination. Ukiangalia cost, we have a problem still at cost. Mambo na nomination. Unaona mambo na digital imefanya watu wengi wajokuwa comfortable. They are saying that kuna watu wengi wana take advantage because they are not learned wanna IT. They don't have IT knowledge, so they're taking advantage wa kuibiwa kura. You see, and that's why I'm still going back to Raila Amolo Odinga na leadership election board. They need to go sit down and make sure that they come up with a system ya ku make sure ya kwamba we have free and fair nominations. You see, kama mambo na digital watajua kwamba most aspirants, they're not comfortable with the digital mode of voting. They need to do away with it. Kama watu wanataka mlolongo, let them go for mlolongo. Umesikia watu wanawaambia, tunakuambia ukweli baba, if you're not careful utashanga. You see, so those few votes ndio tunataka zirekebishwe ziingie kwa hii kikapu. You see, and if we keep on assuming things like what nini huyo whatever, we're gonna lose, na tena tuta lose, na bado tutarudi kwa platform tuanze kusema man, we wish we knew, we wish we would have corrected this earlier. You see, we don't have time for that. This is a do die. This is a do die election. We need to make sure that we make the right choice, and the right choice is Baba. If Baba goes there, we all of us, we are on the safe hands. If we start doing some cat and mouse games here and there, tutalia tu hivi, tukiona majambo mengine akina Muruko na akina Sudu wakituambia we told you, tutawaosha na watatuosha. You see, I think for now I'm good for now. Mwenye akona swali anaweza niuliza nimjibu. Asante.
Alex, you had an issue?
Yeah, sometimes I wonder. Sometimes we think AZIMIO is a rehabilitation center, whereby tukiingia tu hivi, Baba is the psychiatric doctor. Let's not talk like that. Martha Karua in her speech said both sides have good and bad. He looked at both places, but the masses of good people are more in our place. So let's not forget that we have bad people. Let's not forget that. So what do you do with these bad people? That is the question. They are among us and they are with us. My stand from the very beginning, I said, we don't want Kalonzo. We don't need Kalonzo. Let him stay away from us. You are one of the people who yapped most and said, we need those votes. I said, they will come with complication. I said, they will come with a lot of complications. Because when you look at the art, I read a book of Israel about the art of negotiation of coalition, which becomes collusions. Because these coalitions are easy for somebody to come with you. The moment they enter in, they become collusions. I'll give you an example. When ANC South Africa was negotiating, because they had hung parliaments, metros, Johannesburg, Mandela Bay, ABCD, and the tie that could help them, both ANC and DA, was EFF. I don't know if you remember that. What happened? EFF was to be the kingmaker. When they went to Zuma, they told him, give back the money. Zuma refused. What happened next? They decided to form coalitions with DA, with the devil. And when they formed coalition with the devil, they decided not to take leadership position so that they can become, again, opposition. That was a smart move for EFF because it retained its base. And that is what we are not learning. Thinking that Kalonzo's vote are good is going to cost us. Whether you like it or not, when we are going to deposit the deed, Kalonzo must be given something, either the DP or the leadership of the house. You rather acknowledge and accept. What do you want him to receive? Whichever he receives, it will hurt us. Whatever he gets, the DP or the house leadership, we will cry. And that is why we never needed him from the very beginning. Too late, we have signed it. Now the question is, how do we deal with it? The only way to deal with it is to sack it and get used to it. We got into a coalition that already, kama umeshaoa bibi, umepata ako na watoto, what are you gonna do? Either umdivorce ama ukae na yeye. Hao watoto watakuwa wako. There is nothing so much we can do now. When he goes the other side, it's a threat to us again. Because you people projected him that we need him so much. Ndeto was here saying we don't need him. Nani was here, the evening guy, the evening moderator was here, said we don't need him. But 80% of you people said we want him. Now that he's him, you think that AZIMIO is a psychiatric ward whereby you get in and you become. Kalonzo's behavior has been the same. He has not changed. Hakuna dawa inaenda kuchange Kalonzo. He came with his behavior. He came with his people. So the only thing, suck it and get used to it. Or if we can't suck it, tumfukuze. We have no middle ground with Kalonzo. Trust me. Hata uonge mpaka kesho. We remain with him the way he is, unfortunately. Bernard,
So-
ya mwisho, because I'm not going to speak again. Ya mwisho.
Bernard,
Go ahead.
1 minute, ya mwisho. Take less than 1 minute. I'm glad that ODM was able to listen to us. We are finally, we are having a nomination in Kisii. I've spoken to my friends who are in the ground, who are contesting. My best friends have been up to now, 15 minutes ago, I was texting with them. We are going house to house and we are going to have the best nomination. Whoever wins, that will be our choice. Whether you are my best friend or my worst enemy, as long as mchujo imekutoa, we will be satisfied. We will go as one, na tutapea baba kura yote. That is what we wanted, and we got it. So we are not having any problem in Kisii anymore. I hope we go the Kwale way. Kwale did their nomination. That was classic. In fact, some UDA people were happy and even congratulated us. I hope we do our nomination the way Kwale did. And this woman, Muma, she's a very strong woman. She knows what she's doing. If only she will be given an opportunity to conduct this nomination, she will produce the best results. So I'm proud of Baba that the team for nomination is the best that he has ever had. If only us and the candidates and the aspirants could listen, we will get out of these problems that we have. So Kisii, tuko vizuri, all of our people have prepared. Simbarati quieted, everybody said nobody's getting direct nomination. Debe. And I sent you the clip, Bernard, where he told people, we have agreed, Debe. And everybody today was campaigning. And I like the fact that those who thought that they're going to get direct nomination never campaigned. Today they are burning the middle night. They are going to people's house, kama wachawi, day and night, because they did not campaign. Bure kabisa. Sisi wengine, we went everywhere, we campaigned, we are assured of the nomination, and Baba won this time because he listened to the voice of the people. And that must go to all people. Let us choose people we want, and if they fail us, let us be accountable. Let us not cry to Baba. Let us not start talking the way we are talking about Sonko, tuanze kusema aje, ati oh tulipewa Sonko. If we choose our Sonko, we die with him. And the county dies with us. And Baba should not take any responsibility. That is what we wanted. Leadership from the grassroots. That is the evolution. And I'm glad we got that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Momani, you...
Yeah. Let me wacha niingilie kidogo. Wacha conclude. Oh, yeah.
Naomba mikono.
All right.
We need to move on, please.
All right. Okay. One thing I wanted to talk about ni yenye Alex amesema. I'm really relieved. Yani niko relieved kabisa, especially Kisii, we good. Hiyo naye hiyo tumesha settle. That's why nasema this is the kind of system nataka itumike. hata kama mtu ako na nini, so long as ni mlolongo ama ni free and fair nomination, huyu mtu atachaguliwa, ndio huyo mtu atapigiwa kura na ndiye atafanya kazi. You see, this issue of direct nomination ndio naona imeleta kiwewe all over the place. You see, so regardless, ikwe ni Jubilee, ikwe ni ODM, kama ni Kisii County, especially kama Kisii County saizi tuko na, how do you call this guy mwenye alikuanga UDA, Magara, and I don't know, it's nani pia anasimama, how do you call Onyonka, is it, I heard someone say Onyonka pia anasimama
Our
senator.
next senator is Magara, man. Hamjui politics.
Wewe utaanza hapa.
Are we not going for nomination? What is the problem? Let's not be conclusive on matters as much as we understand the politics of a particular region.
He has been on the ground campaigning. Onyonka has been in bars and in hotels.
Onyonka,
okay, that's fine. Whichever
we are telling you the truth.
Order, everybody. Thank you. I want the debate to move on. These ones we are go to and fro. Stakio kazi ya shetani tafadhali. Let's now make progress. Omomanyi, conclude your submission. Let's bring in somebody else.
Kazi ya shetani.
To and fro. You're the ministry ambayo misuse.
All right, Bernard, let me conclude nikisema aje. The way Alex amesema, so now Kalonzo, we need to live with Kalonzo. We do have a choice, but man, this one is a problem. Mimi kusema kweli, najua watu wengi, najua hata Ndeto, nimeona Ndeto akinipoint vidola hapo. I was for Kalonzo, but now it is what it is, man. Wacha tuwe tunahandle leo mtu, but if we don't take
Mukakata, you brought these problems to us. Now suck it, get used to it.
Hapana, Kalonzo atafinywa, mwache mchezo.
No, but mina support Alex, you are right.
The problem with you is that you overread too much.
Let me conclude.
No overreading, Bernard.
Let me conclude, Bernard.
Bernard, there is no overreading here. Relax, Bernard. As a moderator, you want to take a pastorship position ambayo unataka kuwa mzuri. Hii ni siasa bwana. This is democracy, not theocracy.
AZIMIO is not under hostage. We have options.
This is not theocracy. This is democracy. There is no theocracy here.
But Kalonzo is going to be humbled on the same premise, okay? Ataleta viti ngapi?
Oh yeah. Let me conclude.
Kama analeta viti 10, alafu sisi tuko na 70, atakuja kusumbulia wapi? Hey, let's relax. There are many ways to kill a rat.
No, lakini kitu moja
Bernard, kama kusema Mudavadi atatoa viti ngapi? Tunajua Mudavadi hakuna kitu atatupea. Sasa wewe ikifika Kalonzo unaanza kuogopa. Unajua kuna vitu zingine that are written on the wall. If there is a partner in AZIMIO who can bring anything better than Raila right now, Jubilee, we are unsure. Of course, they are coalescing, and we agree they are doing good. But at least Kalonzo, we know. Moya hakuna kitu anatupea. Karua hakuna kitu anatupea.
Bring what he normally brings.
Lakini inauma Bernard.
Order everybody. We are making this become a mountain for nothing. This matter will be tackled accordingly. And in politics,
no, Bernard, watu walikuwa wamekuacha hapa tukabaki watu watatu tukidebate. Nikiingia kila mtu anaingia, kipa ako nyuma anakuambia anataka kuingia.
Mama Selina anataka kuongea.
Si mlikuwa mmetuacha hapa watu watatu tukiongea?
Basuti.
All of a sudden mnarudi.
Please, let's remain orderly, please. Let's remain orderly. Remember, we are being watched, and the people watching need to follow the discussion, not for us to create noise. Like I said, in politics, kuna kufinya na kufinyana. Ukifinya sehemu nyingine, kuna sehemu ambayo utapatikana na wewe utafinywa. So we cannot say anything is cast in stone or is absolute on this one. And as usual, when Baba lets you to come in through the door, there is a window for you. I don't think that Baba will be under hostage in the name of he has to live by this and that. Hata kama ni kutengeneza sheria mpya itatengenezwa. Na I think the first assignment ya new parliament is how do we deal with the rogue deputy president? That legislation should be done as fast as possible. We can't hire somebody we can't fire. That one is my stand. We have to address this business of somebody getting security of tenure, then it becomes a nuisance. We must have a way out. This 2/3 majority, we should look for it. Simple majority, Kimunya must go, then let Kimunya go. Not the issue of 2/3 to keep somebody who is messing up the country and messing up the leadership of the country. Everybody mute your mic. We are going to have Mama Selina. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Habari ya jioni, asubuhi. Nimesikia ingawa sijaonekana, nimekuwa nikifuata tangu mlisema. Bernard, kabla sijaenda kwa mbango ya leo, wacha niambie Alex na nimwambie kila mtu anaongea kuhusu Kalonzo na especially Martha Karua. Kwanza kwa Kalonzo, alikubali akaingia kwa boma, ameolewa. Hata akipika kelele, hii mtu alinilete na kumba hakukuwa na kitanda, kumba hakukuwa na sufuria, it is too late for him. Atavumilia hapo kama yeye anajua. Na unajua tena hakuna kitu mbaya kama mwanamke kusema yeye ni virgin alafu hiyo virgin yake imeisha na anataka kuringa. Watu wanajua Kalonzo ni watermelon, baba anamjua zaidi, Uhuru anamjua zaidi, yake itaisha, ako ndani. Wacha nikuja mambo ya Martha. Alex amesema Martha ana kura. Wamama ya maendeleo milioni 4 ndio walitoka kwenda kutoa Martha Karua. Si Martha Karua alikuja kwa Azimio peke yake. Wamama, mnakumbuka wakati alikuwa na mkutano na wamama Nyeri na akarudi akakuwa na mkutano na wamama. So ukiangalia kura za wamama, Martha Karua amepepa hizo kura, ingawa yeye ni party leader ya na Kenya. Second, Mount Kenya ikiongozwa na rais, pia wanataka mtu mwenye ako na msimamo, na hakuna mtu ingine kati kwa Kenya sahii mwenye ako na msimamo kama Martha Karua. Second, hata kama watu wamesema baba, wanataka ile watu wamefanya kazi na baba wenye wanamchua. So I'm telling you, Martha Karua ako kwa position si kwa sababu ya chama. Moja, amewakilisha kina mama, na kama kina mama wangekuwa na candidate mwingine tayari saa hii ingekuwa imesemwa. Kina Alice Wahome ni watoto ya Martha Karua. Hawa mama ingine wote wa maendeleo wa mama ya Kenya wanaangalia Martha Karua. So as we are talking of Martha Karua, hatuongei tu ya Martha Karua because anatoka Central. Tunasema Martha Karua as a woman of Kenya, kama mama, na tunapiga hii kura mkisema mking'ang'ana wanaume mjue kuna constituency inaitwa mama. Constituency inaitwa wamama. We need to be respected. Wamama yote wameamua ni Martha Karua. Hata mulisikia Shole ni ya UDA, but alisema she respect Martha Karua so much. So hata mkipika kelele muhisabu ya kwamba kura za wamama, a constituency of women in Kenya, we are with Martha Karua. Hiyo nimeweka kando. Nataka kushukuru wase wa Kalenjin, walichukua hatua wakaenda ku Kalenjin lakini sidhani kama ni cleanse, kwa sababu yale mambo walifanya ni aibu. Na usuri moja ni kwamba kila mtu ametambua ya kwamba baba alikuwa rafiki ya marehemu Kibor. He never went there kwa sababu alikuwa naomba kura washingisho. Alienda kama rafiki, alienda kuona mmoja wao ya ODM. So my happiness kwa jamii ya Kalenjin ni kwamba wamejitokezea nje, na mumesikia amewaambia kwa mkutano wa se, hata kwa hiyo funeral, every 5 minutes wasee walikuwa naongea kutulisha watu. Nashukuru tena wamekubaliana ya kwamba kuna watu walipanga, na hiyo watu ni hawa makavana, ni hao wanataka viti kwa sababu wenyewe wanasosana kwa UDA. So kama Mandago angepata kura za diaspora, so walitaka kumweka chafu kwa sababu the other time alipigiwa kura na watu ya, ilikuwa inaitwa nini hiyo ya Mudavati, nimesahau, whatever. So now wanajaribu NAK. So wanajaribu NASA, wanajaribu kuzuia mtu yote anasimama kwa Rift Valley Mkalenjin mwenye ana access kura ya diaspora. Lakini Wakalenjin wameamua hivi, kama huyo Chelili mwenye wanamtaka UTA itamkatasha ticket, wanapatia Buseki kwa kauli moja. So the Kositanj na group yake hawa ndio walipanga, na jamii wameona uchungu na wanasema hawa vijana wa Kalenjin wamekuwa vijana kama ya Kenya, wale wamekosa adabu. So nataka hiyo, ninashukuru. Nataka pia Alex alipiga kelele na watu wote walitoka Kisii, na Mungu amesikia maombi yao, na hata ni watu wengi wameongea. Kipa Sunday nilikuwa na kutafuta na nimeona umeingia. Nataka utaniambie vile mambo vile ilikuwa na kama umekubaliana na mambo ya wase. Alex, tunashukuru sana. Kuna kitu moja nilikuwa nataka niuliza Alex, kwa sababu baba amekubali watu ya Kisii waende nomination, wenye wataanguka. Alex, ulisema kura ya baba, kura ya members of parliament munapatia baba ama batu mnataka kuenda kwa hizi machama manduku ya ODM? Kwa sababu hiyo ndio ilikuwa kukasirika kwako, mkasema mnapatia baba huko juu, lakini akose MPs kwa sababu mtakuwa mmepatia hiyo chama ingine. Baba amekubali nomination ifanyike Kisii, then Wakisii wote watakubali sasa kupigia baba kura kwa chama ya ODM, ama mtasema ile machama ya AZIMIO bora mtu apate? Hiyo ningetaka Alex atatuambia, kwa sababu it is good kulalamika kwa haki na haki inaenda kutendeka. Ingine watu onretu wamejua, Wakalenjin wamejua kiti ilienda na baba, na kila mtu anatafuta njia ile. Pia kitu nataka tuongee ni mambo ya mbolea. Wakale wameambiwa imesemwa tu kwa mdomo. So tungetaka kuambia CS Munya afikishe hizo mbolea ya 2800 ifike haraka Rift Valley, watu waanze kununua, kwa sababu wamedanganywa. Tunataka every attack hawa watu wanataka kutumia, tunataka ifike Crown. Walisema walikuwa natuambia ati watoto wenye walipiga mawe ni Wajaluo, ni Wakikuyu, lakini pati mzuri Wajaluo wa Kikuyu ni wale Wakale. So hiyo moja uongo imeenda kando. So tunataka CS Munya apeane hizo mbolea haraka iwezekanavyo, ili mambo ya hiyo watu ijulikane. Kwa sababu nimekuwa na shughuli ndiye sijaanza na nyinyi, but niko pamoja na nyinyi. Nasikia ninasikia hata nisiongee, kwa sababu naona watu wanaongea maneno ya maana sana, na nikafurahia ya kwamba maybe tumekuwa tukipoteza wakati, but I wish Alex, unajua ukikaa nje the whole day na unasikia vile watu wanaongea, it is so sweet that tuko na leaders. Kwa hii Mtembei TV tuko na governors, tuko na members of parliament qualified, tuko na hata masias kama Matiangi kwa hii Mtembei TV, na hata ikienda sana tuko na president. Kwa hivyo hii Mtembei TV nimeona tuko na viongozi, tujisikie tuko uhuru, na yale tunasema tutetee vile tumetetea. Hatujaitetea constituencies yetu peke yetu, tumetetea Kenya. Nataka kushukuru kwa sababu watu wengi wame profile Mtembei TV kama Jaluo na Waluya, lakini we want to prove them wrong. Kina Kip na watu wote, kina Kuru, everybody ule amekuja, imefanya Mtembei TV hata wenye wanafikiria kutumia china ya Wajaluo, kutumia china ya Waluya, wamekuta hakuna. But we are brothers and sisters, tunapendana kwa Mtembei TV. Alex, hiyo umeteta mpaka tumepata Kisii wamepatiwa nomination, na nyinyi kwa Mtembei TV msikose kunominate, kupeana majina hata ya mtu moja, tukue proud ya kwamba kama mkui sisi wenye tuko diaspora hatuwezi kuchakuliwa, but we want to see that tuko na makandidate. Hata sisi kwa hii Mtembei TV, if they are not going for elected positions, tuanze kuomba nomination, mmoja wetu ama wawili wetu wapate, kwa sababu hii Mtembei TV imekuwa na leaders all over diaspora. Unakuta watu ya Mombasa, hakuna, sidhani kama kuna mahali itawakilishwa. So Penat, tunataka kusema pongezi. May the Almighty God give you more and more. Ukiwa pasta umetuvumilia, tunasahau, tunakutusi, unatusamea, unatuombea, unakuwa mkali kama baba, na baba ule hawezi chunga kondoo wake, atapata boma imeisha. So we agree to you being a father ule ako mkali, kwa sababu kondoo lazima wachungwe. So otherwise, mimi kama Mama Selina, najua siku zimeenda. Leo ni tarehe, tunaelekea, tumepakisha 3 months. Naambia wamama ya Kenya, tusikubali na msifananishe wamama na wanaume. Watermelons, women we are not watermelon. Nikikubali kukua bibi yako ukiwa na longi, ukiwa na kinyasa, ukiwa empty, na nimekubali kuingia nyumba yako, sitakuja kuacha nyumba yako ikiwa maskini. Nitakaa chini, niamuke niende shamba, nilime mpaka nyumba yako isimame. So please, msituweke wamama mkatufananisha na watermelon. Kama tungekuwa ma watermelon, nyinyi wenye wanaume hamuna mali amungeoa. Kama tungekuwa watermelon, nyinyi wanaume wale hamufai kukuwa na familia amungekuwa naye. Tunawapenda kama wamama, na mtupende jinsi tulivyo. Martha Karua, watu wasiseme ana kura, hako na matiti na amepepa kura za marinda yote ya Kenya. So nataka kusikia sasa vile tunawatetea kama tunatetea wanaume yote. Tafadhali Penat, kwa hii Mtembei TV msitupige, mtusaidie, mkuwe na wamama, na mtaona serikali vile itasimama, na tutachunga baba, hatutamsaliti. Wamama wanaokopa dhambi. So nashukuru sana, lakini jameni, kura ya Central na Central ikiamua wamelete Martha Karua kama mumama, juu wamama wameenda kwa Uhuru, wamama wameenda kwa Raila. So please, tusiongee na tusichokore. Amejitoa, alisimama Turkana. Uniambie kama Kalonzo anaweza sema corruption. Uniambie kama Ruto akimpatia pesa Kalonzo atasimama kwa Azimio kupinga mambo. But can you take even $10 to Martha Karua? He will put you in. So tunataka mkumbuke hivyo. Akisimama na baba atamaliza miaka yake 5 bila kumsaliti. Thank you so much, Penat. Ninasikia nimeingia nikiwa na time, naingia saa ile kidogo kidogo niko kasi, but nimekuwa nikifuata Mtembei TV tangu vile ulianza. Nashukuru. Na Alex, yeye ni baba ya hii, anasema alipaki watatu. Nyumba watu wote wakienda, huwezi funga nyumba kwa sababu watoto wengine wajafika. Baba hawezi watu wa peke yake. So saa ile watu wengine wametoka, simama na Penat, chunga Mtembei TV mpaka tumalize election. Thank you so much.
Asante Mama Selina, tunashukuru kwa wasia wako na maoni yako. Mikono iko juu. Hii mikono ni ya swali ama ya jibu? Elisha.
Hey, Chair, Bernard, you know, I've met Madam Selina today for the first time. Thank you. Madam Selina, sisi ndio tulianza msingi ya Mtembei, tukaweka vigingi chini na tunaendelea na mzee wa nyumba pasta. Mimi kuna kitu Madam Selina amesema na ninasimama kwa haki kusema. That is why I'm refusing hii mambo ya Kalonzo kuja kubomoa Azimio. Martha Karua has come in with North Kenya under Oka. And she has not complained, she's not forcing anyone, she's not demanding for anything. Ako calm because she's a mother, she knows, and she's a mature politician. For me, I was saying Kalonzo is bullshit because mupatie Martha Karua running mate position. Mambo ya Kalonzo, we have tested him. Yeye anakuwa watermelon, anawekwa kwa moto anayeyuka. He doesn't produce anything good. Anaruka pande ya Kibaki wakati sisi tunataka tunajua tumeshinda. We have tested him the other time. Today we cannot say Kalonzo will stand with us tomorrow. What if apewe njugu na RUTO kesho? Si atapotea. I am for Selina, the way Selina, Mama Selina anasema, kusema ukweli, if we take Martha Karua as a running mate, tafadhalini. I'm telling you, asubuhi saa 2 tutakuwa tunasherehekea. Mimi nitatoka Ngong, tafadhali kwa miguu nitasherehekea. Vile Mama Selina amesema, msikize. Wakenya wale mnaniona saa hizi na mnanisikiza, sikizeni vile kina mama wanasema, let us give them a chance this time so that we have a credible leadership in Kenya. Mimi, I'm just siding with Mama Selina. Thank you.
Your point is made. Thank you. Frank, kabla Alex. Frank.
Habari zenu?
Salama.
Mimi ni mgeni, but I've been listening through the chat. Nimekuwa nikiwa listen, leo ndio siku ya kwanza kuingia. I'm very proud, and I had a point. Mimi, Alex, we better give Kalonzo mambo ya house, because we know very well cannot bring more than 21 MPs. Jubilee, ODM, hivi ya vingine tukigang up hata tuweza. But hakuna haja tuweke Kalonzo on the second, aanze kuvuruga baba, apewe kitu kidogo, aanze kuvuruga from the word go. Hiyo government cannot be stable. You know that. Number 2, I'm very proud story ya Kisii. Before at Alex Wonge, I talked with some people. Kisii, even Simbarati said that even nafikiri Mama Selina alikuwa na issue ya MPs, walisema kuna MPs wamekubali kuachiana consensus, most of them wamefanya consensus, but he said there's some around 5 or 6 wenye hawajakubaliana. Kama watakubaliana wataenda, alisema mwenye atakubaliana waenda wanyoroshane kwa nomination, na mwenye atachaguliwa awe weak awe strong, yeye ndio wanaenda na yeye, hakuna mambo ya kupita katikati, ni kuenda na kuenda. I'm also very happy about Kware. They did the best nomination. UDA are panicking. That's the democracy we really want. That's what I had. Acha wengine waendelee.
Okay, thank you, Frank. Alex?
Yeah, I want to say a few points quickly. Mama Selina, nitakujibu swali yako, and then I'll comment on so that you can understand what we were talking, the basis of the preamble of our debate. I think maybe ukuelewa. Kisii, baba atapata viti. I assure you 4 seats. Atapata Bomachoge, atapata Bobasi, atapata Bonchari, na atapata Kitutu South. But ikifika Nyaribari Masaba and Nyaribari Chache, hiyo itaenda kwa DAP because Ongeri will control there. Now, Kitutu Chache, obviously Mbeche will take over. Jimmy Angwenyi, too old, but I don't know why Jubilee decided to give that guy nomination. You know, I don't even know. I mean, that was the worst thing that could have happened. So Baba gets 4 seats direct without even going to election. And that is why I told you these elections are a nomination is do or die. By getting nomination, you are assured of winning if they are a verifiable nomination. So Baba so far gets that, which is a good number to start with. But at a DAP kipata kule juu mbili, that's still Azimio. So basically that's Baba. That's an extension of Baba. So what we wanted is to make sure we sweep. So the only seat that we are still having 50-50 that we are not guaranteed is the one man called Osoro. Osoro played his politics very well. In the history of South Mogirango, no MP has done what Osoro has done. Despite his mouth and verbal diarrheas, he went to the ground and he accomplished what no MP has ever accomplished. So we are rewarders of hard work. The same way we reward Matiang'i, we reward Nyachae, we reward Onyonka, we must reward Osoro because he did what he should have done. So Maxi Kikuja, between 100 up to 100, Osoro got a strong C+, which is a good thing. Mugala muue lakini mpe haki yake. Now, Mama Selina, when we were talking about Kalonzo, we were not, the debate was not who is better. The debate is Kalonzo has brought out again issues that he always knows how to bring out. So we were not talking about who should be. So in the event, people thought that is what we were doing. But what we were saying is that when you deposit your coalition agreement, what does Kalonzo go to deposit as Azimio? If he doesn't get the deputy president, he must get something. And during the 2007 coalition, which was basically legal, when he came and helped Kibaki, he became the deputy president. And legally, he became the house leader. And unakumbuka vile alisumbua the prime minister. At some point, Marende had to make Solomonic decisions because Kalonzo alitupa shida for 4 years in the house leadership. Anybody who goes back there to remember, at one day, what was his name, the former speaker, Marende, alikataa kushika simu for 2 days because he had to make a decision between Kalonzo and Raila, who rules the house. That history is important. No, ngoja nimalize mama. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me, please. No, wacha mama. I will pasao. Bob Marley used to say this: if you know your history, you know your destiny. In the abundance of water, a fool is thirsty. If we must go back to history, we must know why Kalonzo gave us a problem during the coalition government. Because of parliament. the powers legally that he had. You have seen why this man used to boast all the time, I have numbers in parliament. Because he had the speakership and he had the leadership. And he threatened the president over and over and over until they did leadership change, and that is when the president started breathing. Hata hii pesa unasikia 39 billion. He's the one who made a provision for the delay of that money. Because we were asking yesterday, how does the money delay? Because the energy committee made that provision, because the Minister for Energy and everybody that was in the energy committee in parliament was pro-RUTO. So my fear is very simple. If you allow Kalonzo to be powerful in the House, with our constitution, you don't know that, the House leadership committees are very powerful. They can withhold money. It's like here, the parliament, the Congress holds money that the president is a president but does not have money for budget. Kalonzo cannot have House leadership. I tell you, at Addis Ababa. So we don't know either way. Sisi tunaogopa kuwa we have signed a deal with somebody who is going to be very problematic with us. But Martha Karua can become, wamama wamempenda, but whichever way we go, Kalonzo akue DP, akue House leadership, atatusumbua. That is our fear. And we must talk about it earlier. Tusikuje kusema Kalonzo amechange. No, Kalonzo has always been Kalonzo.
I agree with you. Thank you.
Okay. Nilikuwa nataka kuambia Alex, wakati ya Kibaki, Raila na Kalonzo, Martha Karua alikuwa hapo. I'm saying something that ninasema najua. Wakati Kalonzo alisumbuana, mwenye alianza kuita Karua mwanaume kwa serikali ya Kibaki, Kalonzo alisimama na Martha Karua alienda State House kuongea na Kibaki kwa sababu alikuwa Minister of Justice. Mimi nilikuwa na Martha nikiwa women leader ya deputy ya Martha ya wamama kwa na Kenya. Na Martha Karua aliweza simamisha Kalonzo damu. Saa hii Kalonzo anajua mahali Martha Karua hakuna mchezo. And I'm telling you this, Alex. Hakuna mtu ajui Kalonzo ni kikeukeu. Hata hiyo anadanganyana my sister Martha sijui nini, utaona vile mambo itaenda. I'm telling you the truth. Na Kalonzo saa hii hawezi toka na hawezi rudi, na Martha Karua na Ngilu na watu yote wanajua. Isipokuwa nimeona kina kivuta kivwana, kwa sababu Kalonzo umesahau amekuja na kitu moja. Amekuja akitaka kusaini ya kwamba Ukambani, apart from chama sa kina Ngilu na chama ya kifuta kibwana na Wambu Mutua, anataka simaliswe. Martha Karua amesimama anasema chama hata kama ni kidogo lazima ipatiwe heshima yake. Hii vita Kalonzo ako naye Alex ni anataka apatiwe Ukambani kuson ili kurasa ili chama ya Ngilu, chama ya kifuta kibwana na maendeleo chapchap. Sasa ndio wanasema, unasikia vile alikuja akasema Nairobi tunataka kuona vile tutakawanya. So ile vita imetokea saa hii ni kwamba tupike kelele, tuambie Kalonzo, kama we ni mtoto ya kwanza umesaliwa, we siambie mama yako asibebe mimba ya mtoto ingine. So Ukambani tunataka kurecognize tuko na 3 parties. Kama Kalonzo atakuwa na wachumbe mingi kwa Ukambani, pole wake. Kama chap na hiyo chama ingine watakawanya, kwa sababu yeye shida yake kama ataambia Raila hakuna chama ingine inasimama Ukambani, hiyo ni kumaanisha anataka kufungia watu nje. So kwa hii Mtembei TV tusiona anataka kuwa fight, tuseme kwanza tunataka uhuru. Vile tumepiga kelele Kisii mpaka imekubaliwa kwenda nomination. So tunataka kusimama na chama chenye siko Ukambani. Kalonzo akikuja na MBs 10 Sahii ana gavana kwa constituency zote 3, na hiyo ndiye anataka kukuwa na gavana ya hii Wiper. So tunataka kukataa hiyo, na ndio unaona wale wanakasirika. So hiyo ndio shida ya pili. Mambo hiyo ingine baba hawezi pangiwa mara mbili, na nyinyi mnajua kama Mudavadi analia mpaka anasema heri baba akufe, mnafikiria ni rahisi kupanga? Unapangia mtu aliingia siasa zamani, anajua tutashangaa. Ile kitu nataka, tuko na wachumbe ya kutosha Jubilee, tuko na wachumbe ya kutosha ya ODM, na tuko na chama ya mbolea. Hawa ndio watu watasimamisha damu huyu mwanaume. Tukubaliane sasa, kama vile tunasema Western ODM na chama ya mbolea, tusema hata Ukambani, kama watu ya Kitui wanataka kupigia Ngilu na chama yake, sawa, hawa ni AZIMIO. Lakini Kalonzo asikuje kutuambia alisign agreement ya Wiper bila hao wengine. Ile watu walifanya makosa Alex, watu yote hii chama kidogo kidogo ilitoroka ODM ikaenda Jubilee. Wamekutwa sasa Jubilee nyumba yake naye. Acha nikwambie, ukiingia nyumba ya mwanaume, hii machama kidogo waliingia kwa nyumba ya Jubilee na hawakujua mama mkubwa atarudi. Mama ya Jubilee amerudi sasa. Hii kamuiste hii wa mama tulikuwa tunarokota wakuja wafakie nyumba, ndio wamekosa msimamo juu hawajui mahali ya kuingilia. Nao wakilalamika, all of them waliwacha baba na wakakimbia kwa Uhuru, wakasema wanaunga Jubilee kutoka kwa. So wakikosa mtu ya kuwatetea, kwa sababu Jubilee imejisikia wamepata kura ya kutosha, so hawawezi laumu baba. Kifuta Kibwana hawakuingia kwa baba, waliingia AZIMIO lakini kwa Jubilee. So all of them walifanya makosa, isipokuwa hata hiyo ya Wamalwa. So chama yenye imesimama peke yake, nani kwa hii machama yote 20 ama 27 tunaambiwa wamejiunga na ODM? Hakuna, walikimbilia Jubilee. So wanakuja na shida yao, kwa sababu Jubilee wamekuta nyumba yao imesimama. Ni kama wahitaji wale unaitwa nini, makamuistei. So hao makamuistei sasa wanajikuta hawana uwezo. Otherwise kama wangesimama na baba, kama wangesaini na ODM, baba angewarusha. Hata huyu Kalonzo tunaongea, yeye aliingia kwa baba kuhusu kupita Jubilee. So akitaka sasa ni Uhuru wapangie nani anakuwa running mate ya Kenya, si Raila. Kalonzo aliingia kwa Uhuru.
Mama umekonga, ndipo nimewaambia hapa. Hiyo unasema, umesema kweli kabisa, nimewaambia hapa.
Wasikuje kuongea Raila ama ODM, hawa wenyewe waende waulizane na Jubilee. Uhuru atawapanga, na Martha Karua ako ndani ya Jubilee na Jubilee iko ndani ya Central, na hapo tu ndio tuko. Wacha maneno mingi, waende waulize. 20 parties, watu 2 watu 3 walikimbia Jubilee. Jubilee imekuwa na more members of parliament, watafanya mambo yao. Walikuwa naita hao wakifikiria hawatasimama. So nao nyumba imejaa, wamefungiwa nje. Hata Kifuta Kibwana anastahili kuulizwa, mlifanya urafiki na baba Ngilu? Ngilu, wewe umekuwa na baba, what happened? Hukuamini ODM ushikane na baba, hata mseme chama 10 imeshikana na Raila na chama 10 imeenda na Uhuru. Haukuchuka, nyinyi wote mnaenda kudanganywa. Sasa mnataka kuchapa baba, awafanyie nini? Si ODM imewatoa. Hata ndio unaona kuwekwa huyu Rafael Tuju ndiye aenda atengeneze vifaranga sao, kwa sababu huwezi weka Sufuna na Sufuna wana shida. Wacha mtu ya Jubilee aenda atengeneze vile alileta watu yao hiyo 20 yote safari moja. Asante Penat.
Thank you.
Bernard, 30 seconds.
Bernard, umeona sasa wasia ya wasee vile.
Yeah, 30 seconds,
Wasia
Bernard,
wasee
and
vile inafanyanga
I
kazi.
will leave other.
Okay,
If
30 seconds for Alex. Fred, you're out of order.
any progressive politics in the world will tell you that Nancy Pelosi is more powerful than Kamala Harris. Anybody will tell you Mbeleka Mbete was more powerful than Tembani. If there was a position that women could have gotten to make a difference between, because he is the head of government. If you are a speaker, you literally control and you pull shots. I would have been glad if Martha Karua could have become the first woman speaker, fully fledged, so that he can root out corruption in committees, root out corruption, ambia our ministers, you jinga wako nayo, they must come to parliament to answer questions. I think Martha Karua can do that so good. But women are so obsessed with the position that actually will mess up that woman. I wish Martha Karua could become our speaker. You will see Kenya, a different Kenya. Hii ujinga yote unaona parliament ingeachwa. If you stop coming to parliament for 21 days, your seat is declared open. We need such kind of woman. We better start talking Martha Karua as the next speaker. Trust me, we will make a change. That's me.
Asante sana. Now, like I said, you are doing overreading. I want us to make progress, please.
And that's politics. It's speculation.
Yes, speculation.
You don't have anything in fingertips, Bernard.
I still believe in Marende's speakership. When we have a coalitions like this, Marende should stop the Vika thing and just come to Nairobi and become speaker
No.
to help us deal with the
Martha Karua for speakership.
Whichever. Mimi kile mtu anataka apewe. Mimi siko nitakuwa nani ndio alikuwa anaitwa ruksa. Mkapa. Napea ruksa, kila mtu aende afanye kila na akipata apewe. Akisipopata atusamee. Bwana Guru, tumeweka watu kwa line sana. Nyi watu hii kwanza ni hostage. What is it, Bwana Guru?
Ni kusema hivi. Kwamba I see the irritation that people have here over Kalonzo's behavior. And that is exactly what he wants. Because he knows in that, if you are irritated here, you can imagine how much irritation there is at the top there. And it is this that which forms the blocks of negotiation. Lazima hata ukiwa ni bibi mdogo umeoa na anakaa akiitisha kitu na utaki kupoteza yeye, mwisho utasema basi pata ile unataka tuendelee na maisha. I think this time I must commend the people who are guiding Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka in his negotiations. He will get what he wants. I can tell you that.
Okay, thank you. Let's Kasuti iko nini?
No. Nguru hao ne wahe nania. Hao ati igehota. My friend, I'm telling you truth. Wapange Jubilee. Vile mama amesema, nilisema hapa. Wow, if anything, Kalonzo will get anything in Azimio, it must come through President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Kalas. Period. Hiyo sahau vitu zingine zote. Vile Alex anasema, watatupa yeye huko kwa speaker. Na hata wakitupa huko kwa speaker, yeye narrative yake yenye ako nayo aliweka already, asha hint kile kitu anataka. Hata apelekwe speaker, apewe hiyo deputy. Yeye anataka mahali ambapo anakuwa na ile monopoly of controlling things, but ati ukileta fujo ana uwezo wa kusema tutimue huyu mtu. Hizo vitu hatutaki bwana. Hiyo kile Uhuru ameonea kwa Ruto, chief chicken seller, assistant deputy of Jesus Christ of Nazareth himself. My friend, he will not allow such kind of things to happen again.
That is blasphemy. What you have spoken is blasphemy. There is nobody who is a deputy of Jesus Christ, my friend. Where unaenda kanisa gani?
That is why it is not blasphemy, because there is no seat for deputy of Jesus. If there was a deputy, then it would be blasphemy because he has replaced that deputy. Thank you very much. I want us to move on. Wachana maneno ya Yehova wanyonyi. Watu watongoreni wote achana nao kabisa. Keep. Nataka kuleta mato. Ebu tafadhali mbio. Half a minute.
Half a minute. Mimi too is just one thing. I'm glad to see Mama Selina's energy is back. I was a bit concerned. There was somebody that abused her some time back, and I just wanted to mention that I was not very pleased. Lazima tuchunge Matreon ya hii channel. There is Mama Selina, there is Rose, there are a couple, and there's also, I forget her name, Princess. There are a couple of ladies here. Lazima tuchunge. Shio. Yeah, she gonna jichunganga. That one is where you don't want to mess with the Shiko. But yeah, let's protect our ladies here. We can't have that. That's all I wanted to say before I do my contribution. But I'm very happy to see you. And it looks like I wanted to also congratulate our clansman, Mama Selina, that was a good thing for us today. I think it's progress. It might not be a lot, but it was progress. It's what we need to hear, that some of us, most of us don't want to see violence.
Okay, thank you, Kip. Let's go to Mato directly, please. Tende kwa Martin, moja kwa moja.
Mr. Bernard, how are you doing?
Better than yesterday. Thank you.
I'm happy. I hope that leo dawa umepunguza.
Uchunge Mata anaweza kuwa na 200 page.
Natoa kwa kidogo lakini niko tu nasikia. Yeah, let's go. No. Let me turn more.
Kasuti wewe, fine ya wazee utatoa. Yako itakuwa mbuzi 2, kondo 3 na ng'ombe 1.
Kasuti amenianzia mapema bwana. Na hata Themba show ijafika bado.
Imeandikwa wapi?
Andiko kama
anything supported by scripture, you do it.
Kama ijaandikwa tutaandika. Nani alikwambia wino imeisha?
Enda mumia kwa archives za Waluya utapata imeandikwa huko.
Asante. Wewe, Mato tafadhali karibu sana na
Bernard, rudisha Kasuti akasumbua watu huko kwa comments. Unajua nasumbuaga watu huko mpaka anaitwa akuje kwa show. Atoke huko.
Nataka kufungia. I will ban him from this.
Anyway, salamu ya kila mtu. I'm happy to see you guys again, Bernard. Like always, thank you for always, taking your time to be here. Na kila mtu mwenye ukuja hapa, I mean, we're a good family here.
Martin, I think I know you. Martin, I think I know you. We'll discuss later.
And I think you look familiar too, but where you near Badai. So anyways, mimi kwanza today I'm so happy kwa sababu kuna watu nataka kugonga hapa na Alex alisema it was just about 2 weeks ago nilika hapa Kalonzo akianza kuingia. Alex ameshinda akisema Ndeto alisema tukaongea hapa na leo Bernard, I never hit you lakini leo nitakugonga. Hiyo siku ulinikashifu nikakwambia be careful. Siasa ya Ukambani si ya Kalonzo anymore. And you remember, I'm saying the truth. Ni past wezi danganya. Na nikawambia, be careful venye Kalonzo amekuja na conspicuously Ngilu, Mutua na Kivutha hawatokei tena kwa zile nini, the campaign trails. na kila mtu akanigonga hapa akaniambia hapana, hao walifanya kazi yao, walideliver Kalonzo, sijui wamerudi. Man, I've been in Ukambani politics for a long time. Mtu namjua kutoka inside out na anajulikana, and I know what is behind there. I can tell you today, you can take Kalonzo out of Azimio and bring the 3 governors, and I bet you will not lose even one single vote. You will even gain more. And it took me 2 weeks tumekaa. Leo niliona mtu akisema hiyo kitu na Kibudha na hata wakatajanak, nikasema wacha leo nitapatana na Bernard tuongee sasa. The politics of Ukambani, I said it, nikarukwa. Kalonzo Kalonzo has nothing in Ukambani, my friend. Ni hata sijui kitu anachocha anaenda kusumbua kina Raila, anasumbua nini? It's just for the show. There's nothing. Take the 3 governors and leave Kalonzo out. By the way, mpatie for free to UDA, and you'll see what Ukambani will do. Those are the three people that you cannot let out in Ukambani. Me, I'm a Kamba. I come from Machakos. I've been in this thing for a long time. Kalonzo niliwaambia atawaletea shida. Alex ameirudia tena hapa akasema nilisema ataleta shida. Sasa tumejiingiza kwa kitu kingine hata hatuelewi. Mtu anakuja na kiburi yake na kutaka kujisikia kama ako juu. That guy, no one likes him in Ukambani, my friend. Hiyo nilikuwa nataka nikugonge Bernard, because sasa naona watu wengine wanamtetea saizi wenye walinigonga nikiwaambia tungeni Kalonzo. And that was before it all happened. Hiyo ilikuwa lazima niingie. I think even that's my main point leo. Okay, hata nikimbia haraka basi, because that was one I had to give. Kuna mtu alinichekesha na Bernard, I send you a clip. Sijui kama umekataa kutuchezea. Ile ya RUTO nilikutumia kwa WhatsApp. By the way, mtu alinichekesha akiniambia na RUTO sasa anataka terms gapi na alishapata term ya kwanza ya 2 days. Si aliachiwa nini akakuwa president? He's already been a president. So akifanya 2 itakuwa 3 terms. And then nini ingine ni ya nani? Hii ingine tu, cause I'll come back again. Hii ilikuwa gaona lighter note. Kuna mtu wako huko hivyo, and cause we normally also appreciate the people that come on the comment section. Kuna mtu anaitwa Gitash huko, ameingiza fisi, ndovu, meno, dental. Hebu endeni muangalie, it was so funny. Wacha tuwasalimu waki huko. Bernard, I'll come later. Yangu ya nilikuwa tu nataka kukukumbusha story ya Kalonzo, what I said. That's it.
Thank you for being a prophet, and may the good part of your prophecy come to pass. The bad one, we bind it. Now we play the video. Hiyo mikono mpaka nitaignore sasa. Let's start here.
With the different parties, we had PPT, we had NAC, we had DAP Kenya, we have CCU, we have Kenya Reform Party, we have Muungano, we have Maendeleo Chap, we have Maendeleo Democratic. We have looked at the document that they have prepared as a coalition agreement. We have not been given that document to go through. We have been shown, some of our people have been shown, and we are not even allowed to look at it for a long time, and we expected to sign to it. And in the document, they are forming a leadership head of just Jubilee, ODM, and Wiper, and then they are the ones to decide who the rest of us will fit and who among us will fit, and we are not in agreement to that. We also have problems with clauses that we believe in the nomination structure will lead towards zoning. We as political parties, we are here to win elections, and we've already recruited many people, and we've told them that we will be going all the way to the ballot. So we don't want to be caught up in a nomination process. We do feel that we have not been consulted. Decisions are being made, including the recent decision being made that AZIMIO will have a secretariat for nominations led by my good friend Honorable Raphael Tuju. We are seeing it in the media. We are supposed to be coalition partners making decisions together. It seems that there's first among equals and the rest of us. And we are saying that it looks like they have appointed themselves, the ones who have certain positions, and the rest of us, either we take it or we leave it. But we are saying that we have committed ourselves to AZIMIO, and we'd like to be able to move forward together, but in a very respectful manner. So as a result of our meeting today, we've come up with various over here.
Yes, what the caucus meeting has decided is that we should, when they sign a document, imply we are the fourth leg of that table, and we should be recognized as such. So in that means that that document needs to be renegotiated to ensure that our interests are taken care of as the fourth leg of the AZIMIO coalition. And in the same way that they have introduced zoning through some technical language, we want it to be renegotiated and done away with. As Governor Mutua has just explained, we have our candidates spread out throughout the country, and we cannot subject them to that zoning program that they are trying to bring. Then the decision as to who becomes the deputy president or the running mate to Raila Amolo Odinga, all the parties here called their NDCs, and the NDCs resolved to back Raila Amolo Odinga for presidency. Similarly, we expect the same NDCs to give the name of who will be the running mate, not a decision by a few people. The running mate will have to be named by the same people that named the presidential flag bearer. And this needs consensus, and we are saying that we must be listened to so that we can also be part of the coalition wholly, and our interests must be taken care of, because it should be known that time is running out, but we still have options which we can invoke at any time. So we expect that we should be, whatever is being done should be more inclusive, more consultative than what's going on so far. Thank you.
Any questions, or do you have, we can maybe have an addition, Professor?
I think you have covered everything.
We've covered everything. Maybe we can get another word also. Space here. It's good to say the name. And
I'm Felipe Saja, the Secretary General of Chama cha Uzalendo. I concur with my colleagues as leaders of other political parties. We supported AZIMIO political parties as equal partners, and we request that the AZIMIO team should work as a group, not as why we have some parties looking at others as small partners or small boys. The only thing we'll want is that going forward from today, that there should be consensus in terms of any issues that are raised and decisions taken. There must be a real partnership where partners within AZIMIO are recognized in every decision that are taken. And as our partners have said, it's very clear that we have options, and if we are not listened to, we'll be forced to take that option that we'll agree as a team. This is the fourth-legged team table, and we are just calling on our friends that they should listen to us, and we only have 48 hours to agree on a position. If that position is not taken, then we will make a decision within the same 48 hours. Yes, thank you.
My name is Munene Kahiro, Chairman KRP, that is Kenya Reform Party. We also strongly feel that the source sacred document called the agreement has not been made public to the political parties that signed it. It is now imperative that the contents of the documents should be disclosed so that the parties make a very informed decision. Because we all agreed we are in AZIMIO party, as political parties, we called our respective NDCs and endorsed whom to support as the presidential candidate.
So in that spirit also, whatever we signed for should be made public to us, and we should go through it, and if possible amend the clauses that we feel are not justified to be placed within the particular clauses. For example, the people that are supposed to make decisions, the 11 people, so-called people to make a decision on behalf of the parties, this legged stool of 3 has not incorporated the parties present here, and we feel we are left out. So what happens is that we also make known that we are the 4th leg of the stool, and we are there to support AZIMIO, but our interests should be taken care of.
Maybe I can say something. In the meeting of the political parties gathered here, a unanimous decision was taken that we have now formed Mwanzo Mpya caucus. And we therefore wish that this caucus is inscribed in the coalition party agreement, so that there are 4 caucuses. Initially, this was a caucus that was recognized, because even at KICC, during negotiations with the president, the former prime, and others, this caucus was, even information was allowed 2 representatives in the apex body of AZIMIO. So at least today we have now firmed up in terms of making that firm decision of Mwanzo Mpya caucus. We are cognizant of the fact that before other people who are now asking to be at the front seat about AZIMIO, we sacrificed to be founding partners within AZIMIO, and some of us actually gave up our presidential ambitions because we believed Raila, given his history, was the candidate to be supported. And we worked reasonably hard throughout the various parts of the country to popularize both AZIMIO and Raila's candidature. So in our meeting, we felt that we can't be wished away because of our work initially and our continuing work even up to today. Yes, some people call us small parties, but one important aspect to bear in mind is you never know which party is small and which party is big until after the elections, when you see the results. And we are confident that the parties in Mwanzo Mpya will make a mark this year in the elections. So we still reiterate that we supported Raila as a matter of principle. We supported him even without demanding positions, as some of the people are, because what was important for us initially was we wanted the manifestos in AZIMIO to be aggregated so that our people would say our parties have come with the best manifesto, development manifesto. That was primary for us. It was not like we were asking Raila for this position or that position. That was secondary. And that is therefore, in terms of Mwanzo Mpya caucus, we feel that we deserve a choice place in AZIMIO, and that is why we are talking about A table 4 legs, and if some people are stuck on stools, it can also be a stool of 4 legs, because we need to modernize our thinking in terms of where we come from culturally. Finally, as has been stated, all these parties here have candidates, because the 26th of March was the month for people to say which parties they will belong to for purposes of the elections of August. Therefore, in law, the candidates that we have attracted have a right to be in the ballot in August 2022. We cannot tell them that they cannot be. They have paid, they are within our parties, and we cannot tell them now at this juncture to get out. So we know that in some instances we may have to negotiate so that we don't lose a seat because of AZIMIO candidates crowding each other. But in such few circumstances, all the participating parties must reach a consensus. We don't want that decision taken outside the consensus of the participating parties. Thank you.
There goes 4-legged stool, 4-legged table, and the other matters arising. Kasuti.
Without fear of contradiction, let me tell you something here, which people are not even seeing it. And we cannot say that we didn't see this coming. We see it coming. That's why Baba is called the enigma of politics in Kenya. He didn't want anything. He didn't want anybody. That's why all these things were created in the favor of President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So as they start to, by the way, who has seen that document? That document has not even been deposited in register, political register. So it is not, it's very minor. It's a very minor document whereby it can be thrown away and something new can bring on the table. So that document has not even been approved. Sijui kama imekuwa approved, but kufikia leo, kufikia jana, I think it was not yet being approved, because nilimusikia chairman wa I think chairman wa KANU alikuwa anahojiwa mahali akisema ya kwamba haijakuwa deposited, so it's not legal, sio sheria. So plus yao kukuja ndani wakianza kuleta hii mambo yao, hiyo itatolewa huko kwa shelf, ikuje inaipelekwe kwa shelf ya State House na iwekwe hapo na inyamaziwe. Story inaisha, mtaruka kidogo, mfanye kidogo basi, and then tupange hii mambo namna hiyo, alafu tunatengeneza mambo inakuwa sawa sawa, and then we move on. But this thing ya watu kukuja, hakuna certificate ndani Maanzo atakimbia nayo. Hiyo kama alikimbia na ya ODM, this time round hakuna ile certificate huyo mtu atakimbia nayo tena. Kalas, akuje polepole apangwe.
Martin?
Kasuti, nimekubaliana na ile kitu umesema, lakini unajua, and the reason I was talking like that before kitu yote happen, unajua Kasuti, where you come from na kila mtu mali ametoka hapa, there's a way you speak in your language, and kama sisi Wakamba tunapenda kuongea sana na parables, and if you're really from Ukambani and you've lived with your grandfathers and your grandmothers and your parents, you understand what people are talking. If you understand what Kivutha Kibwana just said up there, hapo ya mwisho, watu wengine, we don't like mentioning names, watu wengine. I think all of us, we know what we're talking, but it's deeper than that. It's so deep in Ukambani And that's why I came up with that thing. Nikawambia, guys, history ya Kalonzo mnatuletea shida, nikagongo. But anyways, I hope now we see it. I know the debate sasa itapanda, but also Bernard, I'm still requesting for that video I send you. I'm still requesting for it because unajua kwa nini nilituma. I'm still requesting, please tucheze si I mean to the debate zote mbili, please.
I would love to, but I want approval first because there are some videos that are copyrighted. Like that's a production too. So I must get clearance before I play it, because what happens is that YouTube whatever interferes with the whole program because of that small segment of the video. So boss anaangalia kwanza, akisha approve tutacheza. Thank you. Elisha?
Thank you. Now, from just a reminder of what is happening currently. You know, I've been very categorical in expressing my opinion in regards to the character of one Kalonzo Musyoka. You can evidently see from Alfred Mutua to these other guys, lastly, Professor Kivutha Kibwana, that something is not right somewhere. You know, these guys have worked tirelessly to make AZIMIO what it is, to build this house. We are symbolically invoking the house figure because we want everyone to understand that when you are doing the foundations or the foundation and the walls, doing the interiors of a building, it is actually you're doing that because you want to build something where your family, where the whole house, your household will be comfortable living. This is a scenario of let me say, nyumba ambayo ishatengezwa. Kalonzo amekuja jana, niseme jana, hata leo, wacha niseme leo. Nina hasira kwa sababu nasikia it is very wrong for you to come and oust wale. Ni kama mke amekuja kwa nyumba akapata kuna wake wengine, hata si mke mmoja, lakini anataka kuwaondoa wale ambao walijenga ile nyumba, walishika matope, walidungwa, waliumia, waliteseka, walibeba miti wakajenga nyumba ili jamii ama familia zao, watoto wao waishi pale ndani. And then you just come in and you don't care about them. You want to impose everything and you want like see, these are not, these Kivutha Kibwana, Alfred Mutua, and most of these guys who've been talking on media are not people from Western. These are, most of them are company leaders. Ngilu didn't speak in this forum, but you can clearly see that some guys are not pleased with whatever that is happening. And I wonder, is it a game that Raila is playing to make sure, even after these complaints, he decides to appoint Tuju to be the topmost CEO? So is it like he wants now to play, he's playing a different league from what Kalonzo is playing? Because mimi naona kama intention ya Kalonzo ni vile Kip alisema, ni Kip ama ni ndugu fulani alisema hapa, huyu mtu amekuja kurock hii ship ya Azimio, anataka kuhakikisha imeenda chini, ama anatumiwa na opponents kuhakikisha Azimio ship does not focus on its journey to achieve what the cause is. The cause is to make sure Raila and his team Azimio wanna clinch the realms of power to make sure this country moves into that one direction that hata the current president anticipate. But you see what is happening is that there is that pain, there is that bitterness. Mpaka professor amesema we worked tirelessly, tulienda Ukambani, tukaenda nchi nzima tukiuza Azimio. Mpaka kuna wale watu wameregister. Kuna wale watu ambao wamejitolea na inputs zao. Watu walikosa usingizi they inputted a lot of their resources, financial, psychological, and physical. Watu wameteseka kujenga Azimio. Then someone just comes in and wants to dictate to us that I want to be the running mate, I want ile governor's position ya Nairobi munipatie, nataka ile cheo, nataka minister, nataka lazima. It is not a must. In politics, hata kama ni strategy Kalonzo anatumia to negotiate, vile Alex alikuwa anasema, to negotiate his way forward, it is not even fair. Morally, I personally disagree with Kalonzo. I feel for these guys. I feel for Kivuta Kibwana professor shelving his ambition, presidential ambition, for Raila Amolo Odinga, because he believed in what he has done for this country before. And he said this time, because maybe this is his last attempt, let me give him that opportunity so that we have that direction as a country. I feel for Alfred Mutua also, who also had that ambition. I also feel for Ngilu and these other guys who've spoken. I don't like it that we are continuing to massage Kalonzo when we know Kalonzo has his own intentions. I'm telling you, and I'm praying that we come to an understanding that this is a bigger game that we might not be knowing what Kalonzo is doing. But to me, I understand Raila already knew this would come to happen. That is why he chose to leave Tuju outside and then come in to overshadow everything. So that now we have a secretariat ambayo itaita hawa coalition partners wote on the table. Hata afadhali tukue na caucus ya hizi parties zote ambao watachagua running mate. Wata propose, this is our preferred candidate as a running mate, not what Kalonzo wants, to impose himself against the will and the wish of those who built the group. Otherwise, for me, from that clip you've played, it has reminded me something, that there are those people who built this chama. Na kuna mtu mwingine ambaye intention yake ni kuharibu. Then
you made your point. Thank you.
Yeah.
I have said, I'll say again, Kalonzo's problem is one, insecurity. The insecurity is coming from his backyard. It has nothing to do with national politics. He's threatened by Kivuta Kibwana, Mutua, and Ngilu. So he's come on the national platform wanting to use Azimio to humble the people that are threatening his kingpinship in Ukambani. That is why I say Kalonzo arudishwe nyumbani, asoti masuala yake ya nyumbani. Wewe mkeo akikuchapa nyumbani, vumilia, okay? Usikuje hapa useme nisaidie. It is that simple. But if we allow that domestic issue be brought on the national platform, we'll be distracted from the main focus, and we end up losing what we are supposed to gain. So Kalonzo should go and win his honor from Ngilu, from Mutua, and from Kibwana. Kama wamemzidi awafuate. In the church, kuna wale watu tuliongoza kwa Yesu, amen. Na tulipoongoza kwa Yesu, hao wakaenda theology, wakajifunza, wakasoma Biblia sana. So baadaye wakarudi tena wakawa pastor wetu. We led them to Christ, they are now leading us in Christ. He should accept, if he led these people into politics, they can now lead him in politics. Asitusumbue, na asisumbue Kenya. Yes, Kasuti.
Sorry, nimekuja sana lakini I just want to put this in context. Mnajua, je, kama kuna mtu anajua the reason was behind Oka was coined. That was a vault na ika achieve purpose yake. Even this one, Na nimewaambia hapa nikieleza, every time I always say that if there is a genius politician who's rarely make a mistake is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Do you know why this thing has not been deposited on a political registrar? There is something fishy. Hold these people. Don't make them to be loose. Do you know, it's like a butterfly. Eh? When you hold it tightly, it will die. When you hold it loosely, it will fly away. So you have to learn, and you have to watch, to be very careful the way you are handling these people. So when you hear this thing, these people are coming up with these things, oh, hii ikakua, hii ikakua, hii ikakua. The coin, ule mtu alicoined Azimio is the original person. There was two people, President Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Amolo Odinga, and they are not ready to sacrifice, to let all these things to go down to the train. Watch it, watch the space. These things, they saw it coming, so let them keep them busy somewhere, alafu watawakujia baadaye. So huyu mwenye anapiga kelele huyu ako pale anaserve purpose fulani, but when the right time comes, utasikia window of sijui what of kusaini nini imeisha, sasa kuko hivi na bla 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 bla, hiyo story imeisha. Utapiga kelele, watu wako wenye hizo, hao watu wako wenye wanapiga kelele watapaki wamefunga midomo. It's not formal, yani formal, yani haijathibitishwa ama haijakuwa assented to become a law or an honored document. So all these things is there. Let them chant, huyu apite hivi, but hizi ni recipes. But the real menu, the real food is on the table, is coming, my friend. The real one is in the kitchen.
Okay, sawa, thank you. Njiru?
Yeah, I wanted to raise a comment about story ya Kalonzo, and also a comment on that video you have shared. First of all, I'm very frustrated when you look at grown-up, old, and educated men foiling such a frustration. It is not very good. And to my submission, I see whatever Kalonzo is doing, he is now threatening our Kamba votes. He is threatening even some of our Kikuyu votes, and he is also even threatening our independent votes, which were supposed to come to us. So to me, I think now Kalonzo is a cancer which is at stage 1, and unless we sit down and we come up with a good concept, because let me tell you, Kalonzo has the capacity of destroying Azimio. Let me tell you, whatever is happening now, he has that capacity, and let's not take him as a joke. And I will explain why. You can see that one was a group. Eseri was there, a guy of DAP, and some other parties, even other parties zingine zikuwa nikijua. And whatever Kalonzo is showing, he is also showing people disrespect. Ataki kufuata queue. Unajua, hata ukienda pahali ukute watu wamepiga queue, you are supposed to follow protocol. And in principle, we were not introducing Kalonzo to Raila. Alikuwanga anajua Kalonzo amekuwa kwa nini. So he needed to know that there was a wave building kwa pande ya Raila, and he needed to fit in the usual seat anakuwanga amekaria. Sasa saa hii yeye ndiye amejidisplace mwenyewe. To the extent, let me tell you, and I'm very serious, if Azimio will have Kalonzo as a running mate, tutakuwa tumeruse like 70% of our votes we were supposed to get, because Kalonzo has shown all the capacity of destruction. Kama saa hii hatungekuwa tunafanya hizi vitu tunafanya saa hii tungekuwa tumepiga barabara, tunapiga kampeni na vitu zingine, not trying to assemble and bringing people together. Hii headache yote ya kumanage a coalition ni yeye analeta. So 1 minute, I'm finishing. So ile kitu najaribu kusema is, now Raila Odinga has to be very clear on this story. We don't need to talk to Kalonzo. Wacha yeye, he now has to behave as a politician with experience, because Kalonzo vile ana behave, I am even doubting his experience from 1986. He is behaving worse than people who came into politics in 2013. And I'm not happy with that. So what I would like to Azimio to do is we don't need to allow such strategies, because let's assume what wako hapo, they have capacity to bring that havoc. You havoc Kalonzo ameleta, people have capacity to do that. Everybody can claim, let me become a running mate. People, running mate is not about qualification. Running mate is about having being mentioned by the running mate. Na mutakuja kujua some of the person who will become a running mate, it will not be about qualification. Kama ni qualification, we have over 50 people who can become deputy president. Sasa pale itakuwa kuchukua the most formidable ticket. So that is why now Kalonzo has to be analyzed and be taken as a threat. He could be working for UDA na ako hapa tu. That guy is not settled. Huyo ako kwa barabara huyo. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina.
Thank you, Bernard. Wakiwa the first meeting Kalonzo alienda kule Turkana, wachumbe ya Wiper ndio walikuwa natuambia, wanatufunza kusema Azimio Kenya kwanza, Azimio what, Kalonzo ndiye anatakikana. Kisuri wanasema nini? Kibaya kinachiusa, kibaya kinachitembeza, kisuri kinachiusa.
Kizuri cha jiuza, kibaya cha kitembeza.
Yes. Kalonzo, ukisikia hii kelele yote tunaongea, haitoki kwa chama zingine, isipokuwa sasa leo our governors ya Ukambani wameongea. But kwa Jubilee imenyamaza, imetulia, kwa baba imetulia. So Kalonzo ndiye amekuja akatuambia ya kwamba penda tuwezi enda nyumba ya wenyewe imechengwa, imewekwa kila kitu, and then unataka kuja kukalia kiti yenye uchui hata ilinunuliwa aje. Kwa Kikalenjin nasema Disemba familia wakajipanga, wakatengeneza, watoto wanaenda chondoni. So wale watoto wametairishwa, wanajua mambo wenye wana nani. Mmoja akikuja kujifichia huko ndani, hawezi patiwa nafasi ya kwanza. And I think Kip knows that. So Kalonzo akuje pole. Na hata kama Kalonzo anataka kuharibu, I know baba, ushano ya baba na Ngilu, ndio unaona Ngilu hata atakuwa na hii shida ya kushikana na kina Wambua na kina Kivuta. Baba alikuwa nasema kwa serikali yake Kivuta Kibwana amefanya kazi mzuri na waliaifanya kazi na yeye. Can you imagine, can we say that baba amefanya kazi na Ngilu, amefanya kazi na Kivuta Kibwana, vile amefanya kazi na Oparanya. Unafikiri serikali ya baba Kivuta Kibwana anaweza kuwa kwa ministry yenye itasaidia Kenya na baba anajiita reform person? Hawa watu kama Kivuta, kama Mukisa Kitui, ile kitu Kalonzo anataka na grupu yake hii China munaita Azimio moja, Azimio One Kenya, hata raia wajui, hata wenye wanasimama wajui. Sasa Kalonzo batu inamuuma. The only thing we want to say here, wacha tuongee kwa sababu mtomo setu hata Mungu aliye pinguni anasikia. Kalonzo, kama unataka kushikana ama unasema unakuja kupita katikati, then amekuja Azimio kupita katikati, but this time round, wacha niwaambie, amepata strong people. Achia Kalonzo hii wa mama kina Gladys Wanga, Martha Karua na hii wa mama ingine yote. Asubuhi jioni Kalonzo hata simama. But ile kitu tunasema ni hii. Wacha tuongee na tuone nomination. Nimekubali kile vile gavana ya Makueni amesema ya kwamba mnajuaje wale watu walikuwa wametengeneza wanasimama. Yes, waende nomination. Na kwa sababu pia tunataka kuambia hawa watu mapenzi yao ni ya baba, mapenzi yao ni ya Kenya, si mapenzi ya Kalonzo. Wacha Kalonzo aweke watu yake kwa nomination na wacha wote waangushwe, watu ya kina Kifuta Kibwana wachukue, watu ya Mutua kwa Machakos pia wachukue, na ya Ngilu, unless pia hawa wana thought ya kwamba Kalonzo ako na nguvu. Ile kitu nataka Azimio afanye ni kuachia wote waende nomination. Wacha wakanyakane ule tepesti, vile Kifuta amesema. Ule tepesti atapita kwa hiyo machama. Wacha moja atoke. Ama wakae chini, kwa sababu shida huyu Kalonzo anataka numbers. Na hiyo numbers ndio inamsumbua. But nauliza Wakamba, this man aliletwa na Muli Mutisha. Ukambani patu iko na shida. Amai kuwa foreign affairs minister kwa serikali ya Moi. Amai kuwa a big person kwa serikali ya Kibaki. Amekuja na sasa Penat Aisuru, nikisema hivyo unisamee kwa sababu najua Moses Abraham kwa uhusiano yake aliweza kupata mtoto. Pati hiyo ilikuwa ni pipe. Kalonzo kama achaweza saidia Wakamba, hata maji. Ngilu ndiye amekuja kufanya kazi. Ni nini Kalonzo anataka kuletea Wakamba yenye ajafanya akiwa vice president? Yenye ajafanya akiwa kijana mzuri? Kalonzo Musyoka alikuwa akitoka nje unaona kuna mwanaume anatoka. What is he going to do now? Ile kazi mzuri ulitaka kupatia Wakamba ukiwa vice president, did you do it? Ile kazi mzuri ulitaka kufanyia Wakamba wakati Muli Mutisha na Moi akakupatia serikali yake, na ukakuwa Minister of Foreign Affairs, umekuwa Minister of Education. Kalonzo amai pepa viti kubwa sana akiwa serikali ya Kenya. Hila hali Wakamba patu wako na shida. Isipokuwa devolution, baba alilete, ndiye sasa Ukambani imejaribu kukaa vizuri kwa sababu ya governance. I think nitakuachia sahi. I think kitu mzuri tusipoteze wakati. Sisi tulikuwa tunasema mara ya kwanza, ukilete pipi Muroki kwa nyumba, sasa anataka kuroka watoto yote kwa boma. Tunataka kusema hapana. Kama vile tulikuwa tunasema akae nje, kama angekaa. So, lakini hata sahi, between 20 parties, mimi ile kitu nataka kusema Penat, wacha aenda aulize Uhuru chenye walikubaliana. Kwa sababu baba hakukua, na hata sahi ana deni na baba. That is why I'm so happy. Hakuna mahali baba alikutana na yeye. Suniwatie kidogo juu mumeongea tangu asubuhi. Hii ni mara yangu ya pili. Ama kama sina kitu nasema, niko sawa kuacha. Ongea.
No,
Mami,
mami,
ngoja. Order.
mami, endelea.
Elda Kasuti, nitafuta wewe kazi ya weldership. Nitakurudisha kwa boys class. It's okay. Mama Selina, finish your submission and then Martin will, I think he has a question.
Esa kuniuliza ndiye nikimalizia. So, nikienda kumalizia wapigaji kura ya Kenya. Naona nyinyi mnaandarate wa mama sana. Penat, nataka utuambie wakati waliregister kura ya Kenya. Nataka tujue hesabu ya kina mama na hesabu ya kina baba. Because I'm 100% wale watu wengi wanapiga kura ni kina mama. Wa mama, mnakubali wa baba wanakuja kukawanya sisi na kutuambia wa mama wengine hatuwezi kuwa viongozi. Nataka muamuke na mufungue macho. Mahali mama amesimama kiti ya MCA, asikue mama tu. Tuko na wamama ya nyumbani ya kupiga. Tuko na wamama chair lady ya makanisa. Tuko na wamama leaders. Mi nataka kusema ule mama amejipima na akaona anaweza kuwa kiongozi ya Kenya. Nataka kuomba wamama kwa mashinani, kabla hatujaenda number 1, hule mwanaume, kwanza tujichunguze na tuone kwa nini tusipatie nafasi kina mama watusaidie kwa siasa, na hawa wa baba, hawa wanaume wanakubalia sisi tuwachungie mali yao, tusalie hawa watoto, tukue kwa nyumba yao wakilala usiku, na sisi kama unaniheshimu nikulelee jamii. Ni nini hiyo ngumu? Kuchunga jamii ni ngumu ama siasa ni ngumu? So nataka kuomba wa baba, mkiona mumama amejitokeza na anatosha, si kiti ya women rep, hiyo mlitupatia kwa sababu mnasema mko na kiti ya wanawake. Atuongei viti ya wanawake. Viti ya wanawake tuko nayo maendeleo, kwa sababu wababa hawezi kuja kuwa chair lady ya maendeleo. Na wamama ya maendeleo 4 milioni registered voters wameamua ya kwamba mama mwenzao Martha Karua ndiye kiongozi yao na ndiye wanaombea yeye kiti. Na wamama governors wale wamesimama, tunataka kuomba ya kwamba counties, kuna wamama wamesukumwa na marafiki, hatutaki hawa. Tunataka wamama viongozi wale wamesimama viti ya governors. Kenya mupatie nafasi. Kama tunakuwa headmistress kwa mashule na shule inasimama, kama mnatupatia ministries na ministry yenye wamama wamekuwa imesimama. So hii tu ya siasa mtujaribu, kwa sababu tunataka amani. Ya pili, tunataka wamama more ministers kwa serikali ya baba. We want more members of parliament kwa serikali ya baba. We want more MCAs and more governors, kwa sababu baba ataki watu ya kukuja kufuruka. Anataka kututengenezea nchi, atuwachie kama Kenya imesimama. Isiwekuwa mama moja mbili walichukua pesa, na hata ukiona hiyo pesa hakupelekea watoto yake. Kuna wanaume walikuwa hapo wakikula hiyo pesa. So nataka kusema, hatuwezi sema wamama yote ni wazuri. Tunajua kuna wachache wale wamewekwa mbele na maboyfriend sao ndio wakuje wachukue pesa, lakini ukifuata hiyo pesa itafika kwao. Wengine wametumiwa. So mimi nataka kuomba tu ya kwamba kwa hii 3 months imepaki, wamama na hata ikisiti baada ya baba, tunataka kurudi nyumbani tufanye campaign. Tunataka sasa kwenda kucheza mpira Arsenal, na sijui kani hiyo baba alisema juzi, tucheze mpira ya wababa na wamama. We want to know who are the majorities. Majority, mimi nitaongea na bwana yangu, nitaongea na kijana yangu, nitaongea na msichana yangu, na niambie wote tupike kura hapa. So after baba, sisi wamama tutakuwa kiwanja na nyinyi. Mutoe candidate ya wababa na sisi tutoe candidate ya wamama. Alafu tuone nani anapiga yes, wacha kutingisa. Wamama wataerefuka. Unajua, nashukuru kwa sababu deputy ametuambia hakuna wachinga Kenya. Also women, they are not, fanya hesabu. Samani hakuna mama angenunua property. Samani hakuna mama angekuwa na nyumba. I want you guys to tell me, nani wanaongoza kwa biashara? Kama wamama wameweza kukua na poma, na unaingia hiyo poma ya huyo mama mpaka hata wewe unajua hii ni poma, ni nini hatutafanya? So ile enzi yenye hata hatungesimamia koroba moja. And I want you to tell me, hii biashara zote ya nje, hawa wamama wanaenda na ndege. Wamama wamerefuka, so wachinga wameisha. Munaweka watoto wetu kwa pombe, tutakuja ongea hiyo. Vijana wetu wamekosa kuoa, tutakuja uliza swali, wanaume walifanyia nini watoto wetu? We are just coming up there. Mungoje tu Martha Karua akiingia, nimepanda ndege na niko Kenya. Asante. Tunakuja kuongea, tunaenda kuongea sasa. Tutakuwa na ile mkutano ya wachumbe ya wamama. We have to come and talk. Wanaume watuambie ile makosa tumefanya tuweke kando. Ile wametufanyia na watoto yetu tukuje tuongee. Alafu Kenya itasimama.
Thank you, Mama Selina. It's interesting, eh? Well, Martin, you had your question or point, please. Make it quick.
Mama Selina, nilikuwa tu nataka kukujibu. Uliuliza swali about Kalonzo, nini alifanya na kila kitu, na nilikuwa tu nataka kuuliza, nilikuwa nikujibu kwa sababu mimi ni Mkamba. Uliuliza swali Wakamba wamefanyiwa nini na Kalonzo, na sasa nataka nikujibu kama Mkamba mwenye nimegrow. Na hata ukiongea wanawake, maendeleo ya wanawake, Zipporah Kitoni and my grandmother were the first people to start it in Ukambani. That's why I know the politics of Ukambani that much. I want you to ask someone in Kenya, mtu wako Kenya tu, mwambie aende place inaitwa Mwingi Sekuru. Hapo ndio Kalonzo ametoka. Amekuwa in politics since then. Nataka uende hapo, alafu utoke hiyo Sekuru, umwambie tu, uko na pesa, si unafanya kazi kila siku, mlipie tu ticket, hata kama utamlipia Uber. Aende tu akupigie picha Sekuru, alafu akuje Kitui akupigie picha, na apite hivi akiteremkaga Machakos akupigie picha, alafu apite hapo Konza akienda Makueni akupigie picha. Hapo atashika Mombasa Road, ateremke Nairobi tena kama anaishi Nairobi. Ukipigiwa hizo picha zote, ukuje sasa ukuje kuniuliza Kalonzo amefanya nini Machakos.
Okay.
And that's why
wacha nikwambie, mimi nimefanya biashara Ukambani wakati ya BC Pilemona mwenye alikuwa Embu. Mimi najua mpaka Mutomo, wacha hiyo unaniambia. Mimi najua mpaka hii mahali unaenda kupeleka chakula Kanyangi. Najua ile msee anakaanga nje hapo. Tukitoka chakula kwa kutoka Uganda, kabla utaenda Ukambani, hiyo msee unamwachia kunia moja ama ya mahindi ama kunia moja ya marakwe. Mimi Ukambani mpaka Mutomo uko ndani, mimi nimefanya biashara. Mimi niliingia wakati ya Moi Philemon Chelagat. Nikiongea maneno ya Muli Mutisha na napajua. Kina Ngei, Paul Ngei, ninajua. Ule msee wa Meru, mimi kina Karume, mimi ni msichana nilifanya kazi wakati Moi alikuwa president ya Kenya. Nikitoka Baringo, nikiwa na marehemu Philemon Chelagat. Iyo Kenya yote. Sahi ya Kalonzo nitakwambia, si ati nitume. Nimefanya kazi Kitui, kufanya biashara. Nimeenda mpaka Mwingi. Nikwambia sasa kwa sababu mimi si Mkamba. Tulikuwa tunaendanga tunapata vijana hapo Machakos. Anaingia kwa lori. Anakuambia ukiona umbwa kwa barabara usikanyake. Ukiona baka kwa barabara usikanyake. Ukikanyaka tu kwa makosa, lori yako itapenat, lori yako na msiko yako italala barabara wiki mzima. Nimetoa makaa Mutomo nikipeleka chakula, nikimaliza na lori. Pilimona alinipatia permit, work permit. Nilikuwa nalete makaa Nairobi, nikitumia malori ya Kimani Ngonjiri. Nilienda mpaka Mombasa. As I'm talking to you today, nilikuwa na mea na nikaruti nikakuwa na Martha Karua kama National Deputy Women Leader ya na Kenya. Martha Karua akitafuta kiti, hakuna inchi mahali ya Kenya hatukuenda. So you are talking with somebody who is a politician. Nimelelewa kwa Moi na nikafanya siasa. Deputy William RUTO akiwa university, tulikuwa na hawa tukilete. Ukitaka leo kujua Huyu Kimani Ngonjiri munaona ni mwenda simu. Moi alitutuma tukiwa watu ya KANU. Mimi na Ngonjiri, Kimani Ngonjiri, tulienda kuleta uhuru siku ya kwanza na tukakaa hoteli inaitwa Pelin Naivasha, na hapo nje Makto akatolewa na Uhuru akakuwa nominated minister. Mimi nilifanya kazi Tika. Propaganda tulikuwa tunaambia Wakikuyu kama hamutaki Uhuru anaenda kusimama Rift Valley. Mimi nilifanya campaign Central kutafutia Uhuru kama hata achakua kitu, na Moi alikuwa ananituma, na nikamwambia Wakikuyu mkicheza Uhuru atasimama Nakuru kwa sababu yeye anatoka Kishea. So asa mimi ni mtu mdogo, simple mother like this, mbaya ile ajui kuongea Kiingereza na Kiswahili, lakini siasa ya Kenya ile ya ndani tumeifanyia. Hiyo ya Ukambani na ichua vizuri sana. Labda hii miaka 5 nimekuja Amerika ama 10 uniulize mambo imechange. Lakini kulingana na vile najua Kalonzo, nimekwambia akiwa Minister of Foreign Affairs, tukilete Machakos akikuja kupatiwa kiti na Muli Mutisha akisema nimeseeka, huyu ni kijana yangu, sisi tulikuwa hiyo wa mama ya maendeleo na hiyo wa mama ya Kabarnet. I want you to google that. Nimekuwa kwa hiyo serikali ya Moi, nimekuwa serikali ya Kibaki nikiwa na Martha Karua, nimeketi chini na Kibaki State House tukikula viazi na ngwashe. So hii alafu ya mwisho keep, na mimi ndiye nilipeleka mama huko nyumbani mahali ya hata RUTO achai kanyaka hiyo kapsisiwa, na Martha Karua alienda akakunywa masiwa, and she's the one, yeye ni bibi ya kapsisiwa, akikuta kiti ya president Pais tunarudi nyumbani kukunywa masiwa.
And I think Mama Selina tunajuana somehow. Nimejua watu wawili hapa. I think we know each other. I'll give you my surname later on.
Aya, asanteni sana. Na yes, Martin, in half a minute please.
Yeah. Mama Selina, unajua tunakuheshimu hapa sisi wote, na mimi siwezi pigana na mkubwa wangu ama kubishana naye, tunakubaliana kila kitu unasema, lakini saa zingine pia Mama Selina, hii kwa this one, hii sisemi kuna kitu umesema mbaya ama anything, but ma'am, there's a difference between moving around the country and living a place. Unajua unaweza pitia kwetu ujue baba yangu lakini ujui familia yetu. So just because kila mtu ametembea, na wengi tumetembea country yote hapa, nikikwambia kwetu vile kuko na baba yangu venye ni mlevi ama venye ameokoka, hata kama unapitaga hapo kubali kitu ninasema. Anyway, sitaki usiribato, mimi hiyo imeishia hapo. Mimi naheshimu wazazi.
Kitu moja, Kalonzo na Ngilu, hiyo maneno yenyu ya Ukambani, kwa nini ile heshima, kwa nini Kalonzo apiti Ngilu na Ngilu apiti Kalonzo? Kuna nini hiyo wanajuana? Ile nani hiyo ndume mbili, huyu ni ndume mwanamke na ule ni ndume mwanaume. Can you tell us, because I know that kati ya Ngilu nguvu yake na nguvu ya Kalonzo kwa nyinyi wa Kamba, can you tell us what is going on? Wachana na hii ingine, hii kifuta wachana nayo, huyu Mutua wachana naye. Nataka hizo mbili, nguvu ya Ngilu kikikamba na Ngilu ya Kalonzo kikikamba. Unaweza kutuambia ama hiyo ni siri ya Wakamba?
Ma'am, kuna vitu zinaitwa superstition. Unajua vitu zingine, na nimesema sitaki tuendelee. Kuna hii kitu watu wengi wako na superstition. Tuendelee tu. Wamekosana kutoka kitambo, they are neighbors, they are politicians. Sister yake anaishi kando yetu. Wamekuwa wasikizanagi wote. It's just the way inaweza kuwa sisikizani na themba. Lakini mkiongeza superstitions zingine hapo because ni Ukambani, now it becomes a weird kind of way of debating.
Okay, thank you, Martin. Thank you. I appreciate it. Please let us now move forward. Story ya Kalonzo tuachie Azimio watadili na yeye. Akisumbua tutajua vile tutafanya. Let us forget about Kalonzo now. Let's address the elephant in the house. Mother Karua being running mate, I will support it for one. It is the cure to the voter apathy, especially in the mountain. If Mother Karua is on the ticket as a running mate, Umera may come up. And that could just help the saving of the day. So all those factors should put in consideration. The women vote is important and must be counted as important. Although traditionally, women prefer voting for a man other than a woman. That's the traditional setting of Kenya voters. But the Martha Karua ticket is a good ticket, especially if we want the vote from the mountain, watu watoke. Lakini kama hatutaki watu watoke, na unajua wakitoka, it is either for us or against us. Na wasipotoka, it's for us. So whichever way it goes, we should look at which direction do we make the mountain do what we want them to do. There is what we get. If they are coming out to vote for William Ruto, may they never come out. If, if they are coming out to vote for Azimio, let them continue coming and let them come every man. Okay? So whichever way, we must balance that. Time yangu ya kungatuka iko karibu. Keep sema maneno.
Usinisahau tafadhali.
Sijasahau wewe. Kwanza wewe na Alex na nani mlipewa jukumu ya kuokota sadaka. Sijaona sadaka. Kaswa huyu elder kama sadaka yake. Mwezi imeisha.
Wakati imeisha ya sadaka, lakini hujaona WhatsApp yangu. Nilituma WhatsApp. Lakini anyway, si ni wakati wa sadaka.
Ati nini
Kasuti?
Mchungaji unasema aje? Ati nini?
Wakati wa sadaka lazima sava.
Toa sadaka kwanza. Sadaka iulizwangi maswali.
No.
Kwanza, alafu unauliza.
No. Listen. Yes. Wakati Daudi alienda alikuwa na
sasa unanikata. Acha tuongee.
Kasuti, pasta akiongea hakuna swali, toa sadaka, swali baadaye.
Nilikuwa nasema hivi mama, nilikuwa nasema hivi, madhabahu huongea na madhabahu inanyamazanga, inafika mahali inanyamaza. So mi najua madhabahu isipohudumiwa ina keep quiet, haiongei. So if you want altar to speak for you, you must put something on the altar.
Then
so
let's
what is
do
it?
it.
It's a sacrifice.
He
knows.
Fred, you are taking people's time. Wewe utapewa muda wako kuhubiri. Keep endelea.
Tunafanyanga hiyo sadaka in private. Tunajuanga tu sisi. Tunakuanga na arrangement yetu. So mimi nilikuwa nataka kusema kitu moja. I think you know about Kalisi kwa this TV show called Game of Thrones. And I think nobody noticed that there was a queen happening in the mountain. This lady called Cecile Kariuki. That woman, Rigathi Achunge, that woman was rowing on Monday. And we're looking for women leaders, and they're just by our doorstep. This woman used to work for, I think it was Kenya T-Board, and she was the CEO. She made about 130 million in exchange, billion, not million, billion in exchange. That's about 1.4 billion US dollars. Na amefanya hapo kwa, alikuwa PS wa agriculture. Amekuwa sasa, now she's the CS for what I think, I'm not very sure. And this woman, mnafikiria ati Jubilee is quiet. Look at the kind of leadership that has been brought there. And I think this is something that I think is going to make people like Mama Selina very proud. Because I don't think Rigathi Gachagua can step into her territory anymore. That is her turf. And he can't come and talk nonsense like that. Because the lioness roared. And nobody can speak there without her permission. So watch out for her. And if it's for a speaker, I elect her. That is the woman that we need as speaker, because her track record is there. You can see there's no corruption. Unless somebody shows me. I've not seen any corruption. I've seen her track record. I've seen her business acumen. She studied in the University of Massachusetts. She amekuja hapa Amsterdam, close to me. So this is a woman I really admire. When I saw her speak, I was very impressed. And these are the kind of leaders we need to see. So we need to elevate leaders like that. We don't just give nominations to useless people. This is someone with an education. She's got an MBA in a very, 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 I can't pronounce the name of the university in Amsterdam, but she has an MBA there. So anjo watu munafichanga na tuoni. As was something that Alex said that is very important, and I think he's disappeared, but we need to kind of elevate this. This is the speakership, not the speakership, forget about the speaker, the House leader. The House leader, because speaker ni kama moderator, and once a House speaker comes in, whether it's Senate or the main House, that is somebody that is just as a moderator, and they lose their party. That is why even when there's going to be contest with Jubilee and the UDA defectors, our previous speaker will not be in trouble because he was partyless. So he left. When he started campaigning with his party, it's fine for him. So wachana na speaker, but the majority, the House, the majority leader of the House is the person that controls the budget. And government is all about, remember laws, forget about it. The government's main job is actually allocation to governments. Sababu pesa haiwezi enda kwa county without these people's knowledge. So ukipatia Kalonzo hiyo kitu mtaumia. So I rather it goes to Cecile or Martha Karua, because what would happen is if there's corruption in a certain ministry or a certain budgetary area, she can stop it. You know, she can say, no, hapo watu this development fund that we sent last time, ilikulwa, this year, tutakata. And in the US, even governments actually get shut down. Like, the whole government gets shut down because of budget. I think Mama Selina and I think Elisa can testify to that. Yo kitu inafungwa. Hata Njeru knows about that. Budget is what the government's main job is. Now, moving down to coalitions, I think we've got it backwards in Kenya. I think now this is why we're having a lot of headaches right now. I think in Israel, Germany, in the UK, coalitions are formed after elections. I think watu waende huko kwa debe, they fight amongst themselves. These 20 parties that are causing problems now, and even Kalonzo causing problems, even Kenya Kwanza has its own problems. Lazima hii vitu iende kwa debe, we fight amongst ourselves, and then the party with the closest majority can then try and form an alliance after that, or a coalition after that. Then it becomes easier, because we are having this zoning could happen. You know, we could have pre-coalition agreements, like, you know, in the US, in the UK, we've got like the left and the conservative, which is the right. So you could already know which parties are leaning towards your direction, and you could say, hold on a second, Keses is a very leftist area, and we've got 2 parties there. Can we put our candidate there to preference? Those could be pre-coalition agreements that are gently, agreed upon. But shouldn't be something that is causing problems right now, because we've got this monster called, I'm sorry, I'm going to call him a monster, I'm sorry very much, and Martin, Kalonzo, causing these problems, because if you think about it, the meeting that was there today for these other parties within AZIMIO was not caused because of the deputy president position. It was because Kalonzo is trying to say that I do not care about zoning. I'm coming in as wiper, and wiper has preferential treatment in the Ukambani region. So you find these other parties in the Ukambani region are like, we've joined AZIMIO, and you're telling us to not put our candidates there, and we came here before them. So that is actually making these Ukambani leaders really angry. We've made these parties, and you're telling me that because Kalonzo is coming in, he's going to sign an agreement that we don't know about, and we already planned. You can see when the guy from Mandela Chap has sacrificed a lot. He said, I don't trust him because he's a bit corrupt. But, sorry. But he already had an agreement there, and he said, okay, I have all these candidates that have signed through Mandela Chap that are going to be vying for seats here. And if it was zoning, why weren't we included in this zoning? If there is a wiper leader that is stronger in a particular area, in a particular sub-county or constituency, why not? Why not? We can negotiate that. But I believe from the ground that mine is, those are the negotiations that this smaller party should have been privy to. And I feel that Kalonzo has come and shaken the tree. And you can see most of them are from the Ukambani region. I don't think DAP spoke really loud, and I don't think Kano spoke really loud because he's not interfering with their affairs. But I feel like these three governors have been disrespected. Another thing is, you remember when they went to, and this is again, you can see I'm very defensive about women. Mi ni mtu napenda wanawake sana na nataka wanawake waendelee. You saw when Sabina was emceeing the Turkana meeting. Then Kalonzo was like, no, sit down. No, I'll introduce Raila. Meaning that the Sky team is being undermined by Kalonzo's trying to look like a big man right now in these campaigns. And I don't think people see these little small nuances of things. And I think it really offended Sabina because, she's a very big asset, like this very popular lady. People like her. And Kalonzo is disrespecting her. She's an elected leader. He's not. He's not an elected leader. Yeah, whatever. He's got his own party. No, he needs to stop showing disrespect to these people. As for the comments, kuna mtu hapa anaitwa what was his name? Gitash. Unfortunately, my friend, I am not with UDA. Unfortunately, I do not belong to a cult. And I will never belong to a cult like that. That could be a place from my tribe place, but I'm sorry, no. I am with AZIMIO. There is usually a background here with me, and I follow Baba. Yeah, I do not follow any other party. I only follow the coalition. I'm partyless. But AZIMIO is who I follow. I don't follow DM because it was formed. It was formed because of the necessities for the new constitution. So it was the orange and banana thing. So I don't see their principles. I don't follow them. I'm not into them. Wiper, of course, you can see I'm against Kalonzo. But AZIMIO as a coalition, niko uko damu. So unfortunately, my friend, pole sana. As for the guys in the comments,
Gitash anakuaga hivyo huko nyuma. Ni wetu. Anakuaga hivyo. Utaumia.
For him, unfortunately, the guys were saying to kick him out of the comments. No, he's a gentle. I don't see any rude language there, and I would encourage him. No, it's okay, it's fine, because he's not rude. He's not showing any bad language. It's just it's a little bantam. So gosh, it's fine. I don't think he should be kicked out. It's just a little banter there. So mumuachane nae, it's okay, and I would encourage him to come online one day because I think it would be interesting to see him here. So hizo ni maoni yangu kidogo. As for Njeru, nilikuwa nataka kuuliza one question to you, Njeru. I can only see your back. I understand. I wanted to ask him about the dwindling numbers in Mount Kenya if Kalonzo is picked as a running mate, because I know that we can win. Raila can win the presidency without Kalonzo or with Kalonzo, or with Martha Karua or without. For me, I just think, in my analysis, is Baba is going to win, whether it's going to be with 50+1 or it's going to be 60 or 70%. And that is why there's this argument here, and I hope somebody from AZIMIO is going to be looking at this. There is obviously people who analyze videos or outputs like this, and they could see that what Wananchi is saying. I believe that we need somebody like Martha Karua to emphasize that. My preference, to be honest, would be Peter Kenneth, and I'll tell you why. We need a vice president or deputy president similar to what we had with Mike Pence and Joe Biden. Somebody who sits in the background and doesn't bother the president. You know, we don't want this strong leadership, these ambitious people that after the first term, they want this. Because when I saw the agreement that Kalonzo came with from NASA and even from CORD, I felt like this guy just wants Raila to do one term. Who says that the work that Raila starts in his first term is going to be complete and he might need to do a second term? Then Kalonzo comes in and then says, oh no, we had this agreement. And I think he's got the right to do another term. He might say, okay, I want one term, but we might we might need him for a little bit more. We might need him to what do you call it when you're helping somebody to come up, mentor another leader into Kenya, because mentoring somebody takes years. So if it's the first time we start seeing, like, I don't trust Njoho, but let's say somebody like Njoho is being mentored into coming into picking up from Raila. We need time. We need time to see this guy grow. We need time to Baba to teach him about popularity before he leaves it. He leaves his reign of power, you know. Or maybe even Uhuru has somebody that he might be mentoring. So for me, I think Kalonzo is quite dangerous. His reign to power has actually been very accidental. It's just something that has been given. It's like gifts. It's the same as Mudavadi. These two people have been VPs as accidents, and they've been gifts, and they've been riding on that popularity or that little gift they've been given. Because what else have these two people brought to the place? Raila started from MP. And you think he read on the Odinga name? He did not write on the Odinga name. This guy actually used to fight with his dad. Odinga used to fight with Jaramogi. They used to fight, and they had different principles. This is not a dynasty, by the way. It's not a dynasty. Raila has his own name. He's an Odinga, just like Uhuru. He's not the firstborn son. There are firstborn sons in the Raila family, and there are firstborn sons in the Uhuru family. But these are, and even Gideon. So, in Mambo dynasty, if somebody decides to come up from the family to say I'm a leader, please let them do it. They could have something that they've seen their dads do that they could do better. Ni hayo tu ndio nilikuwa nataka kusema, and just for gender sensitivity, Penny, unfortunately, I apologize that I took your space, because this is your space. So I apologize. And Deto, can I have your number on private chat, please?
Okay, let's get this.
Naibu Rais William Ruto hivi majuzi amempiga vijembe Rais Uhuru Kenyatta na uongozi wake kwa kile anachokitaja kama ulegevu ambao ulisababisha uhaba wa mafuta ambao unaendelea kushuhudiwa nchini. Hii si mara ya kwanza kwa Ruto kuikashifu serikali ambayo anahudumu kama naibu wa rais. Lakini kuna ukweli upi katika matamshi ya Ruto na huenda ananufaika vipi kisiasa kwa kuikashifu serikali anayohudumu? Mrimi Mwangi na taarifa hiyo.
Kwa mara kadhaa, William Ruto amekuwa na jibu rasmi kwa wote wanaokashifu uaminifu wake na uwajibikaji wake kikazi kama naibu rais.
Mimi si kuchaguliwa kuuza ice cream, mimi nilichaguliwa kutatua matatizo ya wananchi.
Lakini kufuatia uhaba unaoendelea kwa sasa wa mafuta, Ruto ghafla alikuwa anapakunyoshea kidole cha lawama tena ndani ya serikali.
The current state of affairs is a clear manifestation of the vestiges of the conflict of interest and state capture that is now pervasive in all sectors of our economy.
Ila kwa mara kadhaa, Ruto pia ametaka kupigiwa debe kwa utendakazi wa serikali na miradi iliyotekelezwa na uongozi wa Rais Kenyatta. Kinaya halisi kikiwa miradi iliyotekelezwa baada ya salamu za heri kati ya Rais Kenyatta na kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga za Machi 9 mwaka wa 2018. Salamu ambazo kwa mara kadhaa Ruto amedai zimelemaza utendakazi wa serikali. Kwa mfano, mnamo tarehe 9 Aprili mwaka wa 2020, Ruto alitangaza kuhusika kwake na hata kuunga mkono kanuni zilizotangazwa za kudhibiti uchumi wakati wa janga la corona. Haya yote licha ya Ruto kutoonekana kwenye msururu ya mikutano aliyoiongoza rais na washikadau kuu serikalini katika ikulu ya Nairobi.
We consult regularly, almost daily, with the president and all the other ministers that are carrying out the various tasks. The responsibility we are discharging here is because we believe in the citizenship of our republic. This is somebody else's responsibility, but we are forced to do it because we have the interests of the nation at heart.
Lakini je, kipi Ruto anajipanga kunufaika nacho kwa kupiga vijembe serikali? Wadadisi wa masuala ya kisiasa wanahoji kuwa huenda naibu rais ameona pengo kwenye siasa za upinzani kufuatia maridhiano ya Kenyatta na Odinga. Wataalamu wakihoji huenda Ruto analenga kuongoza kampeni zake kwa msukumo wa ahadi ya ufufuzi wa uchumi na uboreshaji wa hali ya maisha, akijiondolea lawama kwa kudai kurushwa nje ya maamuzi muhimu ya serikali.
Mambo ya kuongea maneno matuputupu huko, hakuna kitu unafanya. Unaenda huko, huko kazi haifanywi juu ya gari, inafanywa kwa maofisi, kwa mahospitali.
Ruto is part and parcel of the presidency. He is the principal assistant to Uhuru Kenyatta and therefore must be loyal to Uhuru Kenyatta.
We have been going through bills, going through budget policy statements, and we have been suggesting amendments that are pro-common mwananchi. But you see, again, government will be able to gang up to shoot them down.
What we have is parliament to oversight the executive. Whether I'm ODM or UN Jubilee, our work is to oversight the role, the work of the executive.
Lakini kuna dalili za manufaa kwa Ruto.
You cannot criticize government and you are still part of that government. You come out badly, especially among serious Kenyans. They see you coming out extremely badly. You have the option of leaving government and then criticizing government from outside. That is the way things are done.
Greedy people who are supposed to be discharging their responsibility on the other side of government, because of greed, decided to come and become cartels and barons in government.
Tuseme siasa za urithi wa Rais Kenyatta zingali changa, na bila shaka mkoruzano kati ya rais na naibu wake unatarajiwa kuendelea. Kinyang'anyiro cha Agosti 9 kikizidi kunoga. Mrimi Mwangi, KTN News.
Okay, Penny, how are you?
Sorry, Bernard. There's a link to a shop or on the charts. Is that your shop?
Is that my shop?
Yeah, is it a Mutembei shop? There's a link that was shared through Mutembei for an online shop.
Yes, it's an online shop. We are promoting that shop.
You should say it here so that we know.
So that's our affiliate marketing shop.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Penny, where are you? Penny Nyagaka. One. Inaonekana Penny bado hajaamka. Haya, ndio huyo. Ndio kufufuka. Hello, how are you today?
I'm okay.
Karibu toa mawili matatu.
Ati?
Toa mawili matatu kabla tufunge station.
Oh, asante. Nimesikiza sana vijana wamezungumza mzuri, Mama Serena, and I'm very grateful for that. Na kwanza hii ya Kalonzo mnasema, Kalonzo anaitwa watermelon. Na hako hapo kwa Azimio kuwasumbua. Because he will never get the vice president. That's why Azimio settled for the 3 governors. Now, it's only 4 months left. And you guys in Azimio are fighting who is where and all that. But sisi tumeendelea, tumeona huko Kisii, UDA jana iliweka rafiki yangu Machoka, and no, Machogo, na huko Nyamira wameweka mwingine anaitwa Nyambati. Alex anajua huyu nani. No, that's very wonderful. So when I'm in Kenya, wherever I go to Nyamira, I hope Nyambati makes it. Lakini vitu mbili tu nataka niwaeleze bana. Politics of petrol started ever since we had independence, because Oginga Odinga betrayed Kenyatta. I mean, betrayed Tom Mboya. Sasa kwa history nyingine kama Mama Serena waeleza kabisa hiyo vile amesema huyu nani Dimtai na kuna mwingine alikuwa anaitwa Seronei, wani watu wa kwao, na I'm very sure nyinyi hamwajui sana. Kwa hivyo niseme yangu ni ya kwamba tuache politics completely, and I hope this election will do that, because we can count every so many years somebody has betrayed somebody. Mzee Oginga Odinga betrayed Tom Mboya betrayed Oginga Odinga, because by 68 they had kicked him out of the government, and on it goes until Raila Odinga betrayed Wetangula, that way did. So we don't have to laugh about that, lakini for our country to continue to prosper and get better, we don't have to betray each other. Na ingine nilikuwa nataka kuzungumza bana ni double standard, na hiyo tu lazima ikwishe. Ruto alipigwa huko Kondere, akapigwa hapo Jakaranda, hasa kwa hii room amukusema kitu, hata mlisema yeye ndiye alitupa mawe. Raila anatupa mawe siku moja, you guys are up in arms. That's called double standard. Na ni hiyo tena anasema madoa na wewe jera. Wengine wote wanasema wakiwa kwa serikali wanasema madoa, hakuna, you cover them. No, the law should be very, very clear for us to develop as those countries that you are quoting, Germany, Israel, United States, all these countries, they don't have double standards like that. The law is for everybody. So one person gets this law and the other person gets the other. So we have seen it. Some of us, that's why we never get in AZIMIO. It's a double standard. It is something that has never been witnessed anywhere in the world, where a government wins and kicks out everybody and brings the opposition in. But it has happened. It is what it is. But it's going to be over in 4 months. So you need to prepare yourself. Na ya mwisho kabisa, Bennett, we only have political differences. We are not crazy. We are not all these people that you explained that mtu Azimio mchukue kwa hospitali nini. No, you just have to have your opinion. I have to have my opinion. That is the government. That is the opposition that we vote for years. That's the constitution you promulgated in 2010, just yesterday. It gives you right to be in Azimio. It gives me right to be in UDA. So let us continue like that. In 4 months, tutafanya party kubwa sana. And I'm very sure I will be there to say, I am sorry I lost, or if I win, my friend, I will laugh at you very hard. Lakini sasa ya mwisho ni kwamba we welcome David Arika sana. Yeye alikuwa kwenu. Sasa mmechukua Gerard, sisi tumechukua David Arika. Asante sana. Thank you.
Okay, asante Feni. Yes,
Bernard.
Yes.
Yeah, tafadhali. Ninaona kuna mkutano wa mama wa Afrika, wa mama wa Kenya. Wamekuwa na mkutano, wametoa vile baba alipikwa mawe na wanatoa msimamo ya wamama. Please, can you play for us that? It say Raila win pick as women leaders in Kenya condemned the chopper stoning, but these are women from all corners of Africa and Kenya. Please.
Okay, I'll find it and share it. In the meantime, let's get this as Temba comes in.
I wanted to reply to Penny something then.
Lakini wewe buka hapo kidogo tu tuone kama huyu mtu wako na kichwa mzuri. Na mimi upenda kukumbusha Ruto sana. 2013 alikuja ametoka huko kwao kichakani, Uhuru akamchukua akamuosha akampaka mafuta, akampiga panel beating, akanyoroka. Na alikuwa amekuja vizuri sana.
Nilikwambia hii siasa peleka namna hii polepole, usifanye sana namna ile itaharibika. Unaona mimi nakaa nyuma ya Uhuru Kenyatta najipanga hapo polepole. I know what I'm doing, my friend. Unafikiri nikilete fujo kwa huyu jamaa ata ala?
Kumbe unajua. Unaona vile ulikuwa laini. Hii maneno yote ulikuwa unajua. Ulikuwa umesoma script yote kabisa. Ulikuwa umejipanga unasema utafuata nyayo. Na Uhuru alikuwa anakupenda. Watu wa Kenya walikuwa wamekuona hata wewe uko na vision. They had seen unaweza kuwa mtu wa future. Uhuru mpaka anakuachia serikali siku 2 unakuwa commander in chief.
To protect the sovereignty of the Kenyan Republic, I now take the extraordinary and unprecedented step of invoking Article 147(3) of the Constitution. And I will shortly issue the legal notice necessary to appoint Honorable William Ruto, the Deputy President, as acting President while I attend the status conference at The Hague in the Netherlands.
Uhuru akakuachia kila kitu. Mpaka ile sudi yenyewe. Hizo siku 2 ulikaa State House. Ulikuwa unalala bedroom ya rais, unakula food ya rais, unaoga kwa bathroom ya rais, unajipanguza na towel ya rais, unapigiwa simu na ma-ministers wanakuita rais. Wakubwa wa jeshi wanakupigia wanakupea brief, wanakuita rais. Hiyo soft life, ukaipenda. Na hapo ndio kashetani kaikuingia kakukoroga akili.
Mimi nikachukua simu, nikapigia simu Equity Bank, nikawaambia msaidieni huyu mtu akapata pesa shilingi bilioni 15.
Iron ID does not exist in our records, either directly or indirectly, as an account holder, a customer, or a borrower.
Sasa umetoa mauongo loko, umezipeleka international. Juzi tu, taxpayers money, 100 million. Umeenda USA na delegation kubwa. Unaanza kudanganya watu sasa huko, ati uko hosted kwa White House. Atunakuona clearly. Unakuja kwa security check, unanusiwa mpaka na umbwa, unaingia kwa hoteli. Lakini unaambia watu uko ndani ya White House. Kale kashetani kakutoa US, kakupeleka Britain. Tena huko ukaenda kuendeleza mauongo zako, unaambia wazungu ati wewe haukukuanga involved kwa kuchagua cabinet.
Yes, I have been deputy president for 9 years. I don't know which dockets were given to me.
Umesikia wazimu? Ati haukupewa nini? Wewe mzee kwani unabebanga wa Kenya aje bana? Wewe si tulikuona mkiwa na Uhuru na matai za red, na mashati za white, mnashikana mpaka mkono. Wewe kwanza ndio ulipiga intro. Mkatuambia mawaziri ni kina nani? Ukapewa nusu ya serikali, ukapea wakale nusu yako. Hao ndio wameleta ukora kwa serikali, hao ndio wamegula. Ukaleta Chirchir akavutwa, ukariplace yeye na mkale mwingine, ukachukua Keter kutoka Senate ukamleta ndani ya serikali, akakuja pia yeye amegula. Alikuwa anaongeza bei ya mafuta akitaka, stima ikaenda juu, transformers fake kwa Kenya Power. Kenya Power mkajaza wakale, na unasema hukupewa nusu ya serikali. Uko na kichwa mzuri kweli? Na mauongo bado hazijaisha. Huku loko unaambia watu ati wewe ndio umekuwa ukipanga kazi ya serikali.
And it is on my table in Karen that we changed the building code. And that's how we have delivered the 10,000 kilometers.
Wewe ndio umekuwa ukipanga kazi, Ruto delivers. Lakini ukienda kwa wazungu unawaambia nini?
And the responsibility of a government has never been shared between Uhuru Kenyatta and myself.
Unaambia wazungu wewe Uhuru hajai kupea role kwa serikali, wewe hakuna kitu unafanyanga. Wewe Ruto. Ruto. Wakenya si wazimu.
Alex? Alexi? Okay, Alex is missing in action. Wanathemba, karibu.
Asante. Can you mute Mama Selina?
Yeah, she's mute. Thank you. Then, yeah, you come in so that when the other video is ready, we can play it. Then I get out of here.
Okay, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. As I said yesterday, I don't want to respond to what were Jubilee. So I pass. Moving forward, I will allow to be. You know, I am no longer going to do that, and I expect them to. They need rehabilitation. Even that video tells them they need rehabilitation. So I don't want to waste any time to talk about them. But they can come and explore their what do I call it? To continue displaying how much they have gone into the problem here. Now, on the issues that are appearing today, I've always submitted here that politics is not with a lot of caution, not to irritate Bernard. Politics is not church. You know, it's not a choir that people will just sing, and you expect things to happen. I kind of like what is happening personally, especially in view of the AZIMIO things. You know, when you build a bigger house, you expect more dynamics. So as more parties were coming, a lot more dynamics were gonna come. And just like in any group formation, you have the storming phase that comes in. And the earlier you storm, the better. Because if you storm later, you might start storming when so many things have happened. So for me, I would want a situation like whatever issues that are to be raised, they be raised now, so that they are sorted out before they deposit the document by Saturday. And then once that is set, now it will be clear who is who at what point, you know. So I kind of like, I wondered why they were so quiet for a long time. I wished they could have, I thought they were going to come out immediately, immediately when Kalonzo was busy, doing his drama. I thought they were also going to come out around that time immediately. But I figure out maybe this is a calculated move to allow Kalonzo to get to the fold and then now raise the issue. So I think it's a good thing. Let them sort it out. Let them sit down. In politics, you don't keep quiet. If you keep quiet, your issues will never be addressed. So as a politician, go there with the interest that you have for the people that sent you there. You are a political party. You should not be there and allow yourself to be treated as a second class in that partnership. So politics is about making sure that your issues come out so strongly. So I like what I'm seeing. They should air that out. That thing should be sorted, and then of course now a fair. I liked what Kivuda Kibwana said, that we don't just need to talk about a three-legged stool. After that, people have started on a four-legged chair, and they have eaten from a four-legged table. So if you're going to bring everything on the table, then let's sit on a four-legged chair and let's address everything on a four-legged table, so that now we have everything addressed. So I think that is a good thing, and it's good it's happening right now. About Kalenjin elders apologizing to Raila, I think that was also a good thing. Power deal without repeating what others have said. Definitely, it shows you how the negotiations happen. And you see, this is a case of take it or leave it. What option does ANC and Ford Kenya have? The two do not have any options. So even if they were given 25% or even 10%, they would have taken, because where else will they go? Now, these other guys, the Mwanzo Mpya caucus, I also know that they don't have much options. They are just trying to find relevance within AZIMIO, and I think that's a good thing that they are doing, because even if they came out, where would they go? They would just Jubilee and ODM and Wiper. Either way, Baba has an upper hand in negotiation. None of them have an individual, strength. So ODM, Jubilee coming together, that's a big thing. So the rest just need to negotiate within that particular arrangement. And then I think that's much I can say, at least as far as it goes. And maybe finally, I have chosen maybe over time not to discuss Kalonzo, but I wish to point out one thing. I think he should let the AZIMIO spokesperson to be doing the speaking. This issue of him being the one getting out to speak on everything, like coming out saying we have already agreed on this, or I'm the one who is going to do this. I find that Baba has not spoken. He didn't speak about the name of the AZIMIO, whatever alliance. He didn't speak. He has not spoken on anything. I think there should be some sense of structure, and we should try and maintain that as organization-wise. So when you go have a discussion that the next day you're busy coming out speaking, what are you trying to portray? So some of those things I think should be addressed. Other than that, it's good what we are seeing. Politics, that's politics. Siasa 101. Let them shout, let them push, let them say we want to sit on the table, let them, so that thing is sorted out before Saturday. Saturday is the deadline for depositing the coalition agreement. Thank you. Back to you, Bernard.
Okay, asante. Kasuti, kuna nini?
Karibu Themba.
Wanasema, my Bible tells me that when something is being seconded with 3 or 2 people, it is approved. So what I told you here earlier on the when the show was beginning, Mama Selina has come and seconded. Themba, thank you, Kami, for coming and confirm it, to rubber stamp it, so it is true. So wacha watajest hiyo, alafu tutajua. Let us watch and see how the outcome will be. Mi naondoka tu na hiyo cause Themba has finished everything that I was to talk about. So thank you, Kongole.
Acha tukuwekee mikono.
Hii mtu naitwa Frank, haiwezi mute mic, eh? Wewe ndio nawekea wewe mikono sasa. Alex came back. Alex, you had something for Penny. What happened?
Yeah, Penny, niko kwa giza. Penny, you know, your politics sometimes inanifurahishanga sana kama mzee. And I like what you guys are doing even much more better, because when you take a certificate from a person called Nyambane, who was the only UDA member that the whole Kisii and Nyamira feared that could take the senatorship, and you hand it over to Maangi, a person who cannot even be voted by his own wife. I mean, and then you come here, you are happy that sisi UDA tumeshapanga, nyinyi ndio bado mnapiga kelele. I mean, sometimes I just pity what you guys did. Machogu is not going anywhere. Even if he was to seek back his parliamentary seat, he will not take it. You know it very well. Maangi could not even be allowed by any party to even be nominated. Then you take a very strong candidate like Nyambane, you put him aside, and then you people are happy. Honestly, is that something to do? That was the only seat you people were guaranteed, apart from the Osoro seat, which is 50-50. Because, by the way, the ground is much, even if I'm anti-Arati, I will say Arati has an upper hand. As for now, we want to neutralize him, not that we take him out, so that at least he will, when he becomes a governor, he can negotiate with the people. But the only person that we knew that can win in UDA was the young man called Nyambane. Are you happy that that thing was taken away from him? Hiyo ndio kujipanga. I'm so sad.
Can I answer that?
Yes, respond.
Yeah, Alex, I really respect what you have said. Even my 2 friends that you said will not make it, I'm very clear that they won't make it. And like I've said always, elections are about one season and on it goes. You cannot guarantee who wins before the elections are up. I mean, you cannot look right now and say, even when Trump won the election, we thought it was going to win. So the election, what we have done today is better than what you guys are doing. You are fighting Kalonzo right now. You fight everybody else, and the top is don't know where they are. But all I'm saying is, what we have said to agree with each other, there is no guarantee that these guys are going to win. That's all I can say. Thank you. And you have not mentioned your uncle Nyambati, who I can go to Nyamira and get a drink. Thank you.
My uncle is not winning. I'm not even voting for him. So, I mean, I am not voting for him. He knows that. So why should I even talk about him? Nyambati is not going anywhere.
These elections are about Usiri, they are organizing itself. This is what these elections are about. Thank you.
Okay, Themba, I need to refresh my browser. This webcam thing, I'm blocking it and it's bouncing back. I don't know whether it's my browser or what.
Yeah, I've tried to block it too. I don't know what's happening. Maybe
let me refresh my nini because we have to arrest it. It's not up to good. So if I refresh
Remember, it's not the browser. They are using a pseudo browser that just came out that is so annoying. It is so annoying. So it's not your browser or his browser.
I don't know. That guy keeps on bringing that thing here. I don't know what's happening. Are you back, Bernard?
Alex, kumbe pia umeiona?
No, we have experienced it somewhere else and we sought expertise. There was somewhere else we sought and they said that there is a new thing that is really redundant. But hiyo ni watu wametumwa. You know, they say you try to block it, it generates more. I don't know. I read it. I'll send you a link where I read about it. I mean, you have to seek professional help there.
So it's like
Okay. We'll deal with that. Let's keep the conversation going. Themba, you can take charge.
Who is coming next?
I'm still downloading the video for the mamas. Then after that, nitakuwa nimeng'atuka.
Who was coming next?
Stony PK.
Okay, Stony PK, twende guys.
Jambo wote, and good to see the great men at Mtembei. There are no ladies today. There hakuna the other gender, but men are dominating this studio. Themba and Bernard, you have to be 1/3. Lazima tufikirie vile itakuwa hapa. Mama Selina yuko, so Linova. Good. I hope all of you are good, feeling zuri, and I'm glad that the topic. Yes.
Wekeni tint kwa sura ndio mu invite warembo. Sasa nyinyi kama mweki tint kwa sura.
Sasa tapo. Tutaweka bwana ndio waturembeshe hii wall bwana. Inatakana ikae vingine. Aya, sasa okay, I'm looking at okay. Let me begin with the elders. This was a very good gesture.
Hey, PK, wacha kusema kuna wamama. I'm there.
Sikuoni. Where are you?
Kwa nini?
Pole. Uko chini sana kwa kona.
Hapana, ndiye naenda nyumbani. So ninataka kusikiza na sikutaka kuwasumbua. Lakini vile unasema ati hakuna wamama, itabidi niruti haraka.
Umefanya vizuri. Thank you.
Asante.
Well, karibu. Good. So, looking at the topic today, this activity of the elders, it's what really we really encourage. I don't want to say they came a bit late. It's never late. Better late than never. And I'm sure probably they were trying to get some good consultation so that they issue a statement vizuri. For me, I'm so happy about it that they even went very straight. They recognized Raila Amolo Odinga, not today, but they said from Kitambo. He's a family member. He's a friend of that family, friend of the Kalenjin family. And this is true. There is no part of this country when they are genuine that they would give you whatever reason to kind of discredit Raila Amolo Odinga. It's only what to do. I always say those are mad people. Even people who are trying to create hate because of politics. This is a statement. This is in the league of Akina Deda and Kimathi, all those people who fought for freedom for this country. This is a man who should not be equated with Akina William RUTO. And just because it's called politics and competition, you can stand and face Raila Amolo Odinga and utter the kind of nonsense they utter. Truly, we've lost it because people should, very few people can have a face to go and, kind of even dare insult or talk sarcastically about the likes of Raila. If it was some years back, and nobody would dare do what we are doing today. But again, we say politics and democracies are the worst forms of governance, where they say you are free to say whatever you say, X, Y, Z, which some of us really detest, that you can even challenge and insult an elder, your father, your uncle, just because you're in competition. It is something that is not really good. So that came out very well. We are very supportive of that, and so it really has kind of dressed down the likes of Mandako, all the leaders, the likes of Caleb, the likes of this man who continues to talk. In fact, Sudi Oscar should not even appear anywhere talking, because Sudi has been undressed and reduced to something. He should be in committee or some place, serving, because of what has befell him. So he has no face to even address any person or any Kenyan, because it's zero in terms of integrity. He has continued to earn salaries based on fake papers, which they are being proved in court. So he should not even talk anything in front of Kenyans, and he should respect the likes of Baba. Ruto continues with boardroom power deals. Yes, he has to do that because he's cornered. He's cornered, and ni kama ile game unacheza ile ya draft. When you are playing draft with an expert, you push 1, 2, 3 ndamas, and the expert puts, you push 3, the expert puts 2, and he locks you, anakwambia umekwisha. Then you start wondering, my bottle tops are still there. Unaguza moja, unakulwa 3. Yeah? So Ruto, game yake imepangwa, amefungwa kabisa, anaara ndongo. Yeah? Akiguza ndama hii ni moto, akiguza hii ni moto. So he's now trying to strategize to have as many MCAs as possible and as many MPs or Senate as possible. He wants to have many parliamentarians and MCAs, so that at least one, he will have money coming in, because these guys will be remitting money every month. So he will be in business. 2, he will be able to antagonize Baba when he's in power. And when you antagonize, you call your shots. Like, if, God forbid, if you get something like 150 members of parliament, this will be dangerous. It will be very dangerous. Baba will have to, I don't want to say shake hand, but he will have to keep on, to zungumze, because this policy has to pass. Because he can decide to neutralize or even kind of freeze the activity. So his aim is to remain very relevant in terms of numbers. Already the top number one, the number 1 seat, he knows that one is almost next to 0. So he is now concentrating huko kwa chini kwa chini, which is an expert. He did that while everybody else was asleep. He rigged out all the good leaders in Jubilee, and people could not see that. They only came to realize that many years after ameshinda and is controlling everything. So even now, amerudi chini ya maji, and he's busy doing that. While doing that, of course, he will blunder here and there, but that is an activity that he has now to do from now for the next, until around the 26th or the end of the month. Yeah, so it's a strategy he has to employ because he has no choice. Okay. Now, this other one is what do we call it? The demands. Ruto, no, the 40% ANC and all this. They gave a formula, and I keep on wondering. So these parties is all about themselves. How about the Wanjiku and the Boda Boda and the Mama Mbogas that KK have been talking about? Where are they in their matrix of division of government, 40%, 20%? I thought also Wanjiku and the rest would be in there. center stage as they discuss on how they are going to structure the government. I'm saying this going by their pledge, saying bottoms up and all that. Serikali yao wanakuja kuhusisha hao kwa planning. So how will they be, involved in their planning and in their decision making if they are not on the table? Okay, so they should be on the table. Tungeona 10% yao, where they will pick people from the mama mboga representation, boda representation, waonyeshe vile watawapatia various seats in the government, so that they can convince us that their theory is gonna work. So whatever they are doing, it's only selfish, but need the same boardroom things, just about their tama. AZIMIO crisis, yes, Kalonzo is at it again. The demands are just sickening. I don't want to really dwell on that, but what I would like to say is that I think people have to go on, irrespective of whether Kalonzo is there or not. Kalonzo has reached an age. There is a certain age, I think, when human beings, wakifika 60 plus, they start panicking. Like I think if they are politicians and they have not achieved, hiyo panesha inaingia, hiyo panic inaingia, and they are uncontrollable because one, they feel they are elders. Two, like if they're educated, they feel like no one can try to teach them anything. So they are uncontrollable, and that's why most of them make blunders, because they even don't seek advice. They don't listen. A very big fraction of such people is there, but there are those who kind of go by their advisors. So Kalonzo is on the loose. He's not listening to anybody. He's being pushed by Akina Mutula Kilonzo. They know he will still retain a seat, whether Kalonzo does not make it or not. So Kalonzo is uncontrollable, and he will keep on demanding until I don't know when. He's telling the press that they cannot discuss about DP because it's obvious. What is obvious? In fact, I would urge Baba not to appoint Kalonzo. He should not even make a mistake appointing Kalonzo as a DP. Yeah, and I would urge Baba and the team to be able to incorporate the Mwanzo Mpya people. Yeah. In fact, I don't know why they had actually overlooked that. Then there was this three-legged thing. Yeah. But that time when Kalonzo was not supporting, it is these three governors that went into Machakos, Kitui, and Makueni. They are the ones who moved swiftly with the professionals and held the fort for Baba. Okay. In fact, we had even thought Baba would continue without this. It's only who thought that there should be unity for a purpose. And he has, he had to bring in Kalonzo. Yeah. So Kalonzo aende polepole. Yeah. Akae mahali atakula vitu vizuri, Na pia hii kufikiria Baba ataenda one term. Wacha niwapatie surprise. Baba aendi one term. We are the people who will, sindio tuna elect, depending on his performance, we are going to vote him again. Ndiye aende term zake mbili. Sasa hao watu wa UDA waende wakajinyonge. Wajue hivyo ndio vile tunasema, supporters of Baba. If he performs well, we'll definitely give him a second term, God willing. Inshallah. Thank you very much. Any question is welcome.
AZIMIO, that opinion, say aye.
Okay, there's a question from, is it Nathan? You have a question?
Bernard, mpaka unichezee hiyo maneno ya wamama, bura hakuna kulala na hakuna kwenda.
Nimetii mama, niko hapa nasubiri tu, ikimaliza hivi nacheza ndio niondoke. Lazima hiyo baraka nipate.
Nathan, you have a question, or why were you raising your hand?
No, Temba, thank you. Sasa I have a question. Sasa itakuwaje Kalonzo? You people keep on talking about Kalonzo. It's so funny, you people keep on talking about Kalonzo. Has he wronged anybody? No. Has he done anything has he stolen any money? No. You see, you cannot keep on talking about Kalonzo when he's not mentioned in graft, and you cannot keep on talking about Kalonzo because of his ideology. He's a firm stand. He's a guy who stands firm. Akisema tunaenda hivi, tutaenda hivi. Akisema tunaenda left, tunaenda left. Akisema tunaenda right, tunaenda right. And I'm not saying that every single person is supposed to actually, you know.
Is it Nathan?
You understand? Yes, sir.
Is it a question or you're just giving a comment?
No. I'm just getting back to Stone PK.
You're asking him a question. Why don't you frame your question then?
I'm just unless you are saying that I should give a submission or.
No, I'm saying you need to frame your question. Are you asking a question or you're just giving a comment?
I'm just getting back to Stone PK.
Is it a question
because
or is
he
it
said?
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
We cannot keep on, in this forum. We cannot keep on talking about Kalonzo.
Nathan.
Kalonzo is not a phony. He's not a fake person.
Nathan.
He said Raila Tosha. You understand what I'm saying?
Nathan.
Yeah.
You need to listen to me.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Listen to me. Do you want to ask Stone PK a question or you want to give a comment?
Okay. I want to give a comment.
Okay, now give your comment.
Okay. So I'll give a comment to Stone PK and tell Stone PK that Kalonzo, I know he's my neighbor from the from the east, and Stone PK, by the way, mimi nakuheshimu sana, you're my leader, na I see you and I appreciate you, and what I can say is that we have so many leaders in Ukambani, and we have people who believe in people, and I have people who understand that I have so many people who believe in Kalonzo. So every single time nasikianga watu wakuja hapa wanasema ati Kalonzo, you get what I'm saying? Ati Kalonzo is not a kingpin.
Nathan.
By the way, Ukambani.
Nathan.
Yes.
If you're commenting and responding on what Stone PK has said, you need to limit yourself to what Stone PK has submitted, and you either agree or disagree with what he has said. So you need to isolate what is it that you have disagreed with, because what your assertion that we should not talk, hold on, listen to me. Your assertion that we should not talk about Kalonzo is out of order, because Kalonzo is a political leader in Kenya. He is one of the principals in AZIMIO, and he will have to be talked about. So what you need to do is say, I disagree with what Stone PK has said as far as Kalonzo is concerned for this particular reason. That way you will make your point, and people will listen to you, and people will understand where you are coming from. But if you just go saying, like being hazy, we are not getting you what you're trying to say. So say, I disagree with this side of what Stone PK has said, and for this particular reason, in 2 minutes, so that now we can now move on.
Of course. Thank you, Themba. I think I'm also another watermelon. But I will say this. Please don't talk about somebody when you have no agenda about speaking. He has done nothing wrong. He's not been mentioned in any graft, in anything, and that's my submission. And and Stone PK knows it. So I was talking.
Hebu
No, hold
muuliza
on. Can you guys mute? Just mute, people. Mute Selena. Hold on. You see, we are trying to understand where Nathan is coming from, and I'm trying to give him an opportunity to give us where he's coming from, so that we know what we are responding to. He hasn't said anything that we can respond to
He
up to
has
this
come
point.
to Gakas not to talk about Kalonzo.
Yeah,
He said,
so he hasn't said anything of substance that we need to respond to. That's what I'm trying to say. He hasn't said anything of substance that we need to respond to. Responding to him,
he said, no, Themba, he said that we should not talk about Kalonzo because he has done nothing wrong. We want to tell him what Kalonzo has done that is wrong.
you see, you will not have guided him well. What he's supposed to tell us, which is what I think we need to appreciate from him, is what is it that he's trying to disagree with Stone PK, and what is it that, because he was responding to Stone PK's submission. Nathan, you are responding to Stone PK's submission. Do you agree with Stone PK what he said? If not, what don't you agree with? I think that is where we need to start.
I raised my hand, and Storm PK actually picked it up what I said. Temba, unajua shida yako ni moja.
No, wait, Nathan. What did Stone PK say that you disagree with?
Stone PK actually hata alipick kenye nilisema na aka acknowledge hata niliona.
Okay, fine. I think we are giving you time, but you seem not to be focused on what you want us to hear, and you seem not to want to answer my question. So let us just move on.
Mute me.
You can mute yourself. Just mute yourself. Thank you. So let's move on to someone else. I think who was coming next after Stone PK? Bernard.
We should give it to Julia for gender parity, and then Richard.
Okay. Julia, karibu.
Asante Themba. I'm just enjoying the debate about the DP RUTO's power bedroom deals. I was watching a clip today about DP RUTO, how he keeps on shifting goals. At one time, he plays the leader of the opposition. I mean, he criticizes everything the government is doing. And the next time, he's chairing some IBEC meeting to forge the way forward. At one time, he's giving instructions to Munya about fertilizer subsidies until Munya asks him, between me and you, who is supposed to instruct one another. Now, at one time, DP RUTO is criticizing AZIMIO and is saying that AZIMIO is a power-sharing coalition, that it is formed by a few individuals to share power. Then now we are seeing even his is a power-sharing coalition. And now we are seeing that he's decided that 60% to his close associates, that is UDA, and 40% to ANC. Now, and then I was listening to Malala about explaining that, and I said, wow, these are double standards people. Now, Malala was trying to say how many permanent secretaries they're going to, principal secretaries they are going to get, how many cabinet slots they are going to get. And I was like, even if it is me and I'm in Western Province and I hear someone is a member of cabinet sector, how does that benefit us? How does Munya Munya as a minister, as a cabinet secretary for agriculture, benefits the agriculture sector. He does not directly benefit the people of Meru. He does not. Even those who know, even his neighbors at home do not get anything from Munya. So I think this is mediocrity that we need to get rid of from this country. I know we were arguing about this yesterday, that when you're in power, you'd like to give these laws to this person. But I think we need to overcome this. So DP RUTO is imagining double standards. And this power sharing deal, I think is not going to get them far or anywhere. And I think I want to go back to our conclusion last night that even if Mount Kenya region gets the running mate, it does not mean that the common man benefits directly. And what matters, the kind of people that you have on the ground, the kind of governance, looking at the issue of devolution, the kind of governance you're going to have, the kind of MCS you're going to have, the kind of members of parliament you're going to have. That is what is going to matter. It is not how many cabinet slots the region gets. It's not how many slots for principal secretaries you get. So DP RUTO is a double standard person. I also want to appreciate the issue of the Kalenjin elders. I think I really appreciate that. I've been on this platform saying that I do not think the common Kalenjin man is a tribalist. And I do not even think the common Kalenjin person wants war or conflicts in Rift Valley. And I've talked with many people from Rift Valley, from the Kalenjin community. Most of them are my good friends. And what they want is peace. They want peace. That is what they want. And that is a picture these elders are giving us. So I really appreciate that. I believe it's genuine. If it's not coming from DP RUTO, I believe it's genuine. And that's the way to go as Kenyans. Let us embrace peace. Now, lastly, I want to talk about what is seems to be trending in this debate, although it's not among the topic listed there. Okay, the Kalonzo factor. I watched the meetings of the Kalonzo people and his members of parliament, that is from Wiper. And I pray very hard, like some of us who are here, that something does not happen to Baba and he appoints Kalonzo Musyoka as running mate. Because Kalonzo is going to be worse than DP RUTO. He's going to disrespect Baba. He's going to be so disrespectful. Because even before we got to the elections, he's already so disrespectful. He even said that he'll begin campaigning immediately. Somebody is asking why Stone PK is talking ill of Kalonzo. Kalonzo even said he'll begin campaigning the next day. You know, he'll start insubordinating Baba from the word go. We can see that insubordination. And my other question, why every other thing Kalonzo discusses about AZIMIO, he has to speak it to the press? If he wants something, why is he sending his dogs, in quote, I'm just saying in quotes, to shout that they want him to be given running mate? And then they call a press conference, they're having a meeting, then they are saying, Kalonzo Diape, running mate. I mean, he's trying to force himself down our throats. And me, I want to say this, that even if something happens and Kalonzo Musyoka becomes the running mate, I can promise you he will not get the support for presidential bid if he thinks he's going to be president after 5 years. However, he cannot amass the support Baba has. However, he cannot, because he's forcing himself down our throats. And that one is a wrong attitude and a wrong approach. I'm just asking myself, I thought that we have all learned, I mean, those who want to be politicians, those who want to be presidents of this country, have learned a lesson from DP RUTO. DP RUTO, if he thinks, somebody said yesterday that he was very wise, he played his cards, he went to Mount Kenya region, he went to Uhuru's bedroom, blah, 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 blah. And then I said, what a wise way of pursuing power. And let us see and wait and see whether DP will actually get this power. Now, Kalonzo is following the same route. I don't understand why people become such slow learners. Why he's behaving like a slow learner. Why he can't learn so fast. You cannot force yourself down our throat. Even now, Baba has had to play his tricks well. How do you think how far Baba has come now to be getting support even from people from Mount Kenya region? Baba has come this far and he has learned so much. That is why sometimes we see Baba quiet and we think that he's becoming dumb. No, those are signs of wisdom. Now, Kalonzo thinks he can force himself down our throat and force himself to become running mate. Now, if something happens and Kalonzo becomes running mate, I can assure you he will not be president for this country. And I can promise you. Because there will already be a rebellion of people who are like, he forced himself down our throat. So he's not going to make it that style. So I think Kalonzo is taking the wrong direction. And now I want to support Mama Selina here. She said something that really excited me. I found Alex saying that Mother Karua does not have votes. Mother Karua has her constituency, a different, unique constituency. Her constituency is not the Kirinyaga constituency. It's not the Kirinyaga constituency. So if we be looking at Mother Karua as somebody, as looking at her as an aspirant, as a governor, and then we'll be saying if she cannot win as a governor, then she cannot amass votes. No, she now commands
Point of order.
constituency. Yes, Alex.
Alex, hold on.
Point of order in regard to that.
Ngoja kwanza tafadhali. You will come next and then rebut that.
Thank you, Bernard. So my point is about Mother Karua, is that she is coming from a different constituency. She is not now about Kirinyaga County. We're talking about the women who are seeing a different picture of having a female running mate. We're talking about Kenyans seeing a different picture in our political arena. Like for the first time, we are having a female presidential running mate. That's the constituency I'm talking about. So if Mother Karua is on the ballot paper as a running mate, she brings in a different, unique constituency. It is not the Kirinyaga County constituency. So we'll be naive to look at her like she comes from Kirinyaga. She cannot win the Kirinyaga gubernatorial. In fact, Mother Karua she deserves more than the gubernatorial race. She's above that. She's beyond. Her politics are above a kind of politics. She has some chemistry with Baba, because these are the people who have fought for the freedom and justice in this country. So she's not on the arena of a county. She's on a national arena. So she comes with a different constituency. That is fast. You even saw Gladys Shule, who is in UDA, commending Mother and saying she can be a good. Can you imagine? She commands over even to the opposition. That the most likely thing, even the women in UDA will be feeling like, okay, for the first time, we have a female presidential, running mate. The other thing she commands, Mother Karua is known for her principles. She's among the few Kenyans that we can trust to fight graft. We can boldly trust her that unconditionally, without fear or favor, she can help us fight graft. So she's above board. There are so many things I can say about Mother Karua. So if Baba decides to take Kalonzo, that's a total loss. So my take on Kalonzo, kama ni mbaya, asipewe irani mid. Kama nataka kuenda, aende. Tumembeleza ya kutosha. Tumechoka naku. We are tired of sweet talking a man. I think in Africa, it is women who are sweet talked. So we are tired and fed up of sweet talking an African man. Thank you, Demba. Now I think you can allow Alex.
Asante, Julia. Alex, now you can come.
First of all, Nathan, thank you so much for your courage to give your opinion. I haven't seen a person that loves Kalonzo and who comes to defend Kalonzo. That's a good courage, because for sure we have been talking about Kalonzo, and his supporters needs to come and reiterate that Kalonzo has a base, and his negotiation is based on ABCD. So whether I like him or not, today we have seen one of Kalonzo's base. Now, I think, Julia, you have attacked me wrongly. The content and the context that we were talking about is totally different what you said. The content of our discussion was, somebody asked, what does Kalonzo bring? Anyway, Kalonzo brings nothing. So, and I said, if we are looking at how many members of parliament, how many senators, ABCD, I'm looking at NAK Kenya, not as a woman. I'm looking at her party, and I'm looking at Wiper. That was the comparison. Nobody was saying that Mother Karua is not capable of becoming, or she doesn't have a constituency. We were looking at the parties, because somebody brought up the party wiper. And that was the context that I was speaking about. It was not the person. And we were not comparing Martha Karua and Kalonzo. We were just taking Kalonzo on the context of what he has done. Because these governors came and said that Kalonzo wants zoning. And now it looks like they've been shoved apart. Now they came to AZIMIO first, but they feel they've been left out because Kalonzo is being given more preference. And that is the content and the context of our talking. Martha Karua was not the preeminent talk there. I only asked, if you are saying Kalonzo is bringing nothing, but you want Martha Karua, and you are saying Wiper will not win any seats, how about NARC? That is all the comparison I was giving. So don't quote me wrongly.
Okay, thank you. You made
I
your
got
point.
you. I got you, Alex.
But Alex, do you support Martha Karua or you support women of Kenya?
As far as I'm concerned, I will say this. If I was to be given a choice, I want Martha Karua to become our speaker. And I've said it. I want her to become one of the government, the legislature needs to be streamlined. And I don't believe there is anybody who can do that except Martha Karua. And I gave you my reasons. I told you Pelosi is
we like your reason. We like your reason, but
wait, I finish.
Lakini baba anataka mutu ako principle na baba anataka mfanyikazi yenye atasaidiana na yeye kufanya corruption, na baba anataka Martha Karua atakuwa akienda nje kutetea mambo ya Kenya. That is why Martha Karua is needed.
Nitachagua nini? Huku niuliza baba anataka nini?
Order, Alex. Relax now. Thank you.
What have I done wrong?
You are talking when Mama Selina is talking. That is wrong. And you know that. You are a senior citizen of this platform. You let the person make the point, then you rebut. When the two people are talking at each other, it creates noise and you create confusion for the viewers. Thank you.
Thanks for calling me a noisemaker.
I will not respond to that one.
Morning, everyone in the room. Let me begin by recognizing the presence of my co-chair, the co-chair of Africa Women Leaders Network, Honorable Sinyo. She's right here next to me. Very special person. She's a person living with a disability, and she's always with us. But I need them to just say their names. You hear their voices because these are formidable people. This, what you see, members of the press in front of you today, is the Kenya Women Mediators Group, the first Kenya Women Mediators Group, a very important team of prominent women who have come together. So the statement that I'm going to read this morning is a joint statement of ALUIN, that is Africa Women Leaders Network, Democracy Trust Fund, Tuvuke Initiative, and the women mediators of this Kenya. We, the women of Kenya, in our own individual capacities and collectively acting under the auspices of Africa Women Leaders Network, the Kenya chapter, we want to decry the recent incidences of violence and the auspices of the under the auspices of the African Women Leaders Network. It is time to note that all these incidences that you all know, and I want to go through them, the majority of the sufferers are children, elderly, both men and women, elderly persons, people with disabilities, especially women living with disabilities, and other vulnerable categories in the society. they suffer the brunt of all these incidences of violence. Politically driven violence is very serious in Kenya today. We note as the country gears towards the 9th elections, that is on August 9th, 2022, seeds of discord have continued to be planted, even as calls for political tolerance and half-hearted apologies continue to be voiced. Misuse of the youth by these politicians, whether they're presidential aspirants or whoever it is, must stop. The women of Kenya are saying, stop putting our children at those levels of violence. We, as women of Kenya, we are concerned about the inflammatory utterances and threats from various quarters following the incidents of stoning of the presidential aspirants. While we condemn such occurrences, we urge different parties, including politicians and their supporters, to maintain sobriety and desist from calling and becoming warmongers. We demand that the responsible enforcement institutions investigate these incidences and all others and bring those responsible to book. We equally, as the women of this country and the mothers of this country, condemn insightful and hateful utterances that have been witnessed both in the country and from some Kenyans in the diaspora. We have witnessed very embarrassing, inflammatory hate attacks directed at the former First Lady, the first mother of this nation, Mama Ngina Kenyatta. Shameful. The utterances were distasteful, distressing, and as they were unfortunate. There have also been numerous other incidences of violence across the country, which is of great concern to the women of this country. The highest responsibility, and I want to repeat, the highest responsibility of all these violent situations lie basically with the presidential aspirants. And I want to repeat that very bravely. They bear the highest responsibility on behalf of those they lead. They are not leaders if you lead people to violence. And we women of Kenya, are disgusted. We have other forms of violence, not only politics. And the mothers of this country, mothering this country, know the others. One of them is banditry and cattle rustling. Nobody thinks that is violence, but that is violence. And the majority of those who suffer are women, children, women with disabilities who can't even move or see. They are the ones who suffer. Yes. It is sad to note that since the intertribal clashes conflict in Marsabit, relating to the two main tribes in the area at the end of last year, 40 lives have been lost. Property worth millions lost. Learning interrupted in schools as schools shut down. Children suffer. The conflict also affected Isiolo, Wajir border. The others we know in Eldoret, Nakuru, Baringo, they are everywhere. People have died. People have been displaced. Properties have been destroyed. This is violence. I want to ask you today, the women of this country are asking you today, members of the press, to carry this question. Who instigates these incidences of violence? And dare say to you, is the so-called people you call leaders. Those people lived for years, married among themselves. Then some people calling themselves leaders came up and began planting discord. Who really cares? The women of this country care. The women of this country are bleeding. We also note another kind of violence. We condemn in the strongest term possible the violence meted out against children in the form of sexual abuse, where we have even seen recently some people calling themselves leaders, taking young girls to hotels and abusing them. They're in courts, so we won't mention their names. They're also called leaders. Some of the perpetrators are even politicians. They have even been named. As well as recently, in the press, they have carried stories of very young children, including my own grandchild, murdered, abducted and murdered in the most dishonorable way, stabbings, including 2 days ago. That is meted out to our children, and you saw them on the screen singing. The women of this country, in particular, want to call out. They are extremely concerned about the height and lip of girls in different parts of the country since the onset of COVID, and it has been baptized COVID-related. We really think this is ridiculous, that the leaders in those areas condone violence. We have not had any of the presidential aspirants speaking out and calling out those violent situations. So they stand to be counted. And the people of this country should decide, do we want people who condone violence? In this respect, we want to call for action. In this respect, we call on all law enforcing agencies, and before I even call for law enforcing agencies, we are calling for safe spaces for women, women with disabilities, and girls. We have no safe spaces in this country, and we want them. We are demanding for them. We call on all law enforcing agencies, including the National Police Service and the Directorate of Criminal Investigations and other security operators, to implement the law to the word without exceptions. We also urge all politicians to engage in peaceful campaigns. We are demanding, we are not even urging them, we are demanding peaceful campaigns in this country. And to deal, let them not come and say sorry to us once it has happened. Because they're the ones who are giving the money. They give the money, 200 shillings to a youth. That youth goes and drinks, comes home and causes mayhem. Peace begins with you. And today, that is the message of this press conference. Peace begins with me. As God-fearing country,
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bernard, for that. Don't you want to say something before you go?
Those who want to watch it conclusively. Otherwise, thank you very much, everyone. See you when you see me later on today.
Thank you. Yeah, the thing is on YouTube. Those who want to watch it to the end, you can find it there. Makiadi, time ni yako.
Thank you so much, Idemba. I say hi to all the panelists. Asante Bernard kwa kazi nzuri, na upumzike. Tutaonana siku nyingine, Mwenyezi Mungu akipenda. Huyo mama ameongea kitu ya maana sana, na ni lazima ni comment hapo kabla niingie kwa kupeana submission yangu. She has mentioned people who are found in hotels with young ladies. I think everybody knows who we are talking about. She has mentioned about people tear gassing kids and meting violence on kids. We have seen that before when people were protesting about land, school kids being tear gassed in Nairobi. We have heard about people coming forth to seek for forgiveness cosmetically after organizing and funding violence against opponents. We know who has been doing that. And so specifically that press conference was directed to a particular political group, and we all know which group that is. Now, I want to just go over one thing that Julia was talking about here, about the Rarua ticket. From my point of view, I think the Rarua ticket is a very exciting ticket. It transcends any political affiliation. It is a breath of fresh air. And I believe even the people who are not intending to vote come this year's election will be excited to go to the polling station to vote for this election. So I believe Martha Karua brings a different dynamic in politics. And if I was to be asked, I think we would switch places and have Kalonzo Musyoka as the Speaker of the National Assembly, and have the firmness and the stability that comes with Martha Karua as a Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Now, I'll move on to today's topic, and I'll begin by what I saw today, especially in Tana River, in Nairobi, regarding to the Tana River Senator and some of the other leaders from Tana River that have defected into ODM. I think Raila Odinga has really perfected the art of infiltration. He's doing a good job out there. He knows how to delegate duty, and that makes him a very dynamic and a very interesting person to deal with. However, it has been like a curse because Raila Odinga has always fought outside to seek for votes. But at the back of his strategy and strategic team, we have had people who fail in every electioneering period. And that brings me to the point of the Mwanzo Mpya faction that is claiming that they were not consulted. I think these guys have a genuine point. They were there when the AZIMIO coalition was being formed. They were involved in each and every step of consultations regarding this formation. And for them to come out right now and claim that they have been sidelined, then it shows that something somewhere has gone wrong. So I would urge this team, the AZIMIO team, to actually sit down because we are at the critical moment right now. We are almost three months away from the election. And I don't think this is the right time to start wrangles. So I want to believe that moving forward, we should have the leaders, especially the mature leaders, those leaders that have been in this political field for a long time, sit down and agree so that the nitty-gritties can be sewn together. And moving forward, we have a team that is not divided, a team that is cohesive, and a team that is focused on delivering the presidency and majority of the seats in both the Senate, the National Assembly, and the county assemblies. Now, the power deal between ANC for the Kenya UDA. Remember, yesterday I spoke here and I said that Mudavadi is a person who is digging a political grave. And just like I said yesterday, the ANC party, as we speak right now, has basically been elbowed almost across the country by UDA. Mudavadi has been given a sour deal. He has no options. He is stuck with Kenya Kwanza. And come August 10th, he will not have any bargaining power because of the numbers that he will have returned, after the election. I don't think Mudavadi's party can win any seat outside of Western Kenya. And in Western Kenya, he has a lot of competition from DAP, K, and also ODM Kenya. So when I hear the likes of Malala on podiums saying that they've been promised 7 ministerial positions, they've been promised PS positions, and also they've been promised CAS positions, a position that does not exist in our constitution. I look at people who are confused, people who have no idea of where they are going, and people who will be sorry after this election. Finishing up, I would like to comment on the Kalenjin elders apologizing to Raila. When you see leaders coming out to condemn violence that has been meted in their area, and people not taking responsibility, then it shows you that the particular leader that is coming from that area does not listen to anyone apart from himself. William RUTO is a person who is surrounded by spanner boys. He's a person who's surrounded by a choir that only listens to him. And he is the only person that listens to himself, because if you look at his team and his advisors, the only person of age that I can say is supposed to be giving advice is Mudhama. And we all know the history of Mudhama. Mudhama is a heckler. Mudhama is a person who is also confused. And I don't think, from where I stand, that Mudhama can advise Ruto in terms of morality and, just cohesion. So our UDA counterparts in the Kenya Kwanza Alliance should look for, some advice from wazes. Wajaribu kuincorporate wazee kwa hiyo timu yao, so that we don't have young men like Moses Kuria and the likes of Kimani Ichung'wah and also Ndindi Nyoro clapping behind the deputy president every day while he makes mistakes, and they don't have the confidence to basically correct him. So then I'll leave it there, and probably will come in later to make another submission. Thank you.
Any question, any comments to Makiadi's submission? Stone Pikio umeinua mkono ama nini? Okay. Makiadi, why do you think those guys should not raise their issues right now?
What guys? The Mwanzompia?
Yes.
I didn't say they should not raise their issues. I said if they raise their issues right now, then it means there's something that is not going right. And my idea or my advice is, like, the saying we say that when you see the crocodile or whatever, the fish come out of the lake and tells you the crocodile is sick, then you should also believe that the crocodile is sick. So I'm looking at people who feel disgruntled, people who feel they've been sidelined. And I think this is the wrong time for any political formation to start seeing these kind of wrangles. So the technical committees and all these guys we hear being appointed every day, executive directors, I don't know, campaign what, every political party has its own leaders. I think they should have some form of committee that can come together and solve these nitty-gritties that arise every day, so that we can, put our efforts on campaigning and trying to seek out the vote.
You see, one thing that, personally, I saw this coming because, you see, towards the launch of the AZIMIO, flag bearer, there was lots of rush in terms of parties that were rushing to join. And one thing, there are some small parties that actually signed a pre-election deal with with Jubilee before, if you can remember. So some of these parties signed their pre-election deals with Jubilee before Jubilee could come there. Now, the drama was, and the complication and the dynamics that are rising are normal. You know, it's just like they say, sometimes when you have arguments before you move into a marriage, it's good because now you sort out some of the things. But even when you get married, there'll still be some issues that will arise. But at least there are issues that we'll have sorted before the marriage. So sometimes these things are good. Personally, I think it's the right time to have this wrangle so that, you know, if there's any issue that cannot be dealt with, we are clear on what direction the thing is taking. So it is right now, in my view, that they need to raise, and this is politics. And they say in politics, if you don't speak out, you will not be heard. You will not be heard. And especially after election, there will be no time for you to be listened to. In politics, you get your stake when they say you hit the iron when it is hot. You can remember. So this is a time that anybody can listen to you. Post 9th, it will be now time to work. Nobody will be listening to you. So if you have to bargain, because maybe post 9th, some of those parties will not have had any MP, so who will listen to you? You know, post 9th, there are some of those people will have no bargaining point. Right now, everybody is starting from a clean state. Everybody is looking at I can get. But after 9th, if you do not have anybody, if you do not have an MP, if you do not have, as in if you didn't manage to get anything, only parties that will be seriously bringing people on the table are the ones that will be called on the table. So this is the right time for them to bring out what they think. And then also there's a general feeling that when Kalonzo came in, he kind of, you know, picked like he's, you know, there's no Oka, according to Martha Karua, there was no Oka. When she walked out, Oka died. So what is this that Kalonzo is bringing that is so bigger than other political parties, you see? So that's also a check that is being put there. So it is a similar drama going on the other side. So this is the right time. In my view, I think it is, let them make as much noise as they can. And then, of course, before Saturday, then we see what happens. Okay, Makiadi.
I totally agree with you, Demba. But I want you to agree with me also that politics is about perception. And if politics is about perception, then it means that when you see these guys coming out and calling a press conference, the perception that comes to us, Mwananchi, is this is a group of people that cannot lead the country in future together because of the wrangles that they'll be having. And so I would expect, as by now, knowing that we have over 27, I think 27 political parties that came together as AZIMIO coalition, we should by now have set up systems and mechanisms that can resolve those issues within our frameworks, so that before people rush to the press to say why they are being mistreated or they're being sidelined, at least they will have exhausted the mechanisms that we have set up as a party or as a coalition. So it's about perception. I would rather have people arguing within and then, you know, solving their issues than rather come out to the press and spit and then go back to resolve their issues again inside. So that's my point.
Okay, thank you, Makiadi. Yes, Ndeto.
Richard,
politics, and if you, and I was trying to say this to Mama Selina before, and then she came so hard on me, and I don't like arguing with, elders, so I respect that. Ukambani politics is a certain way, and the people who, people like Themba who have lived in Ukambani can tell you there's something that is happening that has been happening for a long time. First of all, somebody like Ngilu and Kalonzo don't see eye to eye, even when you see them on the podium together. There's these guys, and there's a reason that you have Ngilu is in Kitui and you have these other people on the other places, and they're not just coming to the media, they're saying what Ukambani is. And I don't know if there was that saying, the laughing part that Kambas are told, wakifanyia muindi wanakuwa very genuine mpaka wanaenda kujitangaza. It's just the way Ukambani politics is. There's a wrangle between all those governors and Kalonzo. And I said it here and I'm repeating it again. When Kalonzo came in, you saw them conspicuously disappearing from, Mamangilu was the general of Wamama. You saw kina Kalonzo, kina Mutua. You saw, I said it here, nikagongwa. I'm telling you, politics za Ukambani wachana nazo. When they are coming to say, and they don't lie, what they're saying is what it is. It's genuine. It's just as that. They play politics, but also in Ukambani, it is said what it is, as how it is. This is what is happening. Things are not good because Kalonzo, and I'm saying it, I won't repeat it too much. I know very good, I know the politics of Ukambani. Maybe Themba might say something about it or somebody else if there's another Kamba here.
Can I rebut Themba? Just 1 minute, please.
Okay.
Okay, Martin, I agree with whatever you're saying. But when the press conference came, I think I saw Dr. Eseli Simiu. And Eseli Simiu, from what I understand, does not come from the Ukambani region. And some other guys behind, I think from the other parties that we don't know about. So my point is, the issue of if you have a house and you have like a function, there's a person who will walk into that room now and amechukua all the oxygen. So if Kalonzo is a big man, akikuja kwa hiyo nyumba, there's some influence ambayo atakuwa anafanya. The thing is, I'm suggesting that we should have a committee or set up something, some form of mechanism in inaweza kuwa ina solve these issues so that people don't run to the place.
Okay, now we are on our 7th hour, moving to our 8th hour. Now, those people who have come, please, we can speak on only one point so that we start taking our closing remarks. We'll really appreciate. I will start with Victor Nyaking, then I go to, it's not closing remark, but just, you don't have to repeat everything. People have been here for 8 hours, so that's what you get when you come in here late. When you come in early, you get the opportunity to explore everything. So kindly, if you can just speak on one point, you don't have to repeat every single thing, so that we start taking our closing. So Victor Nyaking, mawazo yako on one point. You don't have to repeat everything.
Thank you, Themba. I was listening to what was going on. I only have one thing to talk about. I think is about the small parties complaining that the bigger parties, there's a document that was signed between, I think is the AZIMIO and chama ya Kalonzo to the formation of AZIMIO Kenya Kwanza. So I was listening to
Temba si Kenya kwanza. One Kenya.
whichever, it is even confusing. So my point is, I think there is a big storm within this coalition. But I know those who are supporting the coalition, they are not seeing it. You will try to sugarcoat it, but there's a problem there. Because what Mutua was saying that when they went there to ask for the document, they were not even given time to read the document. And this document is like the big boys, the bigger parties were the one to decide for these other small parties. And looking at it deeply, I would say it goes deeper to politics in Cumberland. I mean, Ukambani, yes. Because if you see over there, governor from Machakos, Kivuta Kibwana, remember, before Kalonzo came, these were the guys who were with Baba. And I used to follow their comments. They were so happy when Kalonzo was outside. So to me, I think they're just not happy that Kalonzo is inside there. And I feel that like Kalonzo amekata deal, ameshapata yake huko juu, so ameanza kuonekana to be close to Baba more than these other leaders from Mukambani. And if Baba does not treat this carefully, it might break this party. So it is upon Baba to decide how to navigate this, because right now there have been much rivalry between these leaders in Ukambani, between Kalonzo and Nkilu and other, But I believe Raila will definitely bring them to the table, of which to me kwangu naona itakuwa ni ngumu sana as compared to the other side of UDA. Hawana watu wengi. Hii Azimio One Kenya iko na parties mingi sana, and I don't know how they are going to, because now the issue of zoning is bringing a lot of problem. And as I close, even if you go I come from Homa Bay County, they gave somebody there free ticket to run on. Yeah, ODM is bringing a lot of problem over there. So there's a lot that if Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance does not look deeply, it might break. Many people will leave before we go to general election. That's all I have to say. Thank you, guys.
Wala kutoka watoke tu. I mean, it's that time. You explore your options. Those who want to leave, let them leave. So that the thing gets cleared. If you think you're popular, wachana na party, enda independent. Princess.
Asante sana Temba kwa kunipa nafasi. Na wasalimu nyote, Stone PK, Richard, Julia, Martin, Penny, David, Sarah na Victor. Kwanza Victor anasema anatoka Homa Bay, ati anasema Gladys Wanga akipewa wengine watatoka. Sioni yule atashinda Gladys Wanga pale. Wacha niache hayo tu hapo.
Are you from Homa Bay?
Hii ni siasa, sijui maneno ya Homa Bay sana,
Don't
lakini
talk about Homa Bay. I know what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Sawa tu, lakini sioni akishinda, kuna ule atamshinda pale. Nikizungumza kwa Kalonzo kidogo tu, hiyo tu ndio ninayo, alafu naachia. Hii maneno ya Kalonzo tulishamkaribisha akaingia kwenye nyumba. Sasa mna vile tunaweza fanya. Tulimkaribisha, ameingia. Unaona wenzake wanalalamika kina Mtua, lakini Kivuta Kibwana alisema hapo awali kabla hata Kalonzo hajaingia, akasema Kalonzo, kama unaingia hapa, ingia kama tuko sawa sisi wote. lakini Kalonzo akaenda akajivutavuta nje, kawa anakuja na oka. Ndio sababu alikuwa anataka hii ibadilishwe iwe inaitwa Azimio One Kenya. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa inamsumbua sana, lakini kama ana utu kabisa, basi apatie Martha Karua kama yeye mwenyewe ana utu. Mimi ndio kile ninaomba, apatie Martha Karua awe makamu, awe running mate, awe makamu wa rais. Hiyo ndio kile kitu mimi ningeomba, kama ana utu ampatie Martha Karua, ndipo nasi pia wanawake tupige kura pale. Temba, sina mengi, nitafunga baadaye. Asante sana, nimeshukuru.
Haya, Sara. Sara, are you there?
Niko hapa. Hello, I would like to speak after everyone. Thank you. Nataka wanaume waongee kwanza, alafu I will give my remarks right after them.
Sara, sahi ni ya kupeana ya juu. Ile submissions utakuja kupeana jamani dadangu. Baadaye.
No, si make submission. Wait, sasa hadi nikijaribu kupeana at least nikuwe ninatetea wanaume, mnakataa. Mnataka side gani bwana? Let the men speak and then I will speak later.
Hai, ushasema. Mimi nani nipinge? Kuna mtu ananipiga hapa asema Themba, wacha kukunywa pombe kwa nini kwa platform. Mimi sikunywi pombe, sijawahi kunywa pombe. Yeah, so relax.
Themba, mwambie ni mvinyo.
I'm only using unajua inaitwa conditioning. I'm only using a container that probably you use it for pombe. Mimi naitumia kwa vitu vingine, so so don't you worry.
Yes, the class in you.
Yeah?
It's the class in you.
Yeah, it's a class in me. I mean, you know what you're saying? Yeah. Victor. Calm down. So it's not, do not project to me your issues. But
Jaluo in you.
But do we say, okay, I respect that. Sarah will bring him back later. David. What is Bob Werunga? What has Victor said? Victor, Themba, please tell Victor that just cause I don't know what Victor has said, so I don't know what to. Oh, Victor, someone was trying to address you down there. I don't know what alikuwa nakwambia. You can read the comments. Uone sijui anakwambia nini. Bob Werunga is trying to address you. Let me find it so that Themba, please tell Victor that one doesn't need to come from. Oh, yeah. Uliambia nani? Uliambia Princess ati if she's not coming from Homa Bay, she should not talk about Homa Bay issues. So that is what he's trying to say. We don't have to come from a place for us to we are talking about Ukraine, hata tujaifika huko. So mimi hata sijaienda Russia, hata sijui inakaa aje. Yeah, we are talking about Meru and we don't even know how Meru looks like. So it's okay for someone to give their submission. Vile unasema ya kwamba Wanga will not win. Yule ana support Wanga ukimsikia atasema Kidero will not win. Yule ana support another candidate atasema that person will not win. So it's politics. It depends on whom you are talking to. Wewe kama una support Kalonzo unasema Kalonzo ni mbaya, mzuri. Mwingine support Kalonzo anasema ni mbaya. Mwingine akikuja hapa ana support Ruto, atasema Ruto ni mzuri. Wewe usupport Ruto, atasema, I mean, it depends on who is speaking. So it's still okay. Nobody has a monopoly and the right of view. And that's why I usually encourage unasema according to me. Unaona? According to me. So you're owning your view and we are looking it to the context of what you think. Someone else could hold a different view. David, karibu.
Thank you, Temba. Are you able to hear me clearly? Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry I will speak behind the curtain because I got in the show through a mobile while on the way coming, so getting out may be a challenge getting back. So you allow me to speak behind the curtain. But if you can guarantee me to switch off and come back, then that's fine. But I know guys are waiting. Anyway, let me make my remark. But before then, let me comment very fast to what Victor is saying. Victor, the ticket for governorship in Homa Bay, with the Mawanga being the running mate, that is a done deal. Mawanga has a big following. In fact, he won last time. So they may say, Heri Nusu Shari. So in as much as you may not agree with that, the neighbors and those people who spend more time in Homa Bay, they guarantee that what Mawanga comes with on the table is much more. Anyway, nevertheless, let me quickly comment on what guys have been commenting here quickly, because it's more or less of a trend than a topic about Kalonzo and Martha Karua. Chair, I want to comment in a two-way kind of pro and anti. For Baba to make any progress in terms of campaign and solidifying his votes, he needs people with money. He needs people with the votes. And that's the mountain. And the mountain here, you know, and as much as people say the mountain takes care of all the 3 or 4 tribes that make the mountain, we know what we mean. Just like when we say today, gender issues, they may touch everybody, but once you mention gender, the first thing that crosses your mind, you know where it lies. So Baba needs people can support his campaign. Baba needs the mountain, and that one comes on with the Martha Karua. Kalonzo, when I mentioned this sometimes back, somebody missed me. I said Kalonzo at a campaign, tumemwona hapo nyuma. He cannot even attract a crowd of pupils. You know my rights behind the popularity of Raila Odinga. We have seen Kalonzo to some extent, anaenda mkutano hata hakuna wafuasi. But on the contrary, from the UDA standpoint, because Kalonzo has no money, he may not contribute to Baba, that's what I would say. But from the opposition point of view, the UDA standpoint, if Baba by any chance picks on Kalonzo, he will mix up UDA. Because now the tag that we are really pushing very hard, and I think you know, of Baba being the project of the mountain, will now be shed off. And this means that other people now will vote knowing that, okay, after Baba, at least kitaenda kwingine. That is other people than the mountain. No, when you talk about the mountain, I understand what you mean. Some people will say, okay, and as much as you guys were saying, this is a project that is going to be there for a while, then we have our own after 5 years. Now it is not. It might be a blessing in disguise from other areas, Coast, Western, and others who vote. And that one will definitely mix you the seriously. But If he appoints Martha Karua, then he will now cement and sign that deal that yenyewe hii kitu ilikuwa mpango. This guy is a really project. Let him serve 5 years, then it goes back to the owners. I speak with a clean heart. Therefore, the issue of the running mate is a headache to both Baba and William Samuel. And that's why everybody is hiding the card to see who draws his card earlier. That is according to 50% opinion of David Arika. Thank you, Temba.
Thank you, David. And Makiadi, you have a question? Okay, go ahead.
David, my brother, I just want to know why you think William Ruto picking deputy president is a problem. I mean, it is in black and white that William Ruto is going to pick a deputy president from the mountain. Why are you telling us that that's a big issue on their side?
David, do you want to respond?
Oh yeah, I can respond if you can give me the chance to.
Yeah, go ahead.
It may not be black and white, Makiadi, as you put it. It is in Yuda. It's a war of who is supposed to be. You have Rigathi from Central and you have Musalia from their side. Why you say black and white? It's still not yet determined. It is a headache to everybody. And everybody wants to wait and see how we can have a fallout from the other side to get more. I mean, it can't be black and white. That's my opinion.
Okay, I think he's made his point. So we will, Martin, you have a comment or a question?
Richard, wachana na David, amekuja a long way bwana.
You know, I sometimes wish that these people would understand. You know, the deputy president is a PA to the president. PA, personal assistant to the president. So the president will determine.
That's not true.
Who's saying it's not true?
That's not true. That's not true. According to that's not true.
Okay, let me read for you the Constitution.
Read it. That is not true.
Let me read.
It's not me, Tema, talking.
Unaona Richard amechokoza sasa nyuki.
Let me read for you the Constitution, so that when you're saying it's not true,
yes,
you say it's not true with reference. You're saying it's not true with what reference?
Constitution. The vice president, the deputy president is not PA to the president. That's not true.
What's principal assistant in short form?
Really? Just read it. You said you have the Constitution there. You're going to read it.
Yeah, chapter 9 of the Constitution. You are sure you want me to read it, Nyaking? Ama we ni kucheza tu? Eh?
What kind of personal assistant that you can fire?
Let me read for Nyakin the Constitution so that he appreciates where I'm coming from. I don't make sweeping statements that are not backed.
Why I said it's not true? I'm waiting you to read that.
So the president and the deputy presidents. Okay, functions of the. Okay, let me read for you the functions of the deputy presidents. Okay. Let me look for you. That's chapter 9 of the Constitution. You sure you want me to read? Yeah?
Read it.
Okay, the function of the deputy president. That is 147.1, chapter 9. The deputy president shall be the principal assistant of the president. Is that what you had me to read? and shall deputize for the president in the execution of the president's function. 2. The deputy president shall perform the functions conferred by the Constitution. Now, this is where I usually say here that we have a constitutional problem. It is not necessarily. Now, Victor, let me now divert you. You are just messing up with me. I mean, the Constitution says it's a PA. So for me, my issue is not what you're asking. My issue is this, which for me, I think is where we found ourselves. In 147.2, it says the deputy president shall perform the functions conferred by this Constitution and any other functions of the president as the president may assign. You see, that is the conundrum right there. You know, this Constitution does not give any other functions to the deputy president other than those given by the president, you know. So in the absence of functions that have been given by the Constitution expressly, then it leaves the deputy president to work at the mercies of the president. Now, that's the Constitution, okay? Now, Pen Nyagaka is asking, then I don't know what question Pen was asking. The question that Pen is asking, the Constitution has given that, but it has given the process of removal of the deputy president, okay? So he doesn't just get out. He has to be, there's a process of his removal. There's a political process of removing him. Okay.
Remember, I'm asking that if you have a personal assistant, you can fire them. But what kind of a personal assistant is RUTO that cannot be fired?
No, listen. Understand the context in which we are speaking. The Constitution says that he's the principal assistant. Principal assistant is like a personal assistant. That's my understanding of it. That's just a personal assistant. He's a principal assistant. That's a PA to the president. Why do you want to work so hard to be a PA to someone, to be a principal assistant to someone? Go look for governorship. Be a governor of a county. In fact, a governor has more mandate than even the deputy president. A governor tells himself, according to the Constitution, what they're supposed to be doing. Let me give Stone PK time to say something.
Remember, respect the office of the vice president. He was elected.
The vice president in the Constitution is deputy president.
He was elected by Kenyans.
No, listen, Victor, there's no vice president in the Constitution. There's deputy president.
He was elected by Kenyans.
There's deputy president.
You see, thank you, Temba. I think Kenyans, I think sijui tunasoma wapi. Victor Nyakianga, it's written. The deputy, na umesoma Constitution, Temba. You know, Kenyans want to add things that are not there, and that's our habit. Very bad manners indeed. Because this seat, it's your choice if you want to become the deputy. What it entails is you are just an assistant of the president, and the framers of this Constitution knew what they were looking for. It's upon you. If you want that seat, don't go there thinking you are the president. You are not. And the reason why they said you will just be principal assistant, number one, so that utatii huyo ambaye ni boss wako, umtumikie. Okay? Number two, he will assign anything else. He will assign anything else that he feels you should be able to do. Period. Tusiongeze maua ingine mingi hapa. Tuache kuongeza maua ati he was elected, he was carried, alibebwa kama, you know, the president chooses who he wants to run with. Yeah, the same thing with the governors.
The problem of some of us here, we still have that mentality of the constitution.
No, ngoja kidogo Victor Nyaking.
Let me finish. We
Wacha
are reading the
amalize. Victor Nyaking, wacha Stone PK amalize, then I read for you the constitution. Najua hakuna haja ya kushinda nasema he was elected by the people. I'll read for you the constitution. Stone PK, endelea.
Yeah, because I'm also looking at the constitution here. You know, this is what I'm referring to. It's the constitution. Where Themba you are reading is what I'm reading. So Nyaking and others are the ones who want to add things there that he was elected by the people. It's the president who was elected. This guy is just attached there. Yeah, and it is stated hakuna kitu ingine extra. If the president decides not to give him any work, period, the guy should just sit in that office, akule mshahara, yeah. But if he behaves well, he will be assigned. For those of us or any of you who has ever worked as a deputy or as an assistant in any position, even in the corporate, when you are an assistant, you should be able to know how to toe that line. Ukienda hapo kujifanya wewe ndio MD na MD ndio umewekwa hapo wewe una assist, you lose your job. Okay, so this position is not the best position in our country. You are better off as a CS than a DP. You are better off a governor than a DP. Okay, but people go there thinking, unaona Kalonzo alikuwa anasema ataanza kucampaign immediately because they think and assume that utakuwa president. That's why they get deluded. Thank you, Themba.
I think also something else you need to read for. There's I think Pen Nyagaka and Victor Nyaking who are busy telling us, the deputy president is elected by the people. Now this is what Article 148 says. Verse 1. Article 148(1) says, each candidate in a presidential election shall nominate a person who is qualified for nomination for election as president, as a candidate for deputy president. So the president nominates a person. The person who is going for election is the president, but the president nominates. That is the constitution. Don't tell me what you think. You know, when you're speaking from a constitutional perspective, we can talk. But if you're talking from what you are thinking, we cannot agree because you are thinking. I'm reading the constitution. Now, that is 148(1). 148(1) says each candidate. Wait, Victor Nyaking, I read for you.
No,
and you can read for yourself. Wait. So the Constitution 148(1) says each candidate in a presidential election shall nominate, okay, a person who is qualified for nomination
as
election as a president.
Themba,
as a candidate. Wait. No. Wait, Nyaking. As soon as we argue, then you start saying.
Opinions.
Do you want information or you just want to argue for the sake of arguing?
It's not an argument. I'm making a valid point. Vice President was elected by Kenyans.
First of all, the Constitution does not talk about a vice president. It talks about a deputy president.
I listen to you. Listen to me too. Just listen to me too.
No, you are lying.
Differentiate. Okay. You guys tend to differentiate.
Victor, wait.
Assistant,
Victor, wait.
Executive
Let's agree together. The Constitution does not have a vice president. It has a deputy president.
Thank you.
So don't talk about a vice president. Vice president was the previous constitution. This constitution is deputy president.
Yes.
Now, number one, the president nominates the deputy president. Number two, for the purposes of clause 1, there shall be no separate nomination process for the deputy president. No separate nomination shall not apply to a candidate for the deputy president. There's no separate nomination. It is only the president who nominates his person. So actually, it is the president who, in essence, decides who is going to be the deputy president. Number 3, the electoral IEBC shall declare the candidate nominated by the person. It is declaring the person. It will declare the candidate nominated by the person who is elected as the president to be elected as the deputy president. So the president the IBC shall declare the person who has been nominated by the president. There's no place where, and then number 4, the swearing in of the deputy president-elect shall be before the Chief Justice. In the absence of the Chief Justice, the Deputy Chief Justice in public. The Deputy President-elect assumes office by taking and subscribing the oath of office. You know, what you guys keep saying, they were elected by the people. There's nowhere the people elected the Deputy President. It is the President who nominates the Deputy President. That's what the Constitution says.
Temba, what you're saying is not true.
I'm reading the Constitution.
I
Look at you.
understand. Okay, let me.
Can I make a point?
I understand what you have read, but when we went to the ballot.
But can we lift our hands if we want to talk, please?
When we went to the ballot.
Okay, let's wait, Victor. Martin,
so you don't want to respond to you.
No, you want to tell me what you think. I'm reading for you the Constitution. Read for me the Constitution and refer to the Constitution.
Always think that what you say is right.
No,
listen to other people too.
It's not what I say. Read the Constitution.
And remember, distinguish between personal assistant and principal assistant, please.
Victor, when you start reading the Constitution, I will listen to you. Okay, Martin, say.
Victor, I think out of goodwill, I think it's also decorum. We know the rules of this channel, because there's a lot of people who would want to countercheck everything. I think at least to make the moderator, have a good day. The rules that we have over here, that if you want to say something, at least you lift your hand. If you can, yes, sometimes sometimes, yes, we fall, all of us. But I think it's also not just to make it like like a background talk. The only thing I wanted to say, and the reason I've been lifting my hand, is because I always say the Constitution is a moving gadget. And the reason they say today that we have the vice president and the president tied on the same belt is because before this all started with Saitoti, when Saitoti was fired on the roadside by Moi. So people thought when it came to the 2010 Constitution, we thought that at this point now we cannot have the president do that, and we need to take a little. The power cannot be bestowed on the president on everything. So we took that a little bit out of it. But people make mistakes in life. And I think as Kenya, we did make a mistake. And we've been taught very well through these 10 years that we've gone through that we made a constitutional mistake. Especially right now, people are asking, okay, so the vice president's been there for what? 10 years. Now he wants to be there again for another 10. And you know what? If you really want to be childish, we can go and say, by the way, he's going to be, serving his second term because he's been a president. If we want to go down, he has been the president of Kenya. The time Uhuru went and left him to be the president, he's already served a term, if we want to be stupid like that. But again, this 2010 Constitution, we were trying to cure a couple of things, but we have to go back again and think about it. Because even you, Victor, where you work, I don't know where you work, but if you work somewhere and you have your maybe deputy or whatever you want to call him, or the person that runs the little department, maybe you're head of a department, you cannot come here and tell me that you cannot fire someone because and now they can overrun you in what you do. You know what? Even in your life day situation today, as you live today, somebody, if you go start a business, not even a business, even your kid, your worker, and whatever, and them just read the Constitution. It never says anywhere what you're saying. I think we need to be mature and not think about political political affiliations, and just be mature about these things. And that's why I love coming here. Victor, rethink that. You might rebuttal me right now, but just think it right. Kama mfanyikazi wako ama umepewa shamba na your father, and then someone is there, your cousin, anakuja na yeye si mwenye shamba, na ndio najua ni kazini yako, lakini ati sasa mwanze kupigania vitu kama hizo. Come on, Victor, let's just be realistic with life. We're trying to be realistic around here.
Okay, I'm going to tell you the constitutional position. So you are free to tell me whether I'm wrong. If you say I'm wrong, then the constitution is wrong. So don't argue with me. Just say the constitution is wrong there. Okay. Now, the constitution says that the office of the deputy president will become vacant. The term of the office of the deputy president shall run from the date of the swearing in of the deputy president and shall end when another person next elected as president at election under this. So, for example, the deputy president and the president can wait until after election. But you see, now he's going to vie, so probably he'll resign. On the deputy president assumes the office of the president, all right? So that's clause 6, 148(6)(b). 6C, on resignation, death, or removal from office of the deputy president. So in all those reasons, there's nowhere where there's sacking. Now, removal of office, there's a process of removal. Now, someone came here and told us that if the deputy president resigns today, there'll be an election. Nothing like that. The Constitution says in 149, it says within 14 days after a vacancy in the office of the deputy president arises, the president shall nominate a person to fill the vacancy, and the National Assembly shall vote on the nomination within 60 days after receiving it. So if the deputy president resigned today, the president will nominate someone, and within 60 days, within 60 days can be even within 2 days, and that person will assume office. That's what the Constitution says. Someone came in and told us that if the deputy president resigned today, there will be elections that will be called. So you see, if you read the Constitution, it will guide us. And this is a document that should guide, it is a living document. It is the base. It's not whether Themba is lying or saying the truth. There's no vice president, is deputy president. Now, this Constitution, and of course it goes 150, it gives you removal of office, right? What I'll urge us is stop listening to people arguing in the street. You and I, Victor Nyakin, you can read, take the Constitution, take your time. I would be struggling to argue with someone who has not read the Constitution. Go to the Constitution, read it. Get to see what is the reference, what the Constitution says. When someone comes and says they were elected together, we are the people who elected him. That is the propaganda that RUTO has been saying out there. He was nominated by the president, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Why do you nominate someone? You nominate them because you think they can help your electoral process. Now those are political processes. So when you come in and then you start saying they're elected, that's not the Constitution. And allow you, Victor, to speak. And then I hear someone called Sarah saying there, you both are, all of you are wrong. If you are wrong, then the Constitution is wrong.
Demba.
Okay, Victor, before Sarah, wait, Sarah. Victor.
This is the point I'm trying to put across, that maybe you guys not understanding about me. It's not about me not reading the Constitution and what the Constitution says. I know very well what the Constitution says. I've read the Constitution. But one thing that I would want us to understand about the Constitution, there's what we call will of the people. When we went for the elections, when you were given the paper, there was the name of the president and the name of the president. When you are voting two people there, you are exercising the will, right? So when we come here, I understand, and I'm not saying this that I support RUTO or what. No, people went to the ballot and voted for president and the vice president together. But when we now come here and we are trying to assume that the office of the vice president does not matter, that is not true. And when we try to lower it to an extent where we say that vice president is PA to a president, I want us to ask ourselves the difference between personal assistant and principal assistant. There's a difference. So let us not lower. I know it's about RUTO. I'm not talking about just RUTO, but the office of deputy president. It's office that Kenyans recognize. But don't tend to make it like, no, it was no. Yes, the constitution says that he was nominated by the president. He was nominated by the president, but Kenyans elect president and vice president. That was the will of the people. That's the point I wanted to make. I understand the constitution, the president nominated, but Kenyans went to the ballot to say, I'm supporting president and the vice president on that ballot paper. The names that appear there means that I was given the authority to choose whoever I want. That's what I wanted to put across.
Okay,
Let me ask you a question.
No, it's okay. It's okay. He has made his point. Yes, Sarah, what is it?
I've said both of you are wrong because both of you are very wrong actually. It's important to differentiate between the person holding the office of the deputy president and the office itself. Unfortunately, for us as AZIMIO too, we are we are judging this by using the person who holds the office and not the office itself. Yes. Now, first of all, I would like to confirm that I am not UDA, I am fully AZIMIO, but I keep on saying it is key to understand facts and debate factually, not just using your emotions. What is the Constitution? The Constitution is the supreme law of the land. Now, how is the law implemented? I believe all of you know this because you have seen judges implement the law. They implement the law through interpretation of the law. The law is based on interpretation. Therefore, Demba, you have read the Constitution very clearly. However, that is simply your interpretation. It can always change with another person's interpretation. That is the truth. You go to law school 101, that's the first thing you're taught. For law to be implemented, it has to be interpreted. So that is simply your interpretation. I'm sorry, this is the first time I'm going to side with UDA, but they are right. That is simply your interpretation. Now, I am going to say that first, you have read very well. There is a very huge difference between a personal assistant and a principal assistant.
Yes.
I will use the corporate arena to explain this to you. A CEO has a deputy, but a CEO also has a personal assistant. A personal assistant is the one who picks his suit, goes and ensures his meetings are ready by blah, blah, blah. All those stuff. Personal things. Principal assistant is your assistant executively in the office. That is the assistant of the office. Unfortunately, that is what you guys have not understood because you're using RUTO to express your judgments. So the deputy president is not a personal assistant to the president. I believe you have heard time and time again Rigathi Gachagua saying he was a personal assistant to Uhuru. Was he the deputy president? Absolutely not. The deputy president is a principal assistant, executive office. That is what the law is interpreted it to be. You have read very well the Constitution. I've been here telling people to use the Constitution too, so please nisiuliwe. I believe in the constitution and I believe in what it says, but please understand the constitution is a law, and that is why it is interpreted to be implemented. When you go to courts of law, they use the constitution to interpret and make judgments. This is common knowledge. You see it all the time when they make, even with the BBI, they did the same thing. Otherwise, if the constitution was being followed to the letter, people, the people who went from Jubilee to UDA will not be in their seats today, but it wasn't, because again, the law is interpreted. You have said clearly well, he deputizes the president. Now, I would like to tell you that that is the first function. Right there is the first function. He deputizes the president. That is the first function he's given. The fact that when the president is not there, the deputy is at command, that is the first function he is given. It is not just the one that he's assigned by the president. This is why Kenyans were complaining, because Ruto has not shown the sense of authority of deputizing the president. You need to understand that. When you argue your points, you argue them factually, not just because you're reading the constitution, right? So the first function of the deputy president is he deputizes the president. He is the principal assistant of the president. That means everything the president does, the deputy president can do it if the president is not there. The constitution is very clear. That is the first function. It then goes on ahead to say, yes, we give him that. However, we are going to limit him kidogo by saying that the president is also going to assign him duties, so that when the president is there, the deputy doesn't feel like he needs to go above the president. The constitution follows each other very well. So while we are reading, we are not just reading. We are reading while interpreting. That's why I'm saying that is your interpretation, which is correct. I'm not saying it's wrong. The law is all about interpretation. It is the supreme law of the land anyway. So it's not just reading the constitution. You can't just read the constitution and say the way the constitution says it is how it is. It is. The law is interpreted. That is what I wanted to say. This is the first time I'm ever siding with UDA, but sometimes you can side with the opposite side to see the picture ahead. Thank you.
Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. That's clear and clear.
I like, just before I bring in PK, because I know PK wants to come in. I don't interpret the constitution. The role of interpretation of constitution is left for judges. So in the event that there's a conundrum, there's something that lawyers don't agree, it is the judges who go to interpret the constitution.
No, even a citizen can interpret the constitution.
No, Sarah, relax. I gave you time to talk. There's no provision for you to interpret the constitution. In the event that we don't agree, we go to courts. That's why people go to courts. Number two, you can't give someone a function that has not been spelled out in the constitution. There's nothing like that. You can't purport, and that's where lawyers will ask you, where is it written in the constitution? So you can't purport to give someone a constitution that the first role is the name deputy. Now that's a role, that's a function. That's not constitutional. If you want to give a role, read the constitution. Where is it written that the first thing is this? So let's not misdirect people that you have to be extra constitutional. If there's a lacuna, if there's a misunderstanding, the sole body given role of arbitration in the event that there's a misunderstanding in the constitution are the courts, the judges. That's why they went to the Supreme Court. And I liked the judgment, in the Supreme Court where Judge Smokin Wanjala, I like the cartoon that came and they say the basic structure doctrine. lawyers argued that out. And they tried to bring the idea that this is part of the constitution. So when they didn't agree, they go to courts. So you can't purport to give yourself. I don't interpret this constitution. By they even that's why Okiya Omtata goes to court every time. And some lawyers were saying that Okiya Omtata has taken more cases to court than even the lawyers themselves. Because the constitution should be a simple document that you can read yourself. If it is not in the constitution, it wasn't meant to be there. And if it comes, that's why they provide for the constitution amendment. If there are things that need to be put there so that we can read it, we can understand it. Now, when I said PA, initially, I asked this guy, principal assistant, what did it mean? That PA, a short form of principal assistant is PA. And the constitution simply gives, and that's where we are having the conundrum we're having right now. And that's why we have had this situation with the deputy president, William Ruto. What has been the campaign that the UDA guys have been saying? That hajampatia kazi, hajampatia kazi. If it was that simple, that deputy president is just a name. Now there are functions of that office. Deputy president is the office. So what is the function of the office? The office is called deputy president. Like we have the president. Now, what are functions of that office? The person who occupies that office. So I'm not even talking about Deputy President William Ruto. And I've always been here when I'm talking about that position. I say, our problem is a constitutional problem. It's not a person problem. We didn't envisage that we'll have such a relationship that is not good with the two people who came together. And it is the first time we're implementing the constitution as president and deputy. And this is the first pair we are having. And we thought they would be, good. Let me bring Stone PK before we move on.
Thank you, Themba. I think you've covered, I had 5 points, but you've covered 3. I'm remaining with only 2. It is true that the Constitution is actually written in the most simple way. Whether you want to interpret or whatever, in fact, if you want to interpret, as Sarah is saying, then you lose it. Because it is as simple as the deputy president shall be the principal assistant of the president and shall deputize the president in the execution of the president's function. I don't know what other interpretation you would want to add to that. Number 2, the UDA guys, they argue so empty that he was not given work. He didn't wait to be given work. He was told, hold, my friend, stop campaigning. Hiyo umeambiwa na your boss that kazi ile tuko nayo sasa si ya kwenda siasa na kufungua ghost projects. Hold on. Had he held on, he would have been given work. So he had a different agenda. Agenda was to campaign. And this is what UDA followers don't want to go down. And that's why whenever you talk to them, they tell you these people are fair. Lastly, remember, another kasumba UDA people have is that these people, we elected them together. There is no way they can separate. They are joined at the hip. So they should die together. Hey, watu wanaoana na wanakuwa joined kanisani. And sometimes they find it's impossible and it's no longer tenable. So Kenyans feel like Ruto and Uhuru should never have fallen apart. They should never have disagreed. Even when they disagreed, Kenyans are in denial. The UDA people are in denial. That's why they keep on shifting the blame. And then Kenyans want to be told that waje atuambie walikosania. How can we be this naive? Watu walikosana. Alikosana na bosi yake walikosana. Kwisha, that's it. You take it as it is. And we move on and ensure when we amend this constitution, maybe we give the boss a little bit more power to be able to dump and look for somebody who agrees with his way or style of work. Otherwise, we shall continue to have this crisis. Thank you, Themba.
Yes, Richard Matiadi.
Wacha nipatie Sara kwanza, naona nikwambia mic.
Okay, Sarah.
Let me rebut. Listen. You guys have read the Constitution, right? You say it's as simple as it is. Give it to a person mwenye ako mashinani and tell him to read and understand the Constitution. And let's see if he or she can do it. 1. Before you even reach chapter 9, the very first page, remember I've been telling you guys here, I am the Constitution. I have read that Constitution to the letter. It says, the second page, actually, the Constitution is a law. It is a law. Okay? It is a law. Law is a huge entity. Constitution is under it. That is why very many laws, including international law, are used to form the Constitution by how they are interpreted. You cannot say that the law cannot be interpreted. Otherwise, if that is the case, when people are being given death sentence, it is in the law. They should have been killed.
Who interprets, Sarah? Who interprets the
I'm
law?
not denying the judiciary. They have gone to school for that, father.
Exactly.
But even a common mwananchi can do that
No.
if they want to.
No. You cannot. You cannot.
Okay.
You cannot.
Let's not argue about that. Let me go back to what I was saying.
Yeah.
If the law was not being interpreted and it should be followed to the way it says, the law states certain crimes should be given death sentence. What is a death sentence in English? You should be killed. No, wait. You should be killed. Why are people not killed?
Hold on. I want you to move to the point so that we are not veering off. Number one, the Constitution is the supreme law of the land.
Yes.
Anything else should abide with the Constitution. If it goes against the Constitution, then it is not constitutional.
I agree.
So the Constitution is the supreme law of the land.
I agree.
Any other law must align to it. So can you just limit yourself?
Listen, not any law must align to it. For Constitution to be formed, laws, they used other laws to form the Constitution.
I want to guide you. Limit yourself to the point of argument for today, and then we move on.
Okay. Well, I will still say Constitution was not there, okay? People were not born and formed the Constitution. People sat down and formed the Constitution. It was formed by human beings, okay? God did not form the Constitution. It wasn't there. It's not like creation. As much as it's the supreme law of the land, it was formed by other laws.
Sarah.
Anyway, like I said.
Would you just limit yourself to the...
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, thank you.
Like I said, the deputy, if AZIMIO says that, this is like confusing ourselves. We claim that RUTO wasn't assigned, no, not us, the Kenya Kwanza, claim that RUTO wasn't assigned jobs by wasn't assigned duties, not jobs, duties by the president. Our side, some of us say he doesn't even need to be assigned these duties. He has to act like a deputy president. What does that mean? Surely, are we not confusing ourselves and are we not confusing Kenyans?
But that's wrong.
I finished my submission. In fact, I have just finished there because we cannot understand each other in this context of the Constitution.
Okay, I'll allow Makiadi to speak and then we start taking our closing remarks because I realize that we will go round and round and we might not. Makiadi, just give your comment to that and then
briefly.
Yeah,
thank you, my brother. Sarah, thank you for your submission. The reason why we do not, the Constitution did not anticipate Wanjiko to interpret the Constitution is simply looking at your example. When you say that a death sentence is like saying killing a person, the death sentence is judicial. It's a judicial language. Killing a person is Wanjiko's language. So you can see where the conflict comes from. Mwananchi has not been mandated by the Constitution to interpret the Constitution. That is the work of the judiciary. Nyaking, you talked about presidential election. It's called a presidential election because people are voting for the president. But for the electoral process to be complete, the president has to appoint a deputy president. Finishing off, we have the president and the deputy president. The deputy president has to be allocated. He has to be allocated duties as a principal assistant. That is why we have also issues with the deputy governor and the governor. The deputy governor has no functions. It's an office, it's a big office with no work. And so he has to wait for the governor to assign him duties. Finally, the office that we are talking about, the deputy president's office, is a big office that has not been facilitated by our constitution. And that's why you can see the president can starve the deputy president of finances. That's why you can see William Ruto anasema amekatiwa finances, because his office has not been facilitated. The only office in the Constitution of Kenya that is a powerful office as a principal assistant is the what we used to call the PS. That is, according to me, that is the only office that has a budget, and that is the only office that has a function from the Constitution. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, I think we have exhausted. We have given our points. We don't have to agree. We have read the Constitution. Those people think otherwise it's also okay. Pia, you have your view. And I think that's how we end our show today. So I want to encourage Kenyans to read the Constitution. Probably as a blanket statement. Read the Constitution. Even any Kenyan can go to court to seek interpretation by the courts. That's why Okia Omtata goes to court to seek interpretation. When you feel aggrieved, that's the language. When you feel aggrieved by any implementation of any part, you can go to the courts to seek the interpretation, and courts will pronounce themselves to a particular thing. Courts are the ones who will have different reference when arriving at a particular conclusion. But for you, if you feel that there's a constitutional place that you've been aggrieved, then you can go and seek interpretation from there. So I want to thank you all for that good engagement. But I want to invite us to give our, I think we'll make it 1 minute since we've really pushed it. 1 minute closing remark. We'll start with Son Piquet, Richard, Julia, Nyakin, and then Princess Yana. Dakika moja moja tafadhali.
Yeah, I'm a very good student of time. So my 1 minute, I want to urge Kenyans, read the Constitution as simple as it is written. Tusiongeze mambo mingi. Don't interpret, because when you start interpreting, you'll be like these guys who tell us not to read the Bible. That for us to understand the Bible, you have to go to a pastor. Huwezi soma Biblia peke yako uelewe. You see, these are colonial kind of very bad mentality deteriorating us. Anyone can understand the Bible. So, and anyone can, if you went to school, you can read the simple Constitution. It is written in very simple English, only a few vocabularies which you can seek the meaning. Yeah, like something like du jour, something like that, you can go to understand what it means. But when you are told that A is supposed to deputize or do whatever work that is assigned by B, then it is as simple as that, wajameni. Tuchukue hivyo and it will not be complicated. Asanteni sana.
Makiadi.
My closing statement. I think Kenyans should judge their leaders according to what they say. They should look at the history of the promises that they are being promised right now. And they should look at what the leaders are promising in terms of what they have done in the past when given power. And from there, we can judge who is a leader and the person that is just there for joyriding and seeking political office. From where I stand, I think Kenya Kwanza Alliance is taking Kenyans for a ride. They promised their government will be formed by mtu ya boda boda na mtu ya kuuza sukuma mama mboga. But right now, as we can all see, these guys are busy distributing seats and promising political posts that they have not even won. So Kenyans, be careful, judge for yourself, and vote accordingly to what you see. Thank you.
Julia?
Okay, I want to agree with David, what he said that Kalonzo Musyoka is riding on Baba's popularity. So I think David was agreeing with me that Kalonzo is trying to push himself down our throats, which I hope and I pray that it's not going to happen. Now, on the issue of nominations and all that stuff, and even about what DP RUTO goes around, today he says this, tomorrow he changes and says that. I think Kenyans should look at their leaders and look at their track records, the things they have done before, the things they have said they are going to do, and the things they have not fulfilled. Now, and I want to finish my by quoting a verse in the Bible, that is 1 Timothy 3:2. The Bible says, "Therefore, a leader must be above reproach, sober-minded, self-controlled, respectable, hospitable, and able to teach." Thank you, Demba.
Thank you so much, Julia and Makiadi. Victor Nyaking.
My closing remarks is this last topic I've talked about, which is so much contested about these political offices. We have the office of the president and the office of the deputy president. Sorry. So I just want us to, as much as we may not like, based on our political affiliation, the holder of these offices, mostly the deputy president's office, that office, the deputy president is elected as part of a joint ticket with the president of Kenya. So it's a respected office, and whoever holds that office is not a personal assistant to the president. That is one thing I want to put for us. We have to respect the office of the vice president, whether RUTO is there or any other person. That is my closing remark. Thank you.
Okay, Victor. Princess Yana, your last word.
Ninawashukuru nyote, nikielezea Wakenya ya kwamba uchaguzi umefika na tuna ugatuzi. Katika ugatuzi naomba tu tuchague MCA, kwa sababu hata tukichagua uraisi, tunatafuta uraisi lakini tayari tulikuwa tumeshaletewa ugatuzi. Kwa hivyo tujue kwamba ugatuzi ni kitu cha maana, tuwachague wale wa MCA, MP, senator na governor. Wale watatuchapia kazi, kwa sababu hapo ndio nyumbani, hapo ndio utaanza nayo. Kama utachagua mwingine, utachagua vibaya, hiyo eneo lako alitakuwa linaendelea vizuri, kwa sababu wewe mwenyewe ulichagua ukidhania kwamba rais ndiye atakaye kufanyia kazi. Tuchague wale watatufanyia kazi, sio wale watapora nchi yetu. Kwa hivyo nawaomba, uchaguzi itakuja na itaisha, tuwe na undugu, umoja na amani katika nchi yetu ya Kenya.
Thank you so much, Julia. Eh. Uh, Preamble of the Constitution. I think this is for Sarah down there. She's saying that the Constitution is not the supreme. Is not the supreme. It is not by far so supreme. Sarah. We, the people of Kenya, acknowledging the supremacy of the Almighty God of all creation, honoring those who heroically struggled to bring freedom and justice to our land, proud of our ethnic, cultural, and religious diversity, and determined to live in peace and unity as one indivisible sovereign nation, respectful of the environment which is our heritage and determined to sustain it for the benefit of future generations, committed to nurturing and protecting the well-being of the individual, the family, communities, and the nation, recognizing the aspiration of all Kenyans for a government based on the essential values of human rights, equality, freedom, democracy, social justice, and the rule of law, exercising our sovereign and an inalienable right to determine the form of governance of our country, and having participated fully in the making of this constitution, adopt, enact, and give this constitution to ourselves and to our future generation. That is how supreme this constitution is. That is this document. If it is and if you see any law that does not concur with the constitution, it is thrown out. If an act of parliament does not concur with the constitution, it's thrown out. Go anywhere within the jurisdiction of our country. If it does not concur with this constitution, it is thrown out, because this constitution is the reference. So if you are aggrieved, this is the reference. And that's why some acts, some things have been done and people have sought interpretation in courts, saying that it does not concur with the constitution. Tunyakin, it doesn't matter whether you're calling it personal assistant, principal assistant. The deputy president is not elected by the people. He's nominated by the president. The people elect the president. The person nominated by him, that is the person that is sworn in. So that is the constitution. If you disagree with the constitution, what you need to do, seek constitutional amendment. Now, I want you to think,
I disagree.
how are you talking now? How need to talk? Now, one thing that we need to do, for me, that is not even the issue. The issue is we have arrived where we are because it's a constitutional problem. The deputy president is not resigning, and the deputy president cannot be removed because of political reason. So there's the politics of constitution and the legalese of the constitution. You are referring to the politics of the constitution, not the legalese of the constitution. I wished you'd have come in and in your submission, you say there's the politics of the constitution. You see, the constitution says the deputy president shall be nominated by the president. But now there's the politics of it. What is the consideration of this president nominating this deputy president? That's the politics of the constitution. So when you remain so much on the politics of the constitution, you will imagine that the politics of the constitution is the constitution. In other situations, they say the letter and the spirit. So there's a letter of the law. So the letter of the law is what you have read. Now the spirit of the constitution is what you are trying to refer to. So you are not understanding that you're trying to refer to the spirit of the constitution. Now the spirit of the constitution meant that it envisaged that the two will be working together all through. That's why the deputy president was not expressly given any other function. And so it left the president to give him the functions, which is what we are reading in the constitution, the letter of the constitution. But the spirit of the constitution meant that they envisaged a good working relationship. So the letter did not bring that out, but the spirit thought it would come out. Now we are in that kind of quagmire. And that's where we find ourselves. You are busy saying the deputy president is elected by the people, which is the spirit of the constitution. But the letter does not indicate that. I wished you could have stepped back a little bit and explained yourself in that way. Then you would have been like, okay, fine. In the letter, it is not. By the way, the letter says principal assistant. Now, what is that? That is like mtu wa kubeba bag. Anyway, let's let me acknowledge some people who are down there. Major Cornell, thank you so much. Gigi Man, thank you. Gitash Day, thank you so much. Of course, Kikwetu Ventures, thank you. DS, Supremacy of God, yes, because the constitution is based on the laws of the Bible. You are on the right track, but kidogo umelost hapo interpretation. Matoma Kandetsa Sarah, it's okay, let it go. Yeah. Now some arguments now we can take to those who are going to legal schools. Naweza enda kwa law school, fanye argument huko. Sisi tumesema tu ya watu wa kawaida huku chini. David Arika, Joint Ticket President and DP are elected. No, they are not elected together. The president is the one that is elected. The president nominates the DP. That's the constitution. Elkanah Shibashi, supremacy of the constitution. The constitution is a supreme law of the, actually he's saying, let me see, that's 2. Yes. Yeah, you're right, Shibashi. Supremacy of this constitution. The constitution is the, actually, yeah, you're right. Article 2:1. The constitution is the supreme law of the republic and binds all persons and all state organs at both levels of government. Yeah, thank you, Elkanah Shivashi. You actually gave that. No person, in fact, no person may claim or exercise state authority except as authorized under this constitution. So hizi vitu zingine mnajaribu kupatiana, oh sijui ye ni nini na iko kwa constitution. You guys are reading another document that is not the constitution. The validity or legality of this constitution is not subject to challenge by or before any court of or other state organ. You see, any law, including customary law, that is inconsistent with this constitution is void to the extent of the inconsistency, and any act or omission in contravention of this constitution is invalid. So go read Article 2 of the Constitution. The general rules of international law shall form part of this law of Kenya. Okay? So any laws that we have okayed, yeah, will form part of our laws. So international laws that we have okayed, like Hague, any treaty or convention ratified by Kenya shall form part of the law of Kenya. So go read Article 2. It will tell you the supremacy of the constitution. You want to argue that again? Anyway, we can discuss that. And Patrick, Peter, Eric Moura, thank you. Bob Werunga, Fred, thank you so much, everyone. And as you always say here, we don't have to agree. You can hold your side, and we hold our side. That is the nature of debate. We remain Kenyans. We remain together, and we remain part of this beautiful country called Kenya. We thank you so much for coming to participate with us, coming to discuss, and even coming to give your views. We say that we have to keep talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight. We have to keep talking. You see, we're even knowing that chapter 9 is the one that talks about the executive. So you can go and read chapter 9. Just go sit. Don't wait for the politicians to tell you what they feel and what they think. Subscribe to Mutembei TV, and also subscribe to my channel, Themba and Lulu Show. Hiyo siwezi kosa kuambia hapa, hata mkikosa kukubali ya kwamba deputy president ni mtu wa kubeba bag ya Uhuru. Then pale kwa channel yangu muweze kusubscribe It is my daughter and I show. Please go there and subscribe. Yeah, Sarah and Yazimi all the way. Sarah nawarushia mawe huko chini PK. Ati I am Azimio all the way, but even Azimio is not so supreme to make mistakes. There's no mistake. If the
Hakuna mistake.
yeah, ukiwa unaona constitution iko na shida, wewe sema ni constitution iko na mistake. Si. Unasikia Victor, si ni constitution. Kama uko na shida nayo, enda ni constitution. So who is leading us to our Richard? Can you lead us to our final prayer today? You have a final thought, and then you lead us to our prayer.
Sina maneno mingi Mbemba. Mimi nimeona tu Sara amesema atarudi law school. I want to wish her all the best. Wimbo wa taifa. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much.
Temba, mbona umepatia Victor? Ndiye angetua.
Wacheni nipatiwe nini?
Amepewa hiyo nini?
Atapewa kesho Victor. Asome chapter 9.
Victor atakuja kesho asome chapter 9. Na Victor alikuangusha last time tulimpatia.
Nataka nene itafute watu wa UDA ni walete, mko kali sana bwana.
Walete tutawaunda.
Watu wa UDA ukiwaleta hapa wasomi constitution na wasomi, watu wa UDA they don't read, they don't even
wanasoma constitution kivyao.
Hapa iko hata kupigwa Victor.
Wanasoma vile wanataka iseme.
Temba sema maana ya huyu vile ametuelezea. Kwa nini tunasoma hiyo nini? Tunasema national anthem.
Ni Richard anafaa kusema.
Tunasema tunajaribu kudumisha Ukenya. We are trying to emphasize on Kenyanhood.
Yeah, loyalty to our country.
Exactly.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Richard.
Let our wanauda wote hapa wasomi constitution. They don't read. Bye. See you guys tomorrow. Good night.
Good night.